I'm going to call the meeting to order. I will first introduce the people who are here in the room. And I see we do have a couple of others that have joined us via Zoom. So welcome to you, and some of you who will be speaking later, I will introduce. Seated here at the council table, we have Councillor, just in the order they are sitting at the table, we have Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray. I am Mayor George Comrie, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash. And we have the following staff members with us today as well. Our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, our Manager of Public Works, David Creaser, our Treasurer, Manish Kulal, our Planning Assistant, Paula Macri, our Fire Chief, Bob Whitman, and our Deputy Clerk, Wendy Schroeder. And I see two guys, as I say, I see two guests here in the council chamber today. Welcome, both of you. And thanks for joining us. We'll start the meeting, as is our habit, with the playing of the national anthem. I'll ask you to stand if you're able, and then we'll have the Indigenous land acknowledgement. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any councillor has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. Okay, I'm hearing none, so we'll let the Madam Clerk, we will let the record show that. Next, I would like to get a motion to approve the agenda, and there are a couple of proposed revisions to the one that was originally circulated to deal with things that have come up since or been received since. So I'll read the motion to you that I'm looking for. Whereas the members of council have been presented with an agenda for the June 18th, 2024 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as circulated with the addition of the following. 5.4, there is a draft encroachment bylaw. The actual bylaw has been attached. It was missing from the original agenda. Item 12, there are two items of correspondence that were addressed to me that came in a while ago, actually. that I thought we could add to correspondence. The first one is a letter, thank you letter from the Parry Sound DBA in relation to the Maple Syrup Festival, and a letter from two residents concerning the traffic and parking bylaw, which we're going to be discussing today. So anyway, I'm asking that those be added. And finally, we would like to add an item to the closed session agenda under, and it's simply a report from our CAO clerk on a staffing matter. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, to approve the agenda with those amendments? Councillor Nash, are you moving?
Yeah.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Nash.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just a couple things on the additional items. I know we're proposing to add in, as you said, 2 items. One was on the festival in Parry Sound, and the other was in regards to a letter that we received. Under correspondence, item 11 point, or out of item number 12.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm not sure why we're adding in correspondence late, to be honest. And even if we were going to add it in late, under 6.1.13 of the procedural bylaw, it says personal information, email address, civic addresses will be redacted from the public record. So I'm not sure why all that information is shown on the letter that's been included. So I don't feel that item should be added late. Just like the festival letter, I don't see either of them being added. Would be appropriate for this meeting. I don't see that they're of urgent matters. I know, for example, I'll use another item. I was working on a motion with staff and had sent something in 9 days before council meeting, and it was not allowed to be included, yet we have something included that we received after the deadline from the public. So I'm asking those 2 items be removed from the agenda. And I'm also asking that item 11.7 be removed. That's the item on Bolger. When I look at that item, I see that as an item for reconsideration. I don't think it should be on this agenda. So I'd like to make a motion to revise the motion for approval by eliminating 11.7 and also removing the 2 correspondence items under item number 12 in the agenda. So I'm not sure if I can ask for that revision and see if there's a seconder to that.
Yeah, I guess you can. I would just comment on the correspondence items. They were received in the municipality in time to be included as correspondence, and because we were dealing with similar items on today's agenda, I thought it would make sense that they be added, but they're not urgent, so I don't have an issue with that. However, the other item that you're asking to be removed was submitted in plenty of time to staff. I have a right to add items to the agenda the same as you do. And if you had submitted something, you would be arguing that you have a right under the procedural bylaw to have it included. So it's not reconsideration for reasons that you see if you read the briefing note. So it doesn't involve any reconsideration. So I think as a point of order on that one, it's entitled to stay.
Yeah, but I do have a right to ask if there's a seconder to have it removed as well. So that's what I've asked for.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor. I honestly, I don't understand why this is back on the agenda. We've talked about this more than once. All of council voted numerous times. We've all talked about what's happening out with item 11.7 on numerous occasions, and I don't think that's going to change.
Well, so what
think that-
what
I
was the,
think-
other? You were asking to remove
I
three
think-
things?
I
What was
think
the third thing?
It
to,
was through you,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor. Sorry,
sorry.
Councilor.
go
Mayor.
ahead.
It was 11.7 and the two items of correspondence under 12, but one of them is just really a cautionary thing. I think when our procedural bylaw clearly outlines that we're not supposed to be including personal information, that we have to be really careful as staff and council not to be including personal information in the letters that are going out to everybody. So that's why I'm asking those two items be removed. Or the one, because there's personal data in the other. I just think we got late and it can come to the next meeting and under correspondence. So the three items, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I guess I will call the, I guess I will call the question on the motion first to see, I think this is, you know, the agenda was published with the you know, the correspondence items, as I say, are not neither here nor there in a sense. They can go to another meeting, but the 11.7 was in the agenda that was circulated. The public knows about it. Some public are here probably because of that item. And so I think we're doing a big disservice to our ratepayers to put an item on the agenda, cause people to attend the meeting and then say, sorry, we're going to take it off the agenda and not discuss it.
Yeah, but through you, I think there's other counselors who want to speak, but just in response to you, since I made the motion, I don't feel it's an item that should be on the agenda. I think it was put on the agenda incorrectly. It is an item of reconsideration. I think as Councillor Wood said, was said it all. It's not a disservice. I think what was a disservice was including it on the agenda itself, and it shouldn't have been done. So again, I don't know if any other councillors want to speak, but I would ask there to be a vote. I'm entitled to ask for it to be removed.
Yeah, well, anyway, I'll allow the vote. I'll allow other people to speak first, I guess.
Yeah,
Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a problem with it being on there because it's on there, it's been published, and the discussion can go ahead. If we then feel it needs to go to reconsideration, that can be done at the end of the discussion, or not, whichever way it goes. So I don't have a problem with it being there. I think that we as council need to be open to discussing all topics and not trying to say that this one is any less important to people as something else on our agenda. So it's on there. To me, I will vote that it stays on. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I had expressed the same concern when we had the review for the agenda. I believe it is a reconsideration. This item has come up 3 times. The mayor has voted against the motion 3 times, twice in 2023 and once in April of this year when Bolger and Wawashkesh and trailers and shore dockers and all that has come up. And the permitting system was never envisioned for shore dockers. The permitting system, as I recall, was more to do with people who own a private property and wanted to put a dock or something like that in front of their property, which was on our shore road allowance. So anyway, having said that, I feel strongly that this council is not going to, after 16 or 18 months, suddenly a month before the due date of all this, or a month and a half, just suddenly change their mind and take a direct step and go in a different direction. So I will be supporting the motion, and I'd ask that you call the vote. So thank you. Since I think everyone else has spoken on this.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, could I ask for a recorded vote?
Okay, so do you have an amendment paper? I'm going to ask our clerk then to.
Could you read the motion too, I guess, please?
Well, I will have to recatch it, I guess. Hang on a minute, capture it. Counselor Scott Nash, seconded by Counselor Woods. The Council of the Municipality. Amend. Motion to approve. So what was the first 11 point?
I think it's 12 in the agenda.
Yeah, 11.7 and 12.
11.7 as well. Seven, okay, so the amendment that I have is that the motion to approve the agenda be amended by removing items 11.7 and the two items of correspondence in item 12, I guess I should say. Is that your motion? Your amendment?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Recorded vote. Yeah, the motion that's on the table still includes the item to be added and closed.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
So now we're amending.
They made the two mover and seconder made this motion, and now they're amending their motion. Okay.
And the encroachment agreement stays in also, eh?
There's two motions, one the amendment and then.
Yeah, the encroachment agreement stays
Okay.
in. It's an amendment to remove items 11, the two items that were in the motion that I read to you at the very beginning.
Counselor Lamb?
Yes.
So we're voting on the amendment, just for clarity.
Yep.
Counselor Lamb?
Yes.
Counselor Nash?
Yes.
Counselor Woods?
Yes.
Counselor Bray?
No,
Mayor Comrie?
No.
That motion is carried.
Sorry. Okay, so based on the previous argument, I wasn't going to do this, but based on the previous argument, I am going to move an amendment that, let me find the right one here. I'm sorry, it's in here somewhere. Just a minute. Oh, 11, I'm sorry, 11.6.
Let's get to it first.
I'm moving to remove item 11.6. This is the discussion item related to the Ardbeg Fire Hall that was requested by Councillor Woods. And it's exactly the same argument that was just used. This is a matter that was that was included in the budget that was approved. And we are now proposing to have a discussion about how about doing something other than what was included in that budget. So if the motion with respect to Bolger requires reconsideration, then clearly this one does as well. So I would move that item 11.6 be removed from the budget. Is there a seconder for that?
Mr. Mayor, how can you make a motion if you're acting as the chair of the meeting?
There is nothing to stop in our procedure to stop the chair of the meeting from making and seconding motions. If you,
Yeah, that, I believe that's true, but anyway.
I think you have to step down as the chair.
no, I don't have to step down as
Well,
the
if
chair,
you-
but anyway, look, I'm trying to move this along
Yeah.
so that we get an agenda at least by
Can we
by
just ask-
lunchtime if you're.
Can I just
you don't
ask for
mind?
30 seconds to find the section that says it? So we can follow
and-
procedures?
If
I can turn it over to Councillor Lamb if you wish, but I still, I don't know what difference it
Well,
makes.
let him find it.
And we don't even know if we have a seconder for the motion, so.
Let me, okay. Well, I'll
So
wait.
we can't discuss it until we get a seconder. Is there a seconder for the motion? If there isn't a seconder, then my proposed amendment is gone anyway, and you don't need to look up anything.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to find it first, if you just give me 30 seconds or
Well,
45 seconds.
there's no seconder, so we can move on, Councillor Nash. You can find it at your
I
convenience,
know,
but
but we'll have to record that you step down to make the motion, even if there's not a seconder. We have to follow procedure, Mr. Mayor.
okay, I'm afraid your 30 seconds is up. I don't think you're gonna find it.
If I find it.
If you
I'll
do
bring
find
up
it later, I'll apologize to you, but
Perfect.
but
Thank you.
please, can we just move on with the meeting? And so.
Yep.
Not everybody's not sitting here doing nothing.
We have to.
All
approve
right, so now we have to vote on the
Amended agenda.
amended motion, the motion as amended. I'll just put this back on. Let's use the original. Mover and seconder are still valid for the motion, so. And again, I guess we're gonna have a recorded vote. Go ahead, Madam CAO, Madam Clerk.
Or we don't have to have unless someone requests it, do we? We don't have to have a recorded vote.
We don't, I assume. the mayor was
Okay, I'll
requesting
request it then.
Okay.
We're voting on the agenda as amended.
Perhaps you could read that through since we've gone through a bit of discussion. Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, I'll reread the motion then as amended. Whereas members of council have been presented with an agenda for the June 15th, 2024 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted with the addition of the following. Item 5.4, the attachment 5.4.1, which was the draft encroachment bylaw. And item 15.2.6 in closed session, which is a staffing matter requested by our CAO clerk. So that's what, those are the two, the only things that are being added are the attachment to 5.4 and the item 15.2.6.
Thank you, Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes,
Councillor Lamb,
Yes,
Mayor Comrie,
I'm sorry, yeah, Councillor Brain, Councillor Lamb, yes, were they?
yes.
I'm just trying to get the. No, I'm voting against it.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Those two go together. Well, all right, so now we do have an agenda. Presentations and delegations. We have one today, and I am pleased to introduce Carl Papel. I see him on Zoom on the screen there. I don't know if you've brought anybody with you today, Carl, or not, but his company are our auditors, and he is here to present to us the draft 2023 consolidated financial statements and their opinions and analysis of it, which you have all had a chance to review in your package. So again, welcome. Oh, I see Rebecca McDonald from Papel and Associates is also here. So welcome to both of you. We'll turn the floor over to you. I don't know, are you going to display their slides or are you going to give them?
No, Carl, Rebecca, whoever's handling your presentation, I have allowed you, I've shared screen with you, so you can go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Worship and Council and ratepayers. I'm the managing partner of our firm, and I'll start off doing just a brief summary of our independent auditors report, and then my associate partner, Rebecca McDonald, will go through a detailed presentation of a summary of the financial results for the Corporation and Municipality of Whitestone for the year ended December 31st, 2023. So if I'd ask you to turn to the independent auditors report. Thanks, Rebecca. Waiting for that to move.
options.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. So this auditor's report is in the standard format, which is good news. We've audited the consolidated financial statements of the corporation, which comprise consolidated financial position, consolidated statement of operations, and changes in net financial assets. In our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the Corporation Municipality of Whitestone as at December 31st, 2023, in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. I will draw attention to a matter that is highlighted under emphasis of matter, and then Rebecca will go over some of the details here, but there were a couple of new accounting standards that were introduced during the year by our professional body, and the municipality has had to adopt those standards, and those adjustments are reflected in these financial statements. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing municipalities' financial reporting process. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the consolidated statements as a whole are free from material misstatement. And we communicate with those charged with governance regarding, among other matters, plan, scope, timing, and audit of significant audit findings. So in summary, is a clean auditor's report. And with that, I will turn it over to Rebecca to provide some insight in terms of the financial position as of December 31st. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you. So I'm going to start on page 4, which is your consolidated statement of financial position. So the top part there is your financial assets. So there's about $1.4 million of cash. Accounts receivable is about $700,000. It's down a little bit from last year. There was a grant that was still receivable as of 2022. Your liabilities include accounts payable and accrued liabilities of $585,000. We've got deferred revenue. I'm going to flip to these notes here in a sec. Deferred revenue of $122,000. We've got municipal debt of $2.1 million. The decrease is the debt repayment for the year. We have the landfill closure and post-closure liability. That was under the old standard, which is why there is no comparative amount for 2023. And instead it's replaced with the line below it, which is the new asset retirement obligation of $578,000. So we're going to flip to those. So note 6 is your deferred revenue. So this is just the continuity of transactions and what the balance consists of. So balance beginning of the year, we had 189,000.
Excuse me, Rebecca, sorry to interrupt. What I wanted to say is that not all of our members of council can see the screen. So if you flip to another page, could you just indicate the page? So we're on page 12, council. And that would be helpful for those that are looking at it hard copy. Sorry to interrupt.
Nope,
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
Page 12 of
Of
our
their report,
auditor's
the
report, not
auditor's
page
report.
12 of the package. It's page.
Yes, yeah.
Hmm?
Okay, we're good
25,
now.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So note 6, deferred revenue on page 12 is the continuity of your transactions. So you start off the balance beginning of year of 189,000, contributions received of 95,500. And of that, 102,000 was taken into revenue for parkland, and then gas tax was about 60,000. So the balance at the end of the year was 122,000 left in deferred revenue. So on the next page, page 12 is your municipal debt. There's no new debt in the year. This was all pre-existing. So the schedule down at the bottom is just your interest and principal payments for the next 5 years and to the term of the debt. And then your next page is what is included in these financial statements. So your principal payments for the year and interest for the year. Note 8, sorry, is your credit facility agreement. So there's an authorized overdraft facility of $1 million, of which none of that was used at the end of the year. And note 9 is your commitment for the West Perry Sound Recreation and Cultural Center Board. That is the same note that was on your statements for last year. So the next page, note 10 on page 15, this is the old standard, and it's just on there for the comparative figure. And the last sentence there just says, subsequent to year end, the municipality adopted the asset retirement obligations and derecognized the landfill closure and post-closure liability for 2022. And instead, we replaced it with this note 11, which is your asset retirement obligation. So it just shows your landfill obligation. It's essentially the same thing. There is a slight change just due to how it is reported. But what ends up happening is there is a $550,000 asset that is now recorded instead of just a one-sided liability. So these are just some of the assumptions that we've used. I'm going to go back to the statement of financial position on page 4. So your non-financial assets down at the bottom are your tangible capital assets of $11,980,000. So the breakout of that is Schedule 1, which is page
17.
23. 23, no, 21. Page 21 is your schedule of tangible capital assets. So during the year, you had almost $1.4 million of asset additions and 800,000 of your annual amortization. So we like to see the annual amortization at least equal to your asset additions, means your assets are being replaced as they're being used. And in that addition number of almost 1.4 is the 550,000 that relates to the landfill.
Could I just ask what page we're on again? I think I just lost this last bit.
The tangible capital assets are page 21. It should be the last page of the financial statements.
Once again, I need to, when you hear from our presenter, a page number, it is the page number that is in the upper right-hand corner of their report. That's the number in their report. It's not the number that's at the bottom where it says page whatever, like page 4 of their report is page 17 of 245. So look at the numbers at the top right-hand corner. When you hear a number from Rebecca, so, or from,
So you're on
From Rebecca,
21
yeah.
right now?
Yeah, so these are your schedule of tangible capital assets.
Thank you.
So then some of those additions, other than the landfill, so there was some fire vehicles and roads vehicles and equipment of about 278,000. There was some road work done to Bunny Trail. And then there was the nursing station that was added to the work in process. So on our page 4, the last two items under the non-financial assets are your inventories of supplies of 21,000 and prepaid expenses, which is primarily prepaid insurance just for the term of the insurance. On our page 5 is the consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So for 2023, total revenues was 5.8 million. It was an increase of about 230,000 over budget, which is there was 67,000 gain on the sale of capital assets that was not budgeted. And then there was an increase of under other of about 121,000. There was the parkland funds of 100,000 are included in there. Total, sorry. Total expenses of 4.9 million. This is under budget by about 421,000. There is a credit under the landfill line. That is the write-off of the prior year liability, just to get it off of the statements, because we are treating this as a prospective application. So it's on a go-forward basis. So we're adjusting the liability, writing off the landfill in the current year. So that's what that 472,000 is. So that was the bulk of the amount under budget. Then there was an increase in transportation. There was some long-term debt interest not budgeted and some wages that increased. So that was the net difference. And then there was a decrease in recreation and culture of about 26,000. Again, it was primarily wages. So you end up with an annual surplus of 863,000. When we add that to the beginning of the year, we end up with an accumulated surplus end of year balance of 10,752,000. And of that, there's about $1.4 million sitting in reserves. And just the last thing I'm going to highlight on page 8. These are your significant accounting policies. So we review them annually for relevance and consistency. And just because of the new standard this year, there is a new policy that goes with it. So this is the asset retirement obligation policy. It just states when the liability is to be recognized. It's initially recorded at the best estimate of the expenditures required to retire the landfill for the tangible capital asset, and the resulting costs are capitalized as part of the carrying amount of the related tangible capital asset. The liability for closure and post-closure care relating to the landfill sites are recognized based on estimated future expenditures. And then it's discounted using the present value calculation and then will be adjusted yearly. And then Note 2 is just mentioning, again, your change in accounting policy. So it mentions all of the standards that have changed. And then that last paragraph is in relation to PS 3280, which is the asset retirement obligation. And then it relates to note 11, which we've already gone through. So those are the highlights of your financial statements. Is there any questions?
Yes, I'll open the floor to questions from councilors. Councilor Nash.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your report. I have several questions. I guess the first one is on page 5 of your report, when you spoke about the landfill and there was a credit, a bookkeeping credit, I'll call it, of 472,000. Can you just explain that a little bit better, just so I can wrap my head around that one?
Yes.
Just want to fully understand that.
So when the old landfill standard came into effect, we essentially had to set up the liability, and it impacted the income statement at that time for the full amount. So then annually, every 3 years, you're required to have a landfill study, and then that amount was adjusted through the income statement. That's why there's a comparative amount of 18,300. So under the new standard, we had to de-recognize that liability, so it hits the income statement and gets written off. And then under the new standard, we record an asset and an associated liability. So it doesn't impact the statement near as much as it used to.
Okay, perfect. And then the next question was on page 13 of the report, which speaks to municipal debt. I think it's great. I believe I'm correct when I say last year that we as a municipality did not take on any new debt via the way of loans, if I'm correct on that.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's just a great thing that all of council did last year, that we really tried not to add any more debt. So that's my comment there. But I think it would be nice maybe if in the future, I don't know if it's possible next year, where it says like a debt amount, like I'm looking at the last line item on a TD trust one that says 652,000. If we can just show what these loans are for, it might give a little better context for people to understand it. And my next question, I think I got 2 more to go here. On page 15, it's in regards to the closure of the landfill. I know we have a number here. It says Dunchurch landfill closure, Alds Road landfill closure, and it's just an estimate of 360,000 for each one. And I think that's something I might just be speaking general terms here. I think we have to code a meter of depth on all the landfills, and I think we should just maybe have a look at that number going forward sometime coming up, and just see what the closure number might be revised to, if the number's gone up because of construction and stuff like that in today's world. And then what was the last one? Oh yeah, just overall, compared to, just in very simple terms, compared to our overall budget, and what we thought we would have had as a surplus or a loss, what is the exact number that you have for the surplus or loss this year? And I do have one other question after that, sorry.
So, sorry, are you talking the budget or are you talking actual?
Actual based on our budget, like our budget was X for surplus or loss, and what did we come in at?
The annual surplus, I have about 40,000.
Okay, and what page is that on?
It's not broken out.
Okay, so it's
It's
about
part of the
40,000
accumulated
surplus is what we,
That was the annual, yeah.
51.
yeah, okay.
51.
And I guess my last question, and I don't know if it's yourselves for accounting, but I guess it's just a general question. For our funds that we put aside for items that we put into, not contingency, but we put aside for a fire truck or improvements, should those be in a separate bank account, or should they just be part of the municipal general bank account, if that makes any sense?
They are always just part of the general bank account. Specifically,
Okay.
there's no separate actual bank account for the reserves. Your reserve fund balance is 1,478,000, and you do have about 1.4 million of cash, so they're pretty well funded.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your report. I really appreciate it.
I was just gonna add on that, on that last question, Councillor, that is typical of most municipalities. They do not set up separate bank accounts for reserve funds. There's no prohibition from doing that, but typically from a cash management perspective, the funds are under the general stewardship of your staff, and to add another bank account just adds costs and administration, and that's typically why there isn't a separate bank account.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca and Carl. The surplus for the year, I had heard all over the place, and last I heard it was 51,000, and then this morning you just said it was 40,000. Is that the right number?
Sorry, yes, 51,000 is the ongoing surplus. So there was a $10,000 surplus carried forward. So for the annual amount was 40,000. The total surplus is 51.
Okay. I think I understand that. So I always ask this question every year. How do we compare to other municipalities? You know, there's a lot of ins and outs, and municipal accounting is something I'm not used to, even after all these years on council. But what I am interested in terms of our overall financial health, how does Whitestone compare to other municipalities?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Lamb. I'm going to respond from the perspective that each municipality sets its own agenda, priorities, and has its own challenges and issues with respect to ongoing asset management and replacement. So there's a lot of moving parts that go into evaluating the financial health of a municipality or township. Now, there are standards, there are debt standards, debt limitations set within the Municipal Act, and you are well within those regulations. We also look at sort of, you have a reserve, you have amounts that you've set aside as reserves within your accounts, and you have cash on hand that is greater than the amount of those reserves set aside. So again, another sort of good barometer of financial health. So overall, your debt limitations are your debt is well within the limitations. So it's not an excessive burden, if you will, on your overall cash flows. You are investing on an ongoing basis, as Rebecca pointed out in her presentation, where your asset investments this year again were greater than your asset depreciation or retirement, if you will, as a result of their wear and tear. Cash is good. Debt is within absolute the regulatory limitations. Your asset replacement is good. So on balance, that's why we would call a healthy financial position for a municipality. That's why we were able to report without qualification, without concerns of the financial health, and that's why our auditor's report is a clean auditor's report also.
Thank you. I have one other, I guess it's more of an observation. We've in recent years had studies, asset management plans, I guess is what they're called, where we study everything and what we should be putting away.
Right.
And council has struggled this year, and I know we're talking about last year's financial results with trying to increase the amount of the reserves that we have. So my question is, or my comment is, I'm the president of my condominium in Burlington, and there's 56 units in that building. My reserves are just over $1 million. When you look at the totality of Whitestone and all its assets, be it roads, bridges, buildings, etc., ours is in the area of $1.2 to 1.3 million, I think, this year. What did you say we had left? 1.1 million or something? But my point is, it's in the same area, and it seems very, very strange to me that when you compare my condominium building to the whole of Whitestone, that we're in the same amount of reserves. So is there any comment there? We're healthy, but yet are we?
Well, so we do a lot of condominium corporations. We are quite familiar with the reserve requirements under the Ontario Condominium Act requirements, and so you have there's a different basis of how the reserves are determined, and in fact in Ontario, you're required to have reserves on a fully funded basis. So in other words, condominiums are not permitted to leave future replacement issues for future years to be funded. So municipality, the finance is clearly quite different. There are ongoing decisions made to prioritize which capital assets are replaced when they need to be replaced and what condition they need to be in to provide the ongoing service levels that you feel are acceptable for the township. So there is a lot of subjective decision making with respect to where you expend your funds on, in particular in respect of capital asset replacements. Whereas in the condominium corporations, it's very, very, the rules are statutorily very, very detailed and specific, and you're required to abide by those very specific rules. So you just the value, and if you look at the value of assets, I mean, Whitestone has your capital assets, as Rebecca pointed out, you have $12 million of capital assets, which is likely greater than the capital cost of your condo in Burlington. But I don't know anything specifically about that particular condominium. But the approach to financing and the restrictions and the legislative restrictions on how reserves are established are very different in privately owned condominiums as opposed to a public entity such as Whitestone.
So my comment is, I think in both cases, you should be fully funding your liabilities into the future. If what you're saying is, it's less stringent from a municipal standpoint, so you don't have to fully fund them. Isn't that sort of a fool's game? Shouldn't we be putting away what's required for us to put away for the future replacement of all these things? Aren't we being a little short-sighted and maybe politically, the political thing to do is to lower the tax rate and keep it low, but maybe that's not the best thing into the future financially for the municipality. That's my point. We had engineers do all these studies to say, here's what it costs to replace all those things. And I can see us sort of moving the puzzles around a bit in terms of what we do when. But overall, our obligations in terms of reserves and what's required for the future is solid, I think, right? Or pretty much solid. So anyway, it's just a comment really, but and a concern that I have. I think council this year tried very hard, and again, I'm talking to 2024, tried very hard in our budget to increase the amount of reserves that we have, and I think we're on a path to do that, and I think that's a good decision. But anyway, okay, I'm finished with my comments. I didn't get a red card or anything. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there comments from other councillors or questions? All right, if not, I will again thank our presenters for joining us today and for your work on this file. And we'll wish you a good day. You're welcome to remain and watch the proceedings if you want, but if you wish to go on your way, you're excused.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot again.
Thank you. Thank you.
through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just say one comment? Would you mind?
Go ahead.
Okay. I was trying to find that, that section about the motions. And in our procedural bylaw, under 3.19, it says the mayor or chair will vote on any motion while in possession of the chair. However, if the mayor or chair wishes to propose a motion, he or she will step down and will not resume the chair until the vote is taken.
Bingo.
Okay, thank you.
You were going to apologize, I
Yeah.
think, to him at this point. I
Okay,
think it's what you
yeah,
said.
this is one of these things that got added that I don't remember having any discussion about, but that's the way we've been doing it for a long time. But anyway, my apologies to you. I thought you probably weren't going to find it.
Thank you.
Anyway. All right. Matters arising from presentations and delegations. Could we get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby accepts the draft 2023 consolidated financial statements as presented by Paypal and Associates Professional Chartered Accountants? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
Could
That's-
I ask for a recorded vote on the financial statements? please?
Yes, you can, sure.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. All right. We are now ready to go into committee of the whole for some planning items. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into committee of the whole at, it looks like 11:02 a.m. All those in favor, please show your hands. Thank you. That's carried. So under planning items, we have 4 of them. The first one is a consent application that's here in Dunchurch. The applicants are Susan Jennings and Randy Johnson. And we have a memo from the Perry Sound Area Planning Board, and we have the Secretary of the Board, Patrick Christie, on Zoom. So Patrick, welcome. Do you wish to introduce this item for us?
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. B19-2024 for Jennings and Johnson is an exchange of lot additions to correct an encroachment at the intersection of Highway 124 and Highway 520. A recent survey of the Jennings and Johnson lands found that the neighbor's barn, the Greens barn, encroached on the Jennings and Johnson lands. The proposed lot additions will correct the encroachment and add a portion of the Greens lands to the back of the Jennings Johnson lands. The resulting lot for Jennings and Johnson will still meet the minimum lot frontage of 30 meters. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions or comments about this application? Counselor Nash.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for your report. I had the opportunity to speak to one of the applicants and just see what was going on. And yeah, I understand it's just based on some recent surveying, it's just in order to correct some stuff, which I think is a good idea. Better do it now than in the future. So I'll be in full support of this motion.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments? All right, if there are none, we will move on to the next item and we will come back to this under matters arising when we come out of committee of the whole. The next one is item 5.2.1, and this is it's really a discussion around the trailer bylaw. And it has been sorry, I'm just getting all the papers together here, but this has been before us in various forms before. There is a memorandum from our clerk about it, so I will ask her to introduce this, and and you'll see as we move into the discussion that we don't have a bylaw in front of us. We do have some previous versions of bylaw, but we're being asked to consider some policy questions, which I want to commend staff for, because I think this is a better approach than having us try to discern the policy elements from the bylaw itself. So, Madam CAO, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I think the brief memo summarizes where we are with a trailer bylaw. Council saw a draft a year or so ago, which was perhaps a little more complicated than council wanted to see. A previous trailer bylaw was rescinded. And the questions that we have as staff, because having a trailer bylaw was one of the priorities set during the strategic planning process, was to, before we can move forward with a less complicated trailer bylaw, we need some questions answered. And I think the first question should be, does Whitestone want or need a trailer bylaw? And this question came from a comment from one member of council when the draft trailer bylaw came to council in 2023. And the question was, do we really need a trailer bylaw? And I don't think anyone answered the question, and it was probably a fair question. So if council does want a trailer bylaw, which they did contemplate during the strategic planning process, then as the mayor suggested, there's a few policy questions that need to be answered or clarified for staff, and then we can go and have the bylaw, the meat of the bylaw written, and bring it back to council with some of these questions answered. So that's where you are with the trailer bylaw. So I would ask if the mayor could go through the questions, and we can get a sense, as he sometimes does with a straw poll, understanding, do you want a trailer bylaw? If the answer is yes, then we ask the questions. If you feel you don't want a trailer bylaw, then we're at the end, and then we don't need to go forward. So that's where we are with the trailer bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Madam CAO. I'm going to suggest that we try to answer these questions in the order that they are, and see if we can get some sort of consensus around it. In terms of the first one, I mean, if we do them in order, do we really need a trailer bylaw? And I guess I would ask you to consider, as you try to answer that, what's the problem that we're actually trying to solve here? Or what's the objective that we're trying to accomplish, if you wish? And I have my own thoughts on the subject. I'm not going to start with them, but who would like to comment on this? Councillor Mann.
Yeah, so I go way back, and for everyone's information, we had a trailer bylaw before 215, was it, or that area?
Yeah.
Which basically allowed trailers to be, I thought, on there for 30 days but it was in conflict with our official plan or zoning bylaw,
Our
one of
zoning
them.
bylaw.
So we had to rescind the trailer bylaw. So basically, we've been the last 9 years without a trailer bylaw. So I guess, you know, the question I would have is, did staff ever, and I should have asked this to staff, but I mean, in terms of bylaw and the bylaw officer, how many complaints has he had about trailers in the last 9 years? My guess is that answer is very few. But it's only a guess, and staff may be able to fill me in on that. If you own a property and it's, you know, you built on it, you can have trailer. You can have a second trailer if you want to, right? So, and if you have a building permit to build a place, you can have a trailer. So there's all kinds of circumstances where you can have a trailer, and I agree with what the mayor has said. What is the problem we're trying to solve here? And, you know, in my mind, the only issue that two issues concern me. If you have $1.5 million property and someone brings in a 50-year-old trailer and sticks it beside you, and it's a eyesore, a dilapidated trailer, I might be concerned. But again, that would be up to me to complain, right? And you know, maybe we need to revisit this when and if we have a problem, as opposed to, you know, creating a bylaw now. The only other issue that I think is obviously to do with waste, and again, the way our bylaw situation is set up, it's by complaint. So I mean, if you're a neighbor who thinks that something inappropriate is occurring on the property next door to you, a vacant lot, for instance, in terms of sewage or whatever, it's up to you to contact North Bay Mattawa and take some responsibility for that. So to answer the question, I don't think we need this bylaw. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? He's deferring to you, Councillor Bray. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wondered about this bylaw, and I remember when my parents first bought the property that we had on Shirley, and we couldn't afford to build probably for at least 5-6 years. And we did a series of tenting and whatever. And I think that, you know, we were never, our place was never close to the water, so nobody could really see us from the lake. Nobody could see us from the road. I think that we have standards for properties. I think we have something, do we not? We have, sorry, what is it? Yeah, Clean Yards bylaw. So we have means of supposedly of dealing with this if need be. And I just wonder if we're just making something more difficult than what we really need. But if we did have a trailer bylaw, I would say that we look at, I was impressed with some of the other municipalities that allowed the trailers for an occupancy from May to November, and but allowed the trailers to be on. If we were going to have a trailer bylaw, I was going to say then we should just say one trailer, and then that means we don't have to worry about derelict trailers, because if it's a derelict trailer, they're going to get rid of it if we get a new one. I just think that we might be making more problems for ourselves, or more administration and trying to regulate.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'd like to thank staff for putting this detailed report together. I think it's great that the way it's been highlighted here and kind of the next steps and, you know, a number of questions are answered. Where do we want to go and how do we want to do it? And if, you know, we answer question one, we go to question two. So I think that's great as a way going forward on stuff like this. And under proposed fees, you know, I see if there was something to have been done, that yearly fees, you know, one municipality was $750, another was $750, one was $600, one was $585. It's almost like a boat dock, almost, if you think about it like that, is kind of the fee for a trailer in a way, right? But I know, you know, I've had some neighbors that have had a trailer on their property and have never had a problem. It wasn't the newest trailer, it wasn't the oldest trailer. I think some people, you know, buy these waterfront properties and the properties are so expensive and it might take years or decades to be able to afford to put a seasonal dwelling on or a full-time dwelling. I think, you know, that yes, maybe the odd time you'll have, you know, a really derelict, really old trailer. But I don't think that's the most common part. I think that's the exception to the rules, kind of like everything. You write a bylaw for the 2%, not the 98%. But for something like this, I kind of concur with what two other counselors said. Do we really need it? And I think the answer is no right now. And I do compliment staff on them asking that question. And if it ever comes back, I think we have all the information we need in this report that we could use going forward to pull from and continue to work from that point. But I think right now, my opinion is I don't think we need to do it. And I know it's been on, I think, the municipality's list for years and years and years on doing something. So I appreciate the staff asked that simple question here, because as new councils come and go, I think direction changes sometimes. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, I, for one, I'd love to commend staff on this report. I think it's a fantastic layout. And I really like the fact that you directly asked us the question, do we need a trailer bylaw? Sometimes that's what I think we need from staff. And I appreciate it when staff does that to us. I remember years ago, before I was on council, that this was a discussion in this hall. And that's the question I stood up and said, what are you guys trying to do? What problem are we solving? Because I don't see a problem anymore. I mean, I know historically that there was a trailer problem in Whitestone and people just leaving things derelict. But since it's become organized and we have bylaw enforcement and people are looking after their yards, we've eliminated most of the problems that I've seen. You'll still see, you know, a dilapidated trailer, but as long as you have a cottage, it's okay, right? I don't think anybody in today's day and age, looking at it from my standpoint, when I was coming up here, if I was to buy a property, there's no way I would have been able to afford to build. But I would love to bring my kids up, spend a couple of weeks or a month in the summertime in my trailer. I don't necessarily want to drag my trailer back and forth up and down the 400, congesting traffic even further. I would rather leave it on the property. But if we don't have any serious problems with trailers, I don't think we should write a bylaw. There's a lot of instances where we're looking at things with the best of intentions, but if we don't have a serious problem, we shouldn't be trying to overgovern. I don't think we need one right now. And if we have a problem, absolutely, we need to address it. And if we have to write a bylaw, then we write a bylaw to reflect the problem that we're having. If we don't have a problem, there's no need for us to go through the motions, make staff do all the extra work. Just my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't think I was the person who asked, who I don't think I said publicly before, what do we really need a trailer bylaw? But I have to admit to you, I wondered about this for a while. Without getting into all the details, I have the same experience that Councillor Bray has articulated. When my children were younger, we did pretty much what she said, and mostly to keep the kids out of the hair of the grandparents, you know, and give us a little bit of space. And so we got a camper trailer and we put it up, and we did actually install a septic system, by the way. But we have historically used that as overflow accommodation, and so there is still a trailer there. If you went and looked, and you can't see it from the water, and you can't see it from the road or anything, but it's there. And there's also a sense of it, you know, a principal residence, right? But, and that of course is the point, that in all the bylaws that we've had, and this point's been made already, as long as you have a principal residence on the property, you're entitled to have a trailer and you don't need a permit. So it was really focused, I think, on people who were, you know, the previous bylaws were focused on people who were coming in and using a trailer as their accommodation over a protected period of time. I can tell you, by the way, that I know a young family who live in Etobicoke, and I've done business with them before. That's how I know them. Their parents own property in this municipality down the south end. And they were looking, they didn't have much money, but they were looking for a place to establish here, and they wanted to do exactly what Councillor Bray and I have both commented on. And they called me and said, can we do this? And at that time, our bylaw was in force. And I said, yeah, you can only do it for a temporary, really for temporary periods of time. And while you're, you know, while you're building and that sort of thing. And what they ended up doing is they ended up going to another municipality to the east of us and getting a piece of property there where there is no such restriction. So anyway, not to belabor it, I think the consensus is emerging that we don't really need one, and maybe this is a good opportunity for us to defer this matter to, you know, simply park it and say, well, we'll, as Councillor Woods has suggested, if we discover that there's a problem and that our, you know, clean yards bylaw and other things are not. I mean, I think the only real, then we can come back to it. I think the only real argument for doing it is the fact that if people do have sort of, this is sort of like long-term trailer accommodation. If they do that, then they are using some municipal services and we're not getting any tax revenue out of it. Other than the revenue on the property, we're not getting any additional, and the issues of septic, which we could probably solve separate ways, like making sure that they have some proper facilities for that if it's going to be here for a long term. But those are the only, I think, legitimate reasons for that you could have for having a trailer bylaw. So I don't know, is it fair? I'm just going to ask you one more time. Is it fair to say that our answer to the first question is no, we don't really need one? Is there anybody? I see nodding of heads, which I'll take as a straw vote. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, the only thing I would ask is maybe staff get a hold of the bylaw officer. I agree with what you're saying. Get a hold of bylaw and actually maybe send us an email as to how many actual complaints that he's had, you know, regarding trailers over the last 9 years since we haven't had a trailer bylaw. You know, so many per year or none or whatever, right? Just send us an email. But other than that, I'm supporting this.
All right, thank you. Well, I guess we'll come back to this again under. Does anyone wish to take a break at this point? I'm noticing we're coming to 11:30. Would you like a very short break?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a recess for a few minutes. Planning matters to 3.1.
You know, just one.
Okay, thank you, everybody online. We are now back at item 5.3.1, which is a draft traffic and parking bylaw. It is accompanied by a memo from our CAO clerk. So I suppose the first thing we should do is invite her to introduce it. Michelle, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, a brief memo with some attachments. Moment, something's funny with my screen. There we go. Yes, this has been in the works for a while, and the most recent version that council is looking at has undergone legal review, actually several times. Because we had some questions. The purpose, I'll just remind council, the whole purpose of looking at the traffic and parking bylaw was to manage the council resolution from last June and then once again in December, where council wanted to make sure that trailers were not parked for more than 14 days attached to a vehicle, and that the trailers were not parked at any of the municipal parking areas for just as a trailer, not attached to a vehicle. So that was the premise for looking at the traffic and parking bylaw. And as often happens with bylaws that have been in place for a number of years, we found some inconsistencies and we found some items that needed to be revised, removed, adjusted, rewritten. And that's what was done, and that's what's taken some time. We discovered that the original bylaw was probably borrowed from another municipality that had a more complex parking and traffic issues to deal with. So we trimmed a few things down, and there was a lot of changes that really just was too much to show in track changes. And I didn't think council was interested in some of the minor details. So the bylaw that you have before you, we think is ready for council to approve. As with any bylaws that are comprehensive, I have no doubt that we will find something in the future that needs to be adjusted or amended. That happens no matter how many times you go through it, wording and grammar, and the odd time you find an inconsistency that was unexpected. So I think that said, we're in good shape there. We've also had some correspondence with the Ministry of the Attorney General in regard to set fines. I'm just going to take a minute and find that piece. One moment. Thank you, Councillor Nash. This may be a surprise to our deputy clerk, but she spent time working on the set fines with the Ministry of the Attorney General, and it lines up with some of the court experience she has. So I'm going to ask her to make a comment on the set fines and the work that you've done with the Attorney General and any comments they've had so far. Do you have a microphone there, Deputy Clerk? And while she's getting her microphone ready, the process is the document was sent in just as an overview for them to look at what we were suggesting. For instance, you couldn't ask for $1,000 fine. It has to be up to 500 only. It has to be reasonable, and all of the fines that we suggested were reasonable. They made some suggestions on the wording changes. So anyway, you have a microphone now, so I'll let you speak to that.
I do. I don't know that I have too much more to add to that, but I did speak with the Attorney General's office. They did review, they did make suggestions. Those suggestions are reflected in that schedule. It was mostly the wording, and they wanted to ensure that the set fines aligned with the bylaw itself. It seems to me after her review that it is acceptable to the ministry, and that would be accepted by them once the bylaws passed.
So just for clarity, I believe the process is that council passes the bylaw. We then submit officially to the Ministry of the Attorney General, who are then, we're under the assumption, is going to approve the set fines.
That's correct.
And lucky for us, they were very agreeable to look at them in advance, and they looked at them fairly quickly. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to highlight the set fines, and other than that, that's where we are with the traffic and parking bylaw.
Okay, questions and comments on the bylaw? Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Since we were just speaking about the set fines amount, I just wanted to speak to that briefly before we might have moved on to another section. It's page 128, attachment 3 on our package. And there's a few of them. When I see item number 20 and 21, this is for the accessible parking permit, is $300. I don't know if we might want to increase that. I know I've seen it as 400, so I don't know if once I've gone through them, if maybe if Wendy would know what the Attorney General might think if it was 400 instead of 300. We'll go through a few of them.
What page is it? again?
It's on page 128, Counselor Lamb. And items 23 and 24, this is in regards to the trailers being parked or stored boat elsewhere than designated area, parked trailer or camper unit on highway, boat parking or designated vehicle parking area. And then it looks like if you have a camper or a trailer attached to a vehicle for more than 14 days, the fine's $250. So I think if you park a trailer, items 23 and 24 should also be $250. Just keep all three of them the same. I don't know what others might think of that. But basically, if you park your trailer in the parking lot right outside the municipality here and leave, you're going to get a $250 fine. Not a $100 fine, a $250. Make it that people don't want to do it. And then the only other one where it says park to obstruct, oh, I guess that's the same as all the other park to, yeah. So it's really those 4 items, 20 and 21 for designated parking. Maybe if it was increased to 400 from 300, and the 24 and 25 to do with boat trailers or trailers being parked in parking lots, make that 250 instead of 100. The 250 would match the same as item number 25. Wendy, do you know what the Attorney General might think to those by increasing the accessible parking to 400 and the others to 250?
Thank you.
And that's my only comment on the fines.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe the Attorney General's office is, now this is just my opinion, I don't believe the amount is the issue. They're reviewing to ensure that the bylaw and the short form words align rather than the amount.
Okay.
Just well, through you, Mr. Mayor, while we're on what Councillor Nash is talking about, this is per day, I take it, eh? Like these fines are per day. So if I get my boat there and I get a fine of $250, and I say, great, I'll eventually pay the $250, but I'm leaving my trailer there for the summer. Like, isn't this a per day thing? I take it is, right? I mean, I know the bylaw can have some flexibility, but you can't continue to violate it, just get a fine of $250.
Yeah.
That's the question.
You'll have
Well,
one-
let's get the question answered. Madam CAO, you know, Madam Clerk, do you know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we contemplated this per day. So the way I understand it would work with the bylaw enforcement officer, they would find a trailer that's parked attached to a vehicle on day 15. So they've had their 14 days. They're now on day 15. They will be issued a notice and they are given a reasonable amount of time to move the trailer, move the vehicle attached. They will have to track the trailer and the vehicle because I think technically they could show up with a different trailer on the same truck. So, it's going to be tricky to enforce, and that will, we'll look at this next year once a certain amount of enforcement has been done to see if there's any changes made. But once someone is given notice that they need to move their vehicle, they get, I think the
But-
idea was about 72 hours. So
Well, how would this, through you, Mr. Mayor, how would this work with the encroachment agreement that we're going to be talking about? Do we have the ability to remove their car or tow their car or do something? I'm just you know,
Yes, towing is permitted. The encroachment is something different altogether, that we still have to deal with. That's actually a good question. We actually hadn't contemplated it to be
let me
per day,
just-
and we will, I guess we go back to the Attorney General and just trying to think how I build that into the bylaw, yeah.
And, oh, sorry.
Well, I just, you know, the example is I come up with a tent trailer and I park it on the street here, Church Street here, right? And I leave it there, and Paul comes along and, you know, gives me a ticket for $250 or $100. And I say, great, and I just leave it there. This is just, you know, not only is it just one fine, do we have the ability to say, if you don't move that thing in the next 2 days, I'm towing it, right? That's my concern, right?
The bylaw does give the authority to tow.
It does?
To
Okay,
remove
well,
it.
that's fine, as long as we have the ability to tow, then that's. What happens when you get documents like this? You read them and read them and read them, and as you point out, you miss
Fair
one little
enough,
thing,
yeah.
and then 6 months from now, we're adjusting the bylaw, right?
This,
Because we
this
didn't,
is,
we didn't know it was in there, as the mayor brought up earlier about him vacating the chair, right? I didn't know that was in our procedural bylaw, right? But anyway.
And if I might, I think just to go back to my fine amounts, thank you, Councillor Lamb. I think what you'd have to do under attachment 3, which is page 128, where it says Municipality of Whitestone Part 2 Provincial Offences Act, when the set fine amount, all we have to do is at column 3, set fine amount per day. Just put it at the top. And I think it's the
How
same.
about per violation?
Well, but that would be as long as you leave it there. Whereas if you said per day, it would be like,
Yeah.
if I left my car parked right in the handicap sticker parking lot here for a month, and I came back, there'd be 30 tickets. Just if I leave my car parked on the side street in Toronto for 4 days, you'll come back, there'll be 4 tickets, right? So I think all you have to do is under set fine, column 3, set fine in brackets per day. That's it. And then it's setting it per day. And I think the one item there, though, I do think it's important that when they're parking these vehicles where they shouldn't, the fine of $100 should be $250, because if not, we're gonna say, you come up for 14 days, you keep your boat on your trailer, you're doing everything right. If you stay for a 15th day, you're gonna get a $250 fine. But if you just bring your boat, park it in the parking lot, you only get a $100 fine. So I think those 3 numbers all have to match each other.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just to
That's
make
okay.
it consistent, and then you simply put column 3, set fine in brackets per day, per calendar day.
if I can just maybe help you with a couple of things in regard to this, because I'm fairly familiar with this stuff. First of all, on the handicap parking, sorry, let me back up. Take again to the process that we follow. What happens is and Wendy covered the part that's happened so far, which is that staff in the Attorney General's office look at your set fines and see if they're if they match the bylaw and are consistent and the short definitions are correct and all of that kind of stuff. The actual determination of the number, what they do is they send that to a judge, and the judge that they pick, somebody who's practicing who's appointed as a judge, and the judge reviews it from a fairness point of view. So they come back and I have no opinion as to what they would say about these fines, but I will tell you my initial reaction to this was that these fines are sufficiently low that they would cause what Councillor Lamb said to happen. People would just say, fine, if I get a $50, I'll just park my vehicle as long as I want, as long as I leave it there. If it's 50 days, I'll just pay it. Or alternatively, the other thing that people will do, and they are doing it, is they'll sign back the ticket and ask for a court date. And they'll simply wait until the charges get dismissed because the thing has sat in provincial court for so long. And you've heard this before, the provincial court is seriously backed up and charges are being dismissed all the time because of this Supreme Court ruling that says they have to come to trial in a certain period of time, even things like parking offenses. So the other thing I want to tell you is that there is a provincial standard, and I don't know what it is. It might be $300, but there's a provincial standard for the set fine associated with parking in a handicapped spot. And that's because that is an offense under the Highway Traffic Act. So in reality, we don't even need to have this in our bylaw. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't, but we don't need to, even if it's not in our bylaw or we don't have a bylaw, it's not, and it is in our current bylaw, but it's you know, we could still lay charges under the HTA. So it's not, you know, it's but that's what the judge is going to do. He's going to say, well, if the fine's the same. If you look at how I don't believe, and I didn't have an opportunity to go through and look at this microscopically and really check it up, but my interpretation was that the fine for parking where you're not supposed to is essentially a one-time thing. And if you look at, to use your example, if you look at the Metro Uniform Traffic Bylaw, which is in the municipal code, Toronto Municipal Code, if you look at that, it is specifically defined as a per day offense, but it has to be in the actual code itself, it has to be in the bylaw first before it can be in this, the bylaw, the provisions of the bylaw have to exactly match the set fines. So anyway, just for clarity about that, not to take away anything from the points you're raising about how much the number should be, but those are considerations that will play out as we go to do anything with it. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I was just looking at 10.2. It talks about the 72 hours. If
What page is that? Oh,
it's page 106 of our package.
okay.
And it talks about any vehicle, trailer, camping unit, or boat parked or left standing on any highway for a period exceeding 72 hours shall be considered to be an abandoned vehicle. I know that in the city, if I remember in college days of rushing with a friend to an exam, writing the exam, and we came out and her car was gone because she was that was a no parking at that time. You know, it was like 4 o'clock and 3 o'clock or whatever, and you couldn't park there. So I know that there are places where it's very strict and you can be told immediately and fined, and you pay for the towing, you pay for all of that. So I'm just saying that this one also, number 11.1 talks about if you are guilty of an offense, it shall be liable on conviction to a fine of no less than $300. So there's that set one as well. So I think that, yeah, I think that you don't want to be leaving it so that somebody can just keep doing it and only has one fine. You want to make sure that people realize that these things are important.
Okay, Councillor Lamb.
So in order, I've got a couple of comments or a couple of questions, but in order to keep track of this, so what we're saying on page 128 in terms of the fines is in column 3 to add per day and change the accessibility parking to 400, which I think is I think what it is in most places. I don't think it's 300, but and then number 23 and number 24 also become 250. So so if we're tracking changes that we're proposing, because then my questions more relate to what was said. Where the heck is it here? Where you talk about storage containers and and trailers and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to get in my mind, and again, we talked about Bolger. Basically, we have the shore dockers and storage containers and a dock out there. And at Wawashkesh, we mostly have trailers. So in order to get this all kind of accomplished by August the 6th, which is the date that we've set to, you know, remove some of the stuff or where they become offenses, like where it says it's not in there, it's not in there, it's not in there. Are we okay to not have it in there? Like I'm getting at how we have to, in my mind, pass the traffic bylaw today in order to comply with, you know, the August 6th date. And you have to at least agree in principle on the encroachment agreement in order to deal with stuff. So can the clerk maybe educate us on what we need to do in order to meet our motion of August the 6th, I guess is my question.
I'll try. Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the intent was to pass the traffic bylaw. I frankly don't know, I maybe know enough to be dangerous when it comes to this type of bylaw, which is why we reached out to Russell Christie and worked with Jennifer Bigger on the wording in the bylaw. If we want the set fines to be per day, I think what I understood from the deputy clerk is that per day needs to be somewhere referenced within the bylaw. I don't know where and I don't know how. I don't know how to do it. I would have to ask our lawyer. So I think council could pass the bylaw substantially in the form as presented. And you often, you do that sometimes when really the wording, there just may be some minor changes in it. There may be some grammatical errors. I think the wording that you're suggesting, or however it has to be worded within the bylaw, I'm just not sure what that would look like. So I'm not sure about passing the bylaw today if we want the per day in there. And that doesn't mean we couldn't have a special council meeting to pass the bylaw once I got some legal advice on that. As far as the encroachment agreement, the traffic and bylaw, and what the advice we got from our lawyer was that the docks and the shore dockers and the winches and you know, whatever else people might want to put on municipal property, other than how it's defined in traffic and parking, is to be managed under an encroachment agreement. So the idea is the encroachment bylaw says you can't put anything on municipal property, and you cannot encroach on municipal property except for the following reasons. And we talked about mailboxes, and you may consider parking on the shore road allowance adjacent to Bolger because that has come up. You just don't want anything stored there, like the docks and the storage containers and the winches, and the shore dockers. And council can, from time to time, according to the encroachment bylaw, which we haven't got to yet, by resolution or by agreement with someone may come to the council and say, listen, I want to do this on the shore road allowance and I need an encroachment agreement. And council actually contemplated that a couple of years ago for docks, where someone wants to put in a dock, they don't own the shore road allowance, and the building inspector cannot issue a dock permit to someone who doesn't own the property. So the person would have to enter into an agreement with the municipality, and there was fees that were contemplated, and we have a resolution that speaks to that. No one has come forward since, but if that happens, then you have a process in place already for a dock. If someone wanted a dock on a shore road allowance that was not owned by them, but was in front of their property. So there's some options council has within the encroachment bylaw that says, you know, by resolution, you can approve this or that. So that was the advice of the lawyer, and it actually makes sense. The traffic and parking is really just intended to be traffic and parking, and that addresses the trailer issue that was in those two resolutions of council from 2023 June and December, and all the other issues are managed within the encroachment bylaw, or they intended to be. And that is in front of council just to get a nod of approval, and then that will come back in July with any of the questions you've asked, and I don't know how we manage, we'll have to manage the set fines for that as well, and the removal of anything that's on our municipal property that shouldn't be in the future.
So I thank you, Madam CIO. I realize that we're talking about the next item in this one too, but they, I mean, again, I was a little bit struggling with what the relationship is between, if any, is between the two things. However, I would point out to you that we do have right now in place encroachment agreements. And the example that I would use is, I mean, there are a couple of them. The example I would use is the one that is down Shirley Road at the,
Yes.
at the, you know, where a ratepayer has a dock that is on our road allowance on
Yep.
Shirley Road, and we entered into an encroachment agreement with him. You're telling me that we don't have an encroachment bylaw, what's the answer that you got from Ms. Bigger? Is that encroachment agreement is invalid because we don't have a bylaw, or is she just suggesting it would be easier for you to do a whole lot of them if you had a bylaw?
I think what she was suggesting is that the encroachment bylaw is all encompassing. It basically says on municipally owned properties, you cannot encroach except for the following reasons. You could still frankly go ahead and have individual encroachment agreements, and that encroachment agreement on Shirley Road is not negated. And there may be others that I'm not aware of that are sitting in our books. But for the purposes of what you were trying to accomplish out at Bolger, the idea was that the municipality owns this property and you cannot encroach unless we say you can. And you can approach us for an agreement, and the answer may or may not be no. So that's the idea of having an all-encompassing encroachment agreement or bylaw that she said that many municipalities do. So she looked at other municipalities and made it a Whitestone, somewhat simplified bylaw, which I think it is. So that's the idea behind it. It does not negate the Shirley Road encroachment agreement, and I don't know if our planning assistant knows if there's others. There may be others that are on the books and have been for some time, but that's one that's most familiar to council because the property changed hands, and so it came before council recently. So that was brought to their attention, and that one is, you know, we've had a few issues with it, but we're managing it and it's working out nicely.
But
So hopefully that answers.
it would be fair to say though that the encroachment agreement is not necessary in order for this bylaw to be enforceable. The parking bylaw, it's not a.
No, the parking bylaw and the encroachment bylaw are addressing two different issues. There's some
Okay.
similarities, I agree, but they're addressing sort of the permanence that people sometimes feel they have, or the entitlement of encroaching on municipal property.
Okay, thank you. That's where I wanted to get to. Okay, so other,
So, yeah, so,
are there other?
yeah, I'm still
Councilor
on
Knapp?
my questions, I think. So starting on page 85. Well, I realize, but it says it's not in here, it's not in here, it's not in here. Why wouldn't we put them in? That no private docks be allowed on municipal control lands without a permit.
Right, if I could
So it's,
bring to
that's-
your attention,
So all
Councilor.
these, I don't want to get tripped up, right? I don't want to say, oh, you should have put that in there and you shouldn't, like, if you're comfortable that with what you're suggesting between the encroachment agreement and the traffic bylaw that, or encroachment bylaw and this bylaw, that we cover all the things that we've said around all our boat launches, then I'm okay with it.
So the memo you're reading from is from April 16th. So that was the first memo that came to
Oh.
council. And I appreciate the amount of material that
sorry,
gets
I'm sorry.
included.
I didn't,
Um,
okay, I thought it was,
So that was my first pass at saying,
okay.
these are the things that you want to do. And the
I
reason we
apologize.
can't do them in the traffic
I
bylaw. So
apologize. Okay.
I think to answer your question, and this comes from speaking with our lawyer, I'm comfortable with the two bylaws that they will address what council needs addressed based on the resolutions of last June and last December. That's
Okay, but and then the fines and per day shouldn't negate our ability to pass this today, should it? In principle, as you say, or in, pass it in whatever term you use, substantially.
Substantially in the form,
that-
substantially in the form is the typical words.
Okay.
I think my recommendation to council, if you don't mind, is pass the bylaw. We will get legal advice tomorrow. And if something changes or it needs to change in order to make the bylaw enforceable, if we have to, the worst case scenarios, it has to be rescinded, the wording has to change, and then it has to be passed again, then we will do that in the next
Okay.
week or so.
Okay, then
I really am not comfortable with a confident answer for you on that, but I understand where you want to go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, just getting back to that, I know we want to move on. So yeah, I concur with Councillor Lamb if on schedule. Where is it here? On schedule, attachment 3, under column 3, set fine amount, it says per calendar day. And then again, item 20 and 21 for the accessible parking be increased to 400. And item 23 and 24 be 250. And I think if we do this and pass it substantially in the form, I think what we could do, if needed, under definitions, you could put under definition, set fine amount as a definition, set fine amount, and say, as shown on attachment 3 is per calendar day. And under definitions, you could refer back and say, hey, the set fine amount shown on schedule attachment 3 is per calendar day. I think that would get that. And then the only other comment they had out of everything in here is on schedule 10, which is page 127. And I believe this was here when I read the bylaw, basically to say, this is locations per official signage installed by the municipality of Whitestone boat storage areas. So, I think we have the area at Bolger where people pull up their boats onto the shore and they can be there. At Indian Narrows, where you've graveled, people will pull it up. But I think this only shows certain lakes, for example. So I know on Gooseneck Lake, for example, people will pull up and tie up. So I just don't want this to be that if people are doing stuff at other lakes, that they can't pull their boat up like they've been doing for years. So that's the only thing I see in Schedule 10 is there might be a few other lakes. I think, yeah, it's kind of all the lakes. If you pull it up and it's an assigned area, all the lakes should be listed here if it's in an authorized area. So I think you just list all the landings here and it says locations per official signage. So if there's a sign there, you can pull it up. And so I think it should be listed all the lakes on Schedule 10. And if there's no sign, then somebody can get a ticket. Right? And as time goes on, maybe we'll come and say, hey, Works Department, can you make sure there's a sign at Gooseneck Lake or make sure there's a sign at Snakeskin, wherever it might be, but at least if we list them all. So I don't know what other people's thoughts are on that. That's the only other comment I had besides the set fine amounts per day. I think staff have done a good job again of going through this and listening to stuff and coming back a couple times. I do think it's something that we should pass today for sure for the reasons discussed. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just to explain Schedule 10, not that I necessarily disagree with you, Councillor Nash. Schedule 10 was an add-on from the last, and this was brought to our attention by our lawyer, where we reference boat storage areas. And the ones that are listed here are defined, and actually probably our public works manager knows much more about this than I do. These are locations that have had signs since I've been with the municipality, which isn't a great deal of time. It's coming on to 7 years. There's just places where people pull up their tinner boats, and we're not talking about anything large at this point. And they leave them there. They leave them there for the winter. They leave them there for the summer. They go back and forth, and these are the existing areas where there's been what we call boat storage that and you're right, Indian Narrows is cleaned up. I was out there yesterday and it looks pretty nice. It's neat and tidy and organized. There's a lot more boats than there were last year, but people are organized and they kind of manage manage it themselves, frankly. Farley's Road is managed nicely. I haven't been down to LaBrache for a while, but I don't know if, are there other spots where people do store boats, or you're suggesting that we list them all, and if in fact people wanted to store a boat and there's no sign, then the sign has to be installed?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's not storage. I was thinking it was more somebody comes, they pull their boat up on shore, they run to town, come back and leave. It's not somewhere where it's stored overnight. So I get the definition now. So I think it makes total sense. So forget what I've said.
Yeah, the folks, and I noticed again, I'll use Indian Narrows as an example. I actually took our deputy clerk out there for a drive, and there was 3 boats that were pulled up off, to, you know, if you're looking at the lake, they were off to the left-hand side. My assumption is they had gone to town for groceries, you know, and I think you can say no harm, no foul. It is Whitestone, it's a rural community. And I think the municipality would hear about it if those boats were there for a long period of time. So that, if that has to be addressed in a future bylaw, we can.
Okay, other questions or comments? Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick, but there's a couple of things I would just want to ask a question about. So on page 86, under item E, I know what it says here, you know, no storage containers allowed on municipally controlled lands without a permit. Completely understandable. But the box below says storage containers are not covered by the Ontario Building Code, so no building permit could be issued. Whitestone does not have an established permit system, protocol, or policy for storage containers. This component is not referenced in the bylaw at this time. Council will want to consider the usefulness of this component, i.e. without a permit, and advise accordingly. So I understand what we're trying to do on the shore allowance there, but the storage containers, isn't a sea can considered a storage container? Those that we do allow those in this municipality. I know because I yelled and screamed about it from the floor years ago. And I want to say that what was passed was you were allowed to have the 20-foot sea can in Whitestone, but you guys put a prohibition on 40-foot sea cans. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Storage containers. Well, I think, let me go back. So firstly, what you're looking at is the memo that was sent on April 16th. So
Yeah.
the original discussion.
Yep.
And what I was trying to point out to council is that, and it was the storage containers council was worried about that were a meter by a meter, and people were putting life jackets and
Yep.
gas cans in there. Those are the things you didn't want. Really didn't want to, we weren't getting into, nobody was dragging sea cans over to Bolger.
Yep.
You're technically right, but for the purposes of the council resolution, it was assumed that it was the small storage containers that were there left there day after day, and, you know, for a full year. So
Yep.
all of those storage containers are addressed in the encroachment bylaw. But if you want a sea can, you get to go to the building official and make that approval if it's over a certain size. So that's the separation of the two issues.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to touch on that because that is something that I'm going to bring up at a future date. Not anytime soon, but I will bring that up. But we'll leave it for now. The next one on page 107, Schedule 1A, the Maple Island Road.
Let me just get to it. Yep.
It's just the parking restrictions and prohibitions on certain highways anytime. And it caught my attention when I was flipping through it. It says Maple Island Road, both sides, 520 from the 520 north for 35 meters. But that's where our thrift shop is, and everybody parks there. So I caught that and thought I'd ask the question, that's all.
I'll let the public works manager speak to that. What you want people to do, and frankly, I did it myself on Saturday because I was at the thrift shop. And what we don't want people to do is park too close to the stop sign.
Yep.
So you park back far enough. And I mean, I knew that the bylaw was coming in, and you don't want to park right beside a stop sign anyway.
Yep.
So you park far enough back, actually kind of in front of the driveway, the private driveway that's just a little bit to the north there. So
Yep.
the idea is just to keep folks from parking too close to the stop sign, which is really right adjacent to the thrift shop. And I think that's been in there for some time. But I actually did want to speak to the public works manager to make sure the signs are up. So maybe he could speak to that. So it's really just a safety issue.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I've got this, a note down here to review that. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to highlight that because I know every weekend now, I'm seeing more and more people go to the thrift shop, which I think is fantastic. It's an awesome little store. You go in and get whatever you need kind of thing, right?
Through you,
Go ahead, you.
sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. To answer your previous question or to touch on that, your question regarding the storage containers on municipal lands, I don't know of any sea containers on our lands or municipally owned lands.
Thanks for that, Dave. I completely get that. I was just reading it as this prohibition on sea cans in total, right? So on any property. But thanks for that.
Again, I would just point out to you that the 50, used to be 50 feet, 15 meters of an intersection. The thrift shop is located at the intersection of a provincial highway, which is 520. That's an offense under the HTA. So if the cops come by and they think they very rarely lay these charges, but if they think somebody is too close to the intersection, that they might be obscuring the view or whatever, they have the ability to charge you under the HTA.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do get it when Councillor Woods brought it up, but I totally understand why it's 0.035. So what's that, 35 meters? And I do get it. It's right at the intersection of a Y saying, hey, just park a little further down, even though people might park there, but maybe however we do the signage and they can see a parking sign further down will make sense. It makes sense why it's there to try and clear the intersection, but we know people will park there. But hopefully over time, like the CAO did, oh, we know this is here now, let's just park a little bit further down. So it's education, I think.
Yeah, the argument also you could make is that I don't think it's prohibited in their stopping, is it? I mean, you'd have to look carefully in the stopping section, but someone could argue, well, I'm stopping there because I'm picking something up that I bought, or I'm delivering something to them for them to sell, right? Or whatever. And as long as you're not there for a long period of time, you're not likely going to attract any enforcement attention. Anyway, are there other? Councilor Bray, did you have any questions or comments about this? No? Are we? Okay. So I'm just going to make a couple of brief comments. I want to say at the outset, I did take a look at it sort of from a, have we managed to clean up what we had before? Because if you recall, we looked at this quite a long time ago, and I spent some time on the bylaw back when we were looking at charging people for parking, which required certain things to go in there, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But in any case, I think that staff and with the assistance that they got have done a very good job of sort of cleaning it up, if you will, trying to get it into the form where it looks. I didn't have time to really look at it carefully, but it looks like it's fairly consistent and it's perfectly structured and everything, and so that part of it is good. Unfortunately, as I think you know, I have continue to have a huge problem with what is driving us to do this against the deadline, which is frankly is an artificial deadline, and I have a huge problem with the impact of the fact that there's all this provision in here which relates to really essentially relates to this solution that some councillors came up with to perceived problems at Bolger and Washcash. And I think what we're doing is we're creating something that doesn't really add any value for us and makes things more difficult for the ratepayers that use those. I cannot be convinced that all of our landings, because this is the landings portion of it, that all of our landings can be treated or should be treated in the same way. Their situations are very different. And we're trying to impose what really amounts to a fairly heavy-handed solution. I'm extremely concerned that this is, in order to enforce this, it's going to be, if we're actually going to enforce it, it's going to be the work involved in doing it is going to be quite intensive. And it will end up, I'm concerned that it'll end up being unenforceable and people will just continue to do whatever they want to do. Or we'll get into situations where we're in court for a lot of these things, if we do try to enforce it. So the other thing about it is that, and I understand them and sympathetic towards the idea that we should be upgrading the landings. I don't have an issue with that. But I don't believe that we have the money or that it's fair to all the ratepayers of Whitestone to charge them for trying to have uniform facilities at every landing that we have, and to enforce all of these things without an offsetting revenue stream. And we had a very good proposal for charging people to park, which I think would have provided that revenue, but that's all gone out of here, and there is no provision in the bylaw for us to charge anything. Other than the fact that, and this is kind of ironic, because the only people that we charge people for things for are the people who have a right to use the landing at Farley's Road, and of course the people who don't have a right to get to use it for free, right? So, but go figure. Anyway, to cut to the chase, I simply cannot support this motion. I don't think it's going to be, when it comes to the vote, I think it's going to cause more trouble than it's worth, and I don't think those provisions are fair or reasonable. So in spite of all the good work that's been done on this, I'm going to have to vote against it. And I predict if we pass it, we'll be back before long trying to figure out how to get out of this situation we're putting ourselves in. So that's all I have to say. Is there anything else any other comments people want to make?
So can you tell me what page actually I see the bylaw that we're going to be voting on? Because I have a hard time.
Oh, sorry, it's in with the bylaws section, isn't it?
So we're not actually voting on this right
We're not
now?
voting. No, we're not voting on.
Okay.
We're not voting on anything right now. We're
Perfect,
just having a
perfect.
discussion in
Yeah.
committee of the whole. But
So-
we'll come to it after lunch,
Yeah,
right?
so that's fine. So I guess my thing is that if we're voting on it, and there are some things in there that might need to be changed, I'm just concerned that we're gonna be having to do too much work on coming back. I mean, if with the encroachment bylaw, we probably aren't going to pass right away, are we, today?
Through you, Ms. Mayor, no.
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 It's
So
not on the agenda.
encroachment is really the one that has to do with the, with municipal shore road allowance usage, like anybody using or parking or having anything on that. So this one is really about our parking and trailers. So it's not to do with shore road allowances, correct? I just
Through
want,
you, Mr. Yes, correct. The main substance of this bylaw that council wanted addressed is the trailers. There's a whole lot more in the parking and trailer bylaw, of course, because we did an update on all sorts of things that, you don't know what you don't know until you actually looked at it, and we realized it. You can't just add something, it had to be updated. So yes, the purpose of the trailer and parking bylaw being passed today is to be able to, one, make sure that our set fines are in place and approved, which may or may not take a little bit longer now that we want it to be per day. I just don't know. It may be very simple. I don't know. But to be able to enforce the trailer parking issue that council had interest in by those two resolutions. The encroachment is really just an opportunity, as I said previously, to manage those items. And frankly, it's a much simpler bylaw.
Yeah, okay.
And with few minor adjustments, which I'm already aware of, in talking to our lawyer, that I don't see any reason why you wouldn't want to pass that in July and then have that process in place as well.
So I got approached by someone who was concerned about this parking, about the 14 days and the fact that I think there are people who are there either before most of the people are coming up for the season, or stay later than most of the people who would normally close up at say Thanksgiving and would be done, and might use that, and whether or not there could be anything to any leniency on those shoulder times of the season. And I just wondered if that was something that anybody was interested in discussing or thinking about, because, you know, I mean, we don't want to penalize people for something that is not really a problem in November or in April.
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, respond. It's one person. You can't write bylaws for one person. But secondly, a lot of this stuff is by complaint, particularly in November, right? So I don't see the bylaw officer, you know, going out in November when no one's in the parking lot and starting to ticket people. That's the practical sort of part of it all. So I don't see it as particularly an issue. But you know, if we pass a bylaw and someone complains about that trailer or that car or that whatever, then I guess the bylaw officer would have to enforce it. But I don't see people doing that, right? Anyway, that's just my comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment on that. So just from very technical black and white perspective, council passes a bylaw that says you cannot park your trailer without being attached to a vehicle, and you can't park it attached to a vehicle for more than 14 days. So if council wants that enforced by complaint only, then it's by complaint only for the full year. If you want it enforced by complaint only just on the shoulder seasons, then that has to come as a council resolution or a direction, because the bylaw is the bylaw. So, you know, there has to be some consistency. The way the bylaw it reads and is passed, then there's an expectation that the bylaw enforcement officer, I'm assuming that's what council wants, is going to go out and start watching on a daily basis. How long is that trailer and that vehicle being parked there? And, you know, they may be there for 4 days. The bylaw officer will record that. They may come back for another 4 days. They're going to have a way of documenting, and probably by picture and license plate for both the trailer and the vehicle, how long they've been, because it's 4 days, or it's 14 days annually, not just 14 days consecutive. So that's going to, it's doable. It's just going to take some more effort than was normally done when in regard to parking issues. So that's the challenge. I see what you're saying when, you know, I mean, I was out at Wawashkesh yesterday and there was a few vehicles, you know, nothing in the way. There were some trailers that were not attached to a vehicle. There was trailers attached to a vehicle. There was trailers in the bush. So, you know, that's going to get resolved. But to have a casual conversation about when the bylaw officer enforces and not enforces, it's not really fair to the bylaw enforcement officer, especially since we know that we're getting a new one in the near future because our current bylaw enforcement officer has resigned at the end of the year. So there has to be some clarity. If you want something, if you want it enforced differently, then the bylaw has to state that. So that's the challenge with saying, well, don't worry about the shoulder seasons, because that has to be a decision of the majority of council, that's how you want it enforced. So that's the challenge I have with saying, don't worry about the shoulder seasons, just the summer.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just in response to, I think it was all the questions, starting with Counselor Bray's. I think if you ended up saying, will allow, I think like Counselor Lamb said, it was one person, I think I got a similar phone call.
So did I.
Then, then it will be, well, we'll allow it in March, but not in June. Well, why don't you allow it in June? Or we'll allow it in the off season, and then before you know it, there's 20 snowmobile trailers at a Indian Narrows Landing or Gooseneck Landing or wherever it might be, right? So I think it's just, this is it. And then be it a bylaw officer's going by once a day, or they're going by once every 3 days, whatever their schedule might be, when they're out and about, if they see something, they'll write it down and note it, just like in the city of Toronto, there's not a bylaw officer there. If you park at the side of the road and get a ticket one day, you might not get it the next day. It just depends when they're there. But I don't think, I think you just have to do it for a whole year thing. And there's always other places that people can go to store their trailers in the off season, probably even easier. And actually in the spring and the late fall is probably the time you want the least vehicles in the parking lot because of how soft the ground is and damage it can cause, right? So anyways, I know we have to move on to pass this later, but that's my comment on that one.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping that maybe we could try and wrap up our committee of the whole before we break for lunch, but I did remember that I had two questions that I wanted to just ask our staff if they consider that this is covered by this bylaw, two situations. The first one I'll mention, there was a complaint filed with the bylaw officer a couple of weeks ago about a boat which is tied, has been tied permanently for several weeks to the dock at Bennett's Bay. And someone on Washkesh sent him a note and said the bylaw officer, this boat's been here. It looks like a contractor's boat. It's one of those big flat workboat kind of things. His response was, well, it's not covered. No offense, not a bylaw issue, right? Because I guess we don't have a current bylaw about parking boats, right? Makes sense. My question to staff is that going under this situation, is that gonna be enforced, or is that enforceable? Is that an offense or not?
And through you, wouldn't that be under the encroachment agreement, maybe? Not this parking, because this is for
No, because
vehicles, right?
it's a dock, right? The dock's in the water. But it's ground land where we have an LUP.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's our dock.
Yeah, it is our dock. Yeah,
So we should-
exactly.
As far as I'm
Yeah.
concerned, we should be able to remove it. You're tied off to our dock under the encroachment, then we move it.
No, but I'm asking, does this, see, it isn't an offense today because we don't have a bylaw that talks about boats.
I hear you. Just question for you though. What do we do down here? Because we put those docks in, people use them. If anybody ties up there for a week, would we do anything about it? I don't. I'm
Well,
just
that's
asking a
exactly
question. I don't know.
that's exactly my question. Is this covered? That's all I'm trying to find out.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's not covered in the parking and traffic bylaw, but I think that we could add something to the encroachment bylaw that would include municipally owned docks. And we haven't had that problem here in Dunchurch. I've seen boats pulled up there, and actually I've seen them there for a day or two, but again, if it's not hurting anything and it's occasional, then that's, I guess you can say that's the Whitestone way. If it was, it was a derelict boat that just stayed there forever, we might be hard pressed at this point to remove it. But I think that might be the answer, is the dock is an asset, a municipally owned asset, and could probably be incorporated into the encroachment bylaw. That's what I'm thinking at this point, but it's not covered in the parking and traffic bylaw.
Okay, well, thank you. That's, I was just looking to see for what we were gonna. if this is-
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it might sound really silly, but I think if we're talking about an encroachment agreement, if we have a dock and somebody's tying off on our property, you could say no. If somebody really wanted to and not put any ties off on our dock and put an anchor right next to our dock, you might not be able to do anything, but the second they tie off on our asset, I think is where the problem would be created. But I think it's not in the traffic, but that's for a future time. I think that's a good point that you've raised.
Okay, let me give you my second one real quick. Yesterday, I happened to notice that there is a vehicle parked on a regular basis in front of the Twist. And so this is not this is not a boat, it's a vehicle. And I was advised that it's been there for quite a while on a daily basis. So somebody is using it as parking area, and presumably what they're doing is carpooling, and I am not complaining about this. I don't, if that's in fact what's going on. But my question is, it is municipal property. Somebody's parking there. We don't have any, so are they going to have to, if they want to do that, are we either going to have to designate it as you know, a shared parking area for commuters, or are we going to have to issue an encroachment permit to the person, or what, how do we deal with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually a staff member. And what we're moving towards is something we do at this time of year anyway. Many of us are actually parking out of the Church Street parking lot. And our summer student said, you know, would it be okay if I park over at the Twist? And I said, sure, because she likes for a little walk. So some of us are parking alongside the pavilion, and the rest of staff in the next week or so will be finding parking spaces elsewhere to make sure that the parking area is open for the swimmers in the swim program and the people that like to use the beach. So yes, that is a summer student that's.
But we should do something to make, otherwise it could, is it not an offense under this bylaw that we have?
Well, I think eventually we're going to be discussing the Twist and what we're going to do with the whole property, right? And you know, some would argue we turn it into a parking lot, right? But anyway.
Well, okay,
You're right.
fine.
We
I
hadn't
just-
contemplated that. If in fact someone was carpooling and they were parking there, and they were coming and going on a daily basis, I'm not sure it's particularly offensive. It's certainly not an offense in the bylaw, but I'm not sure it's offensive. If someone parked there a derelict vehicle and then they brought in a trailer and then all of a sudden we've got problems, then we'd have to deal with it. But
That's the encroachment agreement.
Councillor Woods.
Just a comment about the Twist parking. I mean, that was a request of all of us last term and this term, was for staff in the height of swim season, if they could all find somewhere else to park. I just told somebody with a boat trailer that was having a hard time parking on the side of the road, feel free to use the Twist property to park there, because it's easier to get in and out with a trailer, right?
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not complaining about this, believe me. I'm concerned that somehow we're tripping somebody up doing it, that's all. If this, just was curious how this bylaw would apply to it. Anyway, if we're done talking about this one, is there anything, we've talked a fair bit about the encroachment bylaw. Is there anything more, Madam CAO, that you want to say about that one? Because we don't have the same, we're not approving it in this. We're not seeking to approve it in this meeting. We're just seeking to get comments. We've already had some.
yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the memo explains it all. We were looking for, originally, I think when it came to the encroachments, and specifically on the Bolger Shore Road allowance where this originally came up, we're thinking, or I had been given some advice that we might use the Trespass Act, but it's provincially managed and it's not something our bylaw officer can enforce. But an encroachment bylaw is something our bylaw officer can enforce. And as I said, I got some legal advice, and her recommendation is just create a all-encompassing encroachment bylaw that says, you know, you can't encroach on municipal property unless we say so, you know, with the exceptions of, you know, obviously one of them is your mailbox and super mailboxes. And so that's the intent of come back. And I like the idea of adding in the docks, and we'll get some advice on that before it comes back in July. And then, as I said in the last part of the memo, an example where this is applicable would be council providing authorization for the use of the shore road allowance adjacent to Bolger Landing. Because what I had heard from council is you don't mind when folks pull up their boats there and park it overnight or, you know, for the season from time to time. You just don't want any of their assets sitting on municipal property. So that could be an authorization that council provides either by resolution or it can simply be embedded in the encroachment bylaw. Now, you don't want necessarily people pulling up on all the shore road allowances adjacent to the landings for an extended period of time. And that's where council has that authority to make those decisions when it comes to encroachment. Right, thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments on encroachment?
Are we talking about the encroachment now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we moved from parking to encroachment.
I just have a couple real quick things, and I think just what the CAO said is a good direction. The only thing I'd make note of, you know, the encroachment agreement is going to say you can't do this here, here, and here. This isn't an offer to say we expect that there's going to be 15 people applying for encroachment agreements and we're going to be giving them out to everybody for a shore dock or anything. This is really to say you can't do it. There really isn't a way to get, as an example, a shore dock or permit, right? Not to confuse people. So kind of, this is an agreement to say, this is what's happening. You can't do this. If somebody really wants to come forward, I guess technically we can entertain something, but the idea of what we're doing for shore dockers and storage units, be it on any lake, is that they won't be permitted and there won't be an encroachment agreement entered, except on a very, very, very limited circumstances like Shirley Road, right? There might be one or two here and there. It's not the norm. It's the abnormal, right?
Through your Mayor Conley, yes, that's correct. There is not a process in place where right now there's a process where you can apply for a dock on a shore road allowance, as I said previously, that's in front of your home. You don't own the shore road allowance, so you can apply for the dock and you can apply for an agreement. And council made that clear a couple of years ago. But as far as the shore dockers or those other assets that people may want to put on the shore road allowance, the expectation is they would write a letter to council. Council would entertain the request. You may ask staff for a report because you're right, there may be exceptional circumstances and you know, you don't know what you don't know. There might be something that comes forward that makes sense to council and you agree to enter an agreement. But at this point, that's the idea that it's very clear you can't encroach on the shore road allowance for the purposes of installing assets.
So today, through you, Mr. Mayor, so today we're going to sort of pass this in principle or something? Is that, and then next month we're going to formally approve it or what?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there's no need to pass it in principle. I think that the general conversation that we've heard has provided direction to staff.
Okay.
They'll come back with as I said, I'm already aware of a couple of updates, minor. We'll look at adding docks in, and then the idea is that you pass it at the next council meeting.
So I heard that, so technically if I'm, for instance, on Wawashkesh and I want a dock, then I need to come in and first get an encroachment agreement and then get a building permit after that. Is that the correct process? And we're not,
Yes.
I take it, we're not entering into encroachment agreements because I guess people are either replacing their dock or not putting new ones in or just ignoring it, right? Which I suspect the third is probably the option that most people are taking out there and other places. I mean, how many dock permits do we actually, because it happens on Whitestone. Well, Whitestone doesn't have a shore road allowance, but happens all over the place. I see all kinds of docks every year going in. And I'll almost bet 80% of them don't have permits, but I may be wrong. Do we have any sense of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have to look back on the last few CBO reports where he does report how many dock permits he's issued.
Okay.
But if someone wanted to install a dock and they went to the building, it's not a building permit, it's an actual dock permit. It's slightly
Yeah.
different. And the CBO realized that they didn't own the shore road allowance, he would tell them, you need to enter into an encroachment agreement with the municipality. It's not a difficult thing to do. There's a small
Okay.
cost. And then I can issue, once you have that agreement, then I can issue a dock permit.
Or you can buy the shore road.
Or you can buy the shore road
if-
allowance.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You know, this is, I hate to keep adding complexity to this subject, but under the proposed encroachment agreement, what would prevent a resident on Boulder Lake from coming to us and saying, oh, okay, fine, I'm not supposed to have a shore docker. I want a dock now. And it's not a matter of, you know, them, but they can't buy the shore road allowance. It's because they don't own the property that's behind it. But they could ask for an encroachment agreement and
And then it would
And
be
we've done that.
yeah.
And we've
We
done
have
it in
good-
other
good
places.
approved
So now we're discriminating against them. If we say to them, sorry, you can't have one, but other people can. So, and maybe that satisfies their requirement. I don't know. Make it easier for them to tie their boat up to something in a secure place and get in and out of it, right? I mean, is that? I'm just asking.
Well, again, you can, we could sit all day and think, what ifs and what ifs and what ifs. This council has made it clear that we don't want out of Boulder shore dockers, storage containers, winches that are permanently there, and docks. That's very clear through at least 2 motions of council. So staff has to implement that motion. And it's very clear what council has decided, and up to the municipality and staff to enforce that is the way I see it. You know, the one on Shirley Road, I mean, again, there's no shore road allowance there. There is no shore road allowance.
But it's a road allowance.
It's a road allowance, yeah, so it's
Mhm.
different than a
Yeah,
shore
which
road
is
allowance.
yeah.
It's different in my mind, and you know, that was an exception, right? And it was done before, and I just, you know, I would be very upset if I found out that 3 months from now, someone called me and said, why is that shore docker out at Boulder? And someone said, well, because staff in the building or whoever approved it, right? Like it's clear what our direction is. And I still stand by that direction because it makes sense to me. And I'm not going to get into what Mr. Williamson had suggested because it's flawed in so many ways and that isn't the subject right now. But I don't see the issue. We're trying to enforce what council's will is, and I don't see that will that has changed at all. So, and I think Councillor Nash is along the same line in some of his questions. So we can have what ifs forever, but anyway, thank you.
Councillor Ray.
Yeah, I think we can have what ifs forever. I mean, but I do think that when we have something like the encroachment bylaw, and we didn't have that before, and I wasn't aware of it. So obviously, when I voted for the no shore dockers, I was voting for the no shore dockers because of the liability to the municipality. And if there were ways and means of being able to mitigate that liability, I wouldn't be, I certainly wouldn't be so hard and fast on maintaining what we have decided, because I think that there are times when we need to relook at things. We need to assess whether what we're doing is overly punitive for people, or whether we're being we're not listening to the needs of the people there. I've heard all kinds of things about how, you know, they take advantage of the municipality's space and things like that. And I agree, but if we have means of being able to deal with it and deal with it in a proper way that mitigates the liability of the municipality, then I don't see that as being that big a problem. I think it's better to work with people. And the reason that I voted for it the last time was because the Pioneer, the Magnetawan Pioneer Association didn't come back with any other suggestions. Had they come back with some suggestions, maybe then I would have voted no to say, hey, we should be looking at some things. I think there's a point where we have to be reasonable as counselors and remember that ratepayers aren't just aren't going to be able to come up with things immediately. And maybe it does take time, and they have come back and said they would like something different. So, I'm not so hard and fast on these things. And I think we need to think of things. We need to think of ways of working with people, not working against people.
All right, thank you. So can we, have we done with the encroachment bylaw for now? Are you good? Yep. Go. All right. Could I get a motion done to reconvene into a regular meeting, please? And then we'll take a break. So Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by Councillor Woods. That council reconvene to a regular meeting at, it looks like 12:52 p.m. All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you. That's carried. And I will now declare a recess for, I'm assuming our lunch is ready. Is that? Oh, yeah, it's been for a while, hasn't it? Okay, thank you.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think about 20 minutes would be probably good if we can keep it to that. Thank you. We still have a fair bit to do here. Whoops, let's put that over there. And there's a rising frequency in the whole. And we are at item, well, we're at matters arising from committee of the whole. Item 5.1 is the planning matter of the applicants Susan Jennings and Randy Johnson. Adjustment to property boundaries, if you like, a consent. I'll read the suggested motion. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B19/2024 Whitestown. The applicants are Susan Jennings and Randy Johnson, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestown. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestown receives this memorandum of information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestown recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that the applicant's solicitor confirms in writing that the transferred lands merge in title with the benefiting lands. And 2, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Lamb is moving and Councillor Nash is seconding. Any discussion on this motion? If not, I'll ask our clerk to call the roll since this is a planning matter.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion is carried.
thank you. Yes. Thank you. Item 5.2 is the draft trailer bylaw. The suggested motion is as follows, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the draft trailer bylaw and the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated June 18th, 2024, and that council directs that no further work is required on this bylaw at this time. Mover and seconder for that one. Anybody? Councillor Woods moves and Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion on this one? All right, do we need a recorded vote for this one or not? Or just people are shaking their heads. Okay, fine. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
But through you,
that-
isn't that a planning matter? And any planning matter in the new procedural bylaw, we need to, oh, I believe in the procedural bylaw. Is this not working?
Yeah, you got it.
I believe in the procedural bylaw, any planning matter, I believe, needs the recorded vote.
I don't know.
I
if
would
it's-
suggest this isn't a planning matter.
Yeah.
It's in committee of the whole, but
Oh,
it's not a
okay,
planning
yeah.
matter.
All right,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
All right, that was my that was my opinion
My
as well, but
apologies.
thank you. Everybody, again, this is carried unanimously, it appears. Item 5.3 is the draft traffic and parking bylaw. The suggested motion is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the traffic and parking bylaw and the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated July 18th, 2024. And that the council of the municipality of Whitestone substantially adopts bylaw 33-2024, being a bylaw to regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles, boats, camping units, and trailers in the municipality of Whitestone, and to repeal bylaws 25-2020, 25-2010 and 38-2016. Those editorially, those being the previous bylaws that have not been repealed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hadn't read this closely. I believe it should read that the council municipality adopt bylaw 33 such and such substantially in the form as presented on June 18th. So if council would indulge me, I'm just going to work with the mayor for a minor change. It's not grammatically correct the way it's written. So just one moment, please.
I don't know what's wrong with it exactly.
We're not substantially. You either adopt or you don't. You never substantially.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
I'm gonna argue that anyway.
Adopts bylaw. Let's see. The form. June 18th. Or, and then just put that in there.
Okay, I'm going to read the that second clause of the motion that I read earlier with, that the clerk has just amended. The first one is simply to receive the bylaw and the draft bylaw and the memorandum for information. But the part that's amended is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone adopts bylaw 33-2024 substantially in the form presented on June 18th, 2024, being a bylaw to regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles, boats, camping units, and trailers in the municipality of Whitestone, and to repeal bylaws 25-2010 and 38-2016. So is there a mover and seconder to that amended motion? I see Councillor Woods moving, Counselor Nash seconds. Is there any further discussion on this? Counselor Lamb.
So I guess substantially meaning the changing of those 3 fines, I think, or 2 or 3 fines, plus putting per day on top. And the plan going forward is that CEO clerk will do a quick legal review on that item in the next day or so. And if there is a problem with that, that she'll notify council, and we may need a special meeting to deal with that if that occurs. But I don't see why what we've done will be any problem, right? But anyway, is that the way we're going, Madam Clerk? Do I capture that right?
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Yes, that's what we understand. And those, that council direction will be captured in the minutes of the meeting. It's not captured in the bylaw, but in the under clerk's note in the meeting minutes, we'll capture that. And there's legal review, and then we have to go to the Ministry of the Attorney General. So we'll get that sorted out, and either myself or the deputy clerk will get back to council
But
on.
we'll still be passing the bylaw later in the meeting.
That's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Nash.
Yep, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think I have a very similar comment to Counselor Lamb, and just that I understand this will be increasing 2 numbers to 400, increasing 2 items to 250, and making a note under attachment 3 that is per day and somewhere in the bylaw, just giving a definition that is per day for the fines for those on schedule 3 or item 3. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. I am not, I'm not convinced from a legal point of view that we can substantially adopt the bylaw. But in any case, I guess we can try it and see what happens. We may obtain legal advice either from our own solicitor or from Ministry of the Attorney General when they read the wording of that, say, sorry, that's not good enough. You need to come back with the exact thing that you've got, and then and I guess if that happens, then it'll take longer. But anyway, I'm not offering a legal opinion. I'm just saying it's a concern. Yeah. All right. So if there are no further comments about this, I'll call the question and we'll have a recorded vote. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Thank you. Number 5.4 is about the draft encroachment bylaw. The suggested motion is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the draft encroachment bylaw and the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated June 18th, 2024. So mover and seconder for that. Councillor Nash moves, seconded by Councillor Woods, I saw. First, okay. Any discussion on this one?
Yeah, quick discussion. I know I've already spoken about it before, but when I go through it, I don't see any reason why. I guess I'm asking what other council might think of passing it today. I don't see anything in there I think that's too drastic, and if something needs to be updated down the road, we can always bring it back like we do with many other things. You know, I think we talked about a boat being tied up somewhere, and I think that's a little different than encroachments, I'll call it, right? So the way I read this, I don't really see too much wrong with it, and I think the CAO has worked with a lawyer, from what I understand, on the wording of it. When I read it, I think it reads fairly well. So I don't know what others might think, but I'd propose a motion that it be adopted today.
Well, in that case, you would be proposing an amendment to your.
Yeah.
Because you already made a motion to receive it for information and nothing about adopting it, so.
Yeah, so that's why it would be an amendment to adopt it, right? Receiving it for information and then we're adopting it.
All right, well, before we start reading, is there a seconder for that motion to adopt it?
Sure.
Just for clarity, Mayor,
Oh, well,
the adoption of the bylaw is not on the agenda. It's not under bylaws.
yeah,
I do feel, frankly, I think it's in good shape as well. Actually, I liked it when I saw it and we worked on it. I think there's a few things that we'd like to just smooth out the edges on. And if council is agreeable, that I don't see any problem with coming back in July and being finalized. And we also want to talk about the set fines and how that works as well. I think that piece is missing.
Okay, that's fine. If that's what you'd prefer, that's fine. I'll take back my suggestion. Then if it comes back to the next meeting, then it makes sense. If there's a few things you want to just double, triple check on, that's fine.
okay, thank you. Are there any other comments about this? All right, I guess we can call the question and all those in favor of receiving this for information. That motion is carried. Thank you. All right, the next portion of our meeting is about the naming of a private road, and it is being done in a public meeting. So we need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone moves into the public meeting at, we'll say, oh, can't see my clock because there's a message that says 4,000 items are slowing down my PC. $1.148, how about that? 1:48 PM approximately. Whoops. Just lost my screen in the process of doing that. Okay, mover and seconder. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor of moving into a public meeting? I see all hands up. That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next motion is to reconvene, so let's not do that. I will then follow the procedure for a public meeting. The first is to call to order, and once again, I will introduce council and staff. We have with us councillors Woods, sorry, Gray, Lamb, and Nash. And we have our CAO, Michelle Hendry, our Manager of Public Works, Dave Creaser, our Planning Assistant, Paula Macri, our Fire Chief, Bob Whitman, and our Deputy Clerk, sorry, and Wendy Schroeder. So that's who's here, and I see that's who's here in the room in the council chamber, and there are a couple of folks who are online following the proceedings on Zoom. Once again, is there any pecuniary interest to declare in regards to this matter by councilors? Okay, so that's none declared. The protocol for the meeting is that the chairperson asks that all comments be addressed through the chairperson, that's me, and that the person making the comments state their name before speaking. I will ask the clerk at this point how the notices of this public meeting were delivered and whether there has been any correspondence received on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The public notice was sent out to residents of Part 1, 2, 3, and 3 of Plan 42R 14175 on May 14th, 2024. There are no current owners there are no current new owners of Parts 8 and 9. The advertisement for the public notice regarding the naming of the public road was posted on the municipality's website and bulletin board and on the Daily Plouffe property on May 15th, 2024, and was also placed in the Perry Sound North Star online newspaper on May 16th, 2024. There has been no correspondence received on this matter.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. So now we're ready for discussion, if any. Well, actually, there is a memo from our planning assistant, Paula Macri, which you have, it's just a couple of pages in your agenda package. Paula, do you have any introductory remarks you want to make to introduce this?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Margaret Daly Plouffe submitted a letter to the municipality regarding the naming of her right-of-way that she owns. The proposed name is Margaret's Way, and it's shown in red on the attached survey, attached A. The purpose of proposing this road name is to assist with emergency response and to provide civic addresses to parts 1, 2, 3 on Plan 42R 14175. The municipality has received the application fee of $1,300. $300 of it is a non-refundable administration fee and $1,000 for a security deposit to cover actual costs, which includes the online advertising and postage. So it is recommendation that council approve the amendment to add Margaret's Way to bylaw number 34-2002, which is a bylaw to name and rename roads within the corporate limits of the municipality of Whitestone.
Okay, thank you very much. It looks from the diagram like a long and winding way, doesn't it? Anyway, are there any comments from or questions from councilors? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, just based on what Paula just said. So in applications like this, we don't charge staff time. Like I heard, a couple of things that we do charge, but is your time associated with this charge to the applicant?
Well, there's a $300 non-refundable fee.
Or that supposedly covers it then. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. It was a real quick question. It was simply, does the staff put up the sign for it, or do we
It's
give
up
the
already.
sign? I was just wondering if it's up already, but I didn't know that. But if there wasn't a sign up and you're gonna pick a new road name, does staff go out, have a sign made, install it, or is it up to the landowner to have a sign made? I'm just curious how that part works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the public notice sign would have been posted by the applicant.
Oh, I don't mean the notice sign. I mean the actual road sign, like Margaret's.
Margaret's Way,
Yeah.
I believe the sign is already there.
But who put it up?
She did.
The
Yeah,
applicant did.
So if Margaret's Way sign wasn't there, does staff get a sign made and put it there? Do we just
Yes, we
give her
do.
a sign to kind of put up herself? I was just curious.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would order a sign
Okay.
for the
Perfect.
applicant.
Excellent, thanks.
And we would charge them for it, right?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, that's what
yeah, no, there's a sign there. I saw it the other day.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Yes. All right then. I guess we can adjourn the public meeting then if we're no, we've got a bylaw coming on this later, right? Yeah, okay. So that's it for the public meeting. Thank you. Can I get a motion to reconvene into the regular meeting, please? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. And we are at 1:56 PM. All those in favor of turning to regular meeting? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Okay, so before we get, I said there's a bylaw coming. Before we do that, matters arising from the public meeting. Need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant dated June 10th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Nash. All those in favor? Okay, that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. And that brings us then to our consent agenda, which today consists of special council meeting minutes for May 14th, regular council meeting minutes for May 21st, cemetery board meeting minutes for May 2nd, unfinished business listed on pages 6 to 9 of our agenda. So whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of those items, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. 7.1.1 is the special council meeting minutes of May 14th, 2024. And 7.1.2 is the regular council meeting minutes of May 21st, 2024. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information 7.1.3, which is the cemetery board meeting minutes for May 2nd, 2024. And 7.2, the unfinished business listed on pages 6 to 9 of the June 18th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves. Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All right, if there isn't any, I will call the question. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Which brings us to accounts payable. Item 8. And I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $370,692.80 for the period ending June 10th, 2024. Okay, Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. Any discussion, questions or comments on any of these? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, page 170 of 245, 2217, Pollard Distribution Inc., roadside brushing, $12,178.21. I know on Canning Road, there's been no brushing done. Do we pay these people in advance of them doing the work? And if so, why? Wouldn't we pay them after they do the work? Isn't that normal procedure?
think our manager of Public Works is going to answer.
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is for dust control and it should have gone to dust control, not brushing. This is calcium. We've placed our calcium for the year. We completed the last truck on Friday of last week. I'll have that corrected, adjusted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, this has to be reallocated to a different account, right? Or we're gonna be all confused next year when we look at the budget. So, and I had no idea, and the public may be looking at it. So again,
Thank you.
we have to be careful when we code some of these things, right?
I certainly would have caught it if I was 10,000 over on our brushing, which is a budget of around 7,000.
Yeah, okay. The next one I have is, and it's just for clarification, the clerk could send a note out. 2254, which is George Comrie on page 175 of 245. I don't want anyone in the public to think that the mayor put a bill in for $513.24 for copies, which is what it says. I think that again was sort of an administrative thing. And it's been cleared up. So it was just an overpayment that has been rectified. So I want the public to know that, right? That's my only comment there. It's not a question, really. I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Just hold on a second. Oh, it's this one. A lot of pages this month. No, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I had a few, but I know one of them's already been answered, but I'll just ask so everybody else knows. Item 37290 on page 168. It's TMI brushing, and from what I understand, that was for the brushing of like heavy brush, not the yearly growth. I had that cleared up today when I was speaking to David, but if anybody else is just wondering about that, I think you'd asked about brushing, Councillor Lamb, being done. So this was for, I believe, if I'm correct, for the bigger material with the 20-foot boom.
Yes, that's correct. That's for pushing back the small trees and that, which reaches further back beyond the backside of the ditch, right into the bush. And that keeps our sight lines open as far back as we can. And that was completed on Shawanaga Lake Road. We did some Wawash Kesh. We went along our majority of our boat launches as well. We did some out Clear Lake.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just before we finish, on that item last year, I had a complaint from Farley's Road. That at the end, you've got these little stumps sticking up, and it was a kind of a safety hazard if someone, fell down into the ditch or did something. And I know you went out and fixed that sort of situation. Is there any protocol that we have with respect to, because I guess it is dangerous, I guess, to a degree, or is there anything that other people do? I don't want to make a big issue of it, but that particular taxpayer was quite concerned, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is no protocol in place. They generally grind them to a stump, and that was in front of a built-up area, I guess, in front of Farley's. They didn't like the look of it, and they also thought that it was a safety issue. We did nub them off better, but there wasn't a lot we could do. The little trees and that do grow up, they get knocked down. It doesn't take very much time for vegetation to take off and pick back up. It was unsightly for a short period of time.
Yeah, but I guess that's dealt with by complaint, and if someone calls in a complaint.
Absolutely. If people are not happy,
Okay.
they're not shy to let us know.
Okay,
And
thank
we
you.
encourage them to send them my way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Now, my next question was, I was just a little confused on a couple of them. So item 2213, page 170, it just said George Comrie travel expense. I just wondering what that was for. I'm guessing it was for a meeting, but I just wasn't sure which one.
Phone on.
Phone on.
It was phone on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then,
I was supposed to go, but I got COVID.
and then on item 2254, it said George Comrie Council travel again phenom expense. So if I'm a little confused, if there is an item.
Oh,
I can jump in and provide that explanation, Mayor, just
All right, go
fairness
ahead,
to you.
sure.
So the first expense was his travel expenses, literally travel. The second expense was related to the hotel. And the problem that happened is that we had Councillor Lamb booked into the hotel and it was actually paid for. Then when we changed names, I'm not sure what happened, but it changed name to Mayor Comrie. It was no longer paid for. And then the mayor had to pay for it. So there was actually two expenses on top of the fact that there was an additional expense that was
That makes perfect sense. So it's for the phenom.
miscalculated. There you go.
Yeah, and then my question related to that is, might sound strange, but there was a motion that we passed that the council, the municipality approved the following council members, staff to attend the Phenom conference. Janice Bray and Joe Lamb. When was there another resolution approving George Comrie to attend the meeting?
Councillor Lamb already, I think, answered that question, but
Yeah,
I'm going to answer it again.
I think your answer is there wasn't a motion, nor did I think of it. I came down with COVID either the day before I was supposed to go to the conference, as I
Yeah.
recall, and
It was.
when we had the discussion at council, I think the mayor had expressed that he'd be open to go. And I don't think anyone else did on council, and Councillor Bray was attending. So I simply called him and said, I can't go. And I don't think we should waste the money because it's been paid for, including the hotel. Hopefully we got that back, by the way. That money, okay, that had been forwarded or we double paid. But anyway, so that's what happened. But I don't
perfect.
think there ever was a motion, but it was an immediate thing, and we could have, I guess, not have me go, and we would have been out. I don't know, the total cost, maybe, I don't know.
No, that was why I was asking. I knew there was a motion that passed that said who would go, and I was wondering how the mayor ended up going without asking council members, but I guess.
Well, I was
these
going the
things
next day and we didn't
happen.
have time for a special council meeting to pass anything, so it was just a.
Perfect, okay.
Okay.
And then the last question I have is on the next page, 176, 2263, lawn and mowers for 1,700. I was really just thinking that it's the end of the half year, and I know every so often we kind of get an update from the bylaw officer, I believe, on kind of what's been done or what files it might be. I just wondering if that might be able to be done for the next meeting or something like that. That was all. Just a quick little update. Not now, just going forward, if possible. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on tables? All right, I will call the question then, and all those in favor of receiving this report for information. All right, thank you. That's carried. Okay, now we come to staff reports. And there are several of them. Just gonna move my agenda along a little bit here. So back to where we are. Oh, sorry, there aren't several of them.
There's one.
Okay, so the first item is item number 9.1, which has to do with a proposed privately owned utility line beneath the municipal roadway at 117 Farley's Road. And we did talk about that a little bit at a previous meeting. I'm not mistaken. You have a report here. I'm going to get the motion on the floor first. Here's the suggested motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report PW 2024-07 entitled Proposed Privately Owned Utility Line Beneath Municipal Roadway at 117 Farley's Road for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone requests that staff develop a formal agreement with TME Properties Incorporated for the installation of a septic line approximately 2 inches in diameter under the municipal roadway at 117 Farley's Road, and that the mayor and the CAO clerk be authorized to sign the agreement, and that this agreement be registered on the property title. We get a mover and seconder for that, please. Okay, Councillor Lamb and Councillor Nash is seconding. And it's open for discussion. If there is any? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have given our manager of Public Works the opportunity to.
Through you, Mayor.
Kick us
Thank you
off,
very
yeah.
much for the opportunity to speak on this. We were approached by landowners at 117 Farley's Road to install a septic line under our road. The area is located on Whitestone Lake on 117 Farley's Road. The size of the property is just over an acre, almost an acre and a half. And the road itself is a forest road. It goes through the property. The property itself is one property with one roll number. The forest road typically is try and get around an obstacle. The obstacle in this case would be Whitestone Lake. Normally they would run along a concession line, but concession lines, they run in straight lines and not all roads run in straight lines. So the property is not two properties, but one property, and they'd like to get to the other side of the road with their septic. They proposed, they removed a building and they put an application for a building permit to replace this building. And the permit application does require a septic system. North Bay Mattawa did come out and look at their property and determined that they were not able to add a septic to their existing waterfront side of the property. They were able to, they are permitted through the North Bay Mattawa Conservation Association to put a septic on their back lot. So behind the other side of the road on the back of their property, and that's where they would like to install their septic. We're in discussions with them in how they would come about doing this. North Bay Mattawa stated that they've seen this done in other jurisdictions and they had no concerns with this being done before. Under the Municipal Act, there's an allocation that the municipality may enter into agreement with any person to construct or maintain and operate a private sewage or sewage work system. And the municipality of Whitestone did apply for a permit in the past and did install utility lines underneath Highway 124 from the community center to the library, and that does the foundation water, collects all the water on the foundation and pumps it across over to our catch basins and stormwater runoff. We also pump water, treated water from the community center over to the library as well. So this does happen. The municipality of Whitestone does not have an established utilities bylaw at the moment. So this is a new thing for me to have one done here in Whitestone. So an agreement is recommended to be put in place with the municipality that will require the landowner to provide proof of insurance, install the line through directional boring, which would be the same as what we did over across Highway 124. And by doing so, they would create an excavation on either side of the road on their property. So they stay on their property they do a directional drill. The drill is actually quite small, 1.5 inches. It's not very big. They send a drill line through and the operator of the drill can operate it and he can send the drill up or down, left or right. There's a guy that stands on the road with a pickup, a scanner, and he can tell how deep he is, if he's gone left or right, and they can see exactly where he is. So they can see his depth from the road, the location, and they keep boring all the way through to the other side of the road and into their trench, their second trench box. From that trench box, they're able to put a plow on. It's a metal plow, which has a wedge in it. In that wedge, they can hook on as many hookups as they have for lines. They propose to do one line, a 2-inch line that they will then drag through and place under the road. It is recommended that they have everything, all inspections in place with North Bay Mattawa, and that they comply with Part 7 of the building code. Further inspections and frequency of inspections will be determined by us. We're still looking into what's reasonable. We talked with the North Bay Mattawa to see how often it should be inspected and how they should be inspected. There's many different ways to inspect it. That would be put in place as well. So there's a variety of protocols that would be required, as well as them maintain a distance from any existing culverts. Once that's in place, we would take the location, the coordinates, the GPS coordinates, and then upload them to our geographical information networks on our West Prairie Sound Geographical Information Network, where I talked to them about adding a layer just for utilities. So this could be put in place for future and could be found through GPS coordinates.
Good.
All right, thank you for that explanation, David. Questions? Councillor Nash.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, thanks for the report and the detailed explanation there. I have a number of topics just to bring up on it. I know it said a septic line of 2 inches. And when I'm picturing this, if it's across the road, I'm guessing it's kind of like a pump line, I'm gonna call it. Take something from a holding tank, pump it under the road to get to the septic. I know septic's normally 4 inches. Might just be a recommendation when I'm looking at it. In case they ever have to get a second line over because something goes, if you're pulling one line, might make it easy just to say, pull a second line for little cost and have it under there, just so it's there for them. It's more of, it might be worth it for them. And I don't think I'd see a problem if there was 2 pipes or if they were 4 inches and not 2 inches. I guess what I see here is I don't think there should ever be an issue of, be it running a hydro or water line or something that you need to get from one side of the road to the other, right? And I think sometimes in the past, there might not have even been agreements in place. It was probably just a simple, yes, you can go under the road and no issues, right? Whether they do tunneling, I'll call it, like, or whether they just dig up the road and put it back. To me, it doesn't matter if one way is cheaper than the other. But the big issue I have, which isn't a big issue really, is just for them to require this $2 million coverage of covering the municipality. This proof of insurance says proof of insurance with $2 million coverage naming the municipality of Whitestone, including notice of insurance, cancellation from the insurance provider. The insurance must remain in effect until the utility line is decommissioned from beneath Farley's Road. I think it's great that we have this in here and we've done all this work putting it in, but it's just something I'm not sure if we need it. Like, in order to get a certificate like that, you need a CSIO insurance certificate. That's just abbreviation for the insurance industry, I'll call it. And naming somebody every year, I think it's really hard to do that on a seasonal property or a full-time resident insurance policy. And you actually have to take out a commercial policy so you can get a certificate of insurance naming an additional insured, which might cost the applicant $1,500 a year or something. So I'd be okay if that wasn't there. If they did the work and they tunneled under the road and everything looks good, I don't know if we need them to have insurance in perpetuity until it's removed. I don't know what others' thoughts are or staff's thoughts, but I was just thinking I was gonna end up costing them quite a bit of money going forward every year to have that insurance there. And if we just let them cross it, it might be that simple. But great information as everything is in here.
Well, so just with respect to Councillor Nash's question, I think I heard or saw that Farley's Road is a forest road. Question is, does the municipality own the land that the road's on or not? So I see a shape.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
it's one pin. So to have one pin, it's one connected property, so we don't have it. We'd have to have a separate survey, a separate pin. If I'm not mistaken, Paula can speak to that, but that's my understanding. One
If-
pin is one solid property, so we wouldn't own that. So the liability would be limited if they own it. If it were to fail, it would likely fail on either side of the road. And if it were to fail, you'd know it in a hurry. The pump would have an issue, so they would, through inspections, I think it would be quite evident quite quickly.
Yeah.
A 2-inch line is, I don't think they're gonna push through and break it there. It's probably not gonna break on our road without us knowing.
I guess, I mean, I know it sounds very unusual that I'm agreeing with Councillor Nash, but it seems to me that if we don't own if we do not own the road, if they actually own in a forest road, if the property municipality has not purchased the property, we don't need to be indemnified. We don't own it. That would be my position. So I'm not sure why they have to do this either, frankly. I think it's
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'll use an example once, like I know they've done hydro under Ald's Road, there was an email, allowing the hydro to go under. And there was an email, I think, to confirm the work was done and everybody was happy, but there was never an insurance or anything. Like I think there might be a good protocol to follow to make sure the works department's happy with everything that's been done and they put it back and kind of thank you. But again, I appreciate all the information was here because I think it's a great idea. I was just thinking of it for utility line. Maybe it's a lot to ask. And that's all.
like, I agree that there needs to be an agreement and it needs to be registered on title and all those kinds of things. And our works department needs to know about it because if they're doing work on the road and they cut it up, then of course then nobody benefits from that. So it has to be, it has to be formalized, but I'm only questioning whether they need to indemnify us from.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may provide the experience we have with MTO. MTO required us to put in a permit. We paid the permit. That was it. It was done. We did a drawing and they never asked for anything else.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, I don't know. This is really a question, I guess, for the CAO. Do you it kind of, I wonder if that particular aspect of this could be revisited without necessarily delaying it all, but.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've experienced this in one other municipality, and there was a sewage leak, and MOE named the municipality to do the cleanup and not the homeowner. And then the municipality had to go back on the homeowner. It was probably a much larger issue to deal with, and actually had to do with furnace oil. But this is something that the Whitestone hasn't dealt with before. So, Dave did a fairly comprehensive report. He took it to the highest level of consideration. And I think if council doesn't want to worry about insurance for the reasons they said, we can work with that. I don't see this happening very often. It'll happen from time to, Dave said he's never experienced before. I have. So I don't think there's an issue if council wants to remove the requirement for the insurance, but we maintain an agreement in place for the file. And so the Public Works Department knows, hopefully the folks that are still here are around when the road is dug up in 20 years. But if you hit a small sewage line, it's hardly of concern. It can be fixed really easily.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is a practical matter is that if the amount of sewage that is actually in a 2-inch line is not a whole lot. If you accidentally do dig it up, doesn't classify as a environmental disaster or anything like that. And it's being pumped from one side to the other, so it's really only under pressure when the pump comes on and pumps it across from the holding tank to the septic tank, right? So anyway, I don't, what do others think? I mean, you have any opinions about this or questions? Anybody else want to speak to this? Can we, do you want to, I'm asking our clerk, do you want an amendment to the motion to remove this, or do you want to remove that one provision, or do you want to just take it under advisement?
Let me just have a quick look
case-
at the
in
Can I
case
have a
our-
quick look at the
In
motion?
case our lawyers, that's the report. The motion
Oh,
itself
what
doesn't,
house-
here's the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
okay.
show you the motion.
Nothing's-
It doesn't speak to those details. It just says that we enter into an agreement. So actually, we don't
Right.
need an amendment, do we?
Well, I think it should be noted in here that you could add a line that says that council directs staff that insurance and naming the municipality is not insured, is not required. And that way, if anybody look back at the report, it'll be clear what council's desire was.
Okay, I'll just add that in the council. I'm gonna say recommends that. Sorry, I'm trying to find the exact wording of the thing. Here we are.
Well, technically, we should do an amendment because you've read the motion.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, so,
all right.
sorry,
so
stroke that
we'll-
out. Well, do you have a blank? We can do an amendment.
I will just put plus amendment here, assuming we're gonna get to that. Okay, so the amendment would be that the council of the municipality of Whitestone it's that. This is requirement number 3. Number 3, insurance. Coverage. Not be required in the agreement. Or not be included in the agreement. Okay, so the way I have it, the motion to amend is that the council of the municipality. Sorry, let me just write a heading on this. That the council of the municipality recommends that requirement number 3, insurance coverage not be included in the agreement. Is there a mover and seconder for that? I assume Councillor Nash is moving, seconder, Councillor Woods.
Could we say recommendation number 3 of the staff report, just for clarity?
Recommendation 3 of the staff report. Okay, thank you. Report. All right. So any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, so my reaction is we should either put without precedent or prejudice in there, or we shouldn't put it in at all, and follow it, like follow that, insurance isn't an important thing. I'm just thinking of the ramifications down the road where we've got nearly every other agreement either proposed or in place that you have to give us insurance, right? And so suddenly we're making this exception and that'll slap us in the face 6 months from now or a month from now. If people say, you did this for that person, you should be doing that for me. And that's my concern. So if you put in without precedent or prejudice, then that means we said we did that as a one-off and it was never meant to apply in terms of this, that, or whatever, right? That's my concern. Hopefully I said that right. I think you can do it without putting that specifically in there, I guess is what I'm saying. I mean, it's just a staff direction that.
I mean, I honestly think that we could, you see, because the motion, the original motion that we're amending says that we request staff to develop a formal agreement. And that we then be, and then that the mayor and CAO be authorized to sign it and that it be registered on the title. So, I mean, I guess in the course of the discussions that led to this agreement and that were necessary for everybody to get to sign it, that, you know, insurance could be removed without us going on record as doing it and all, but
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it does, the general conversation that happens at the council meeting is not what gets recorded in the minutes. So because the report did recommend insurance, I think it's important if council wants to remove that requirement, that get reported so that if someone looked at the council report, the staff report, they then further looked at the agreement. Someone might say, oh, the mayor and CAO signed an agreement, but there was no insurance included. So it has to be recorded somewhere to link the two issues
All right.
together.
all right, maybe I can ask the mover and seconder of the amendment because we haven't dealt with this yet. Are you prepared to, or would you be willing to have your amendment amended to add the words without prejudice or
Precedent or
or
prejudice.
precedent or without precedent or prejudice? Yeah, okay.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, there.
So Councillor Nash is agreeing, are you, and
Yeah.
Councillor Woods is agreeing. All right, so not be included in the agreement. So I'm going to make just put a comment. I'm going to say without precedent or prejudice. That's a good suggestion. That way it's very clear. All right. So that, well, I'll read the motion again, that the council of the municipality, this is the amendment, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends that requirement number 3 of the staff report dealing with insurance coverage not be included in the agreement without precedent or prejudice. You good with that, mover and seconder? Any other comments on the amendment? Can we call a question on the amendment? All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that is carried. That's the amendment. We're going to call this amendment to 9.1. 9.1. Amended. All right, so that brings us back then to the motion that that the council of the municipality receives the report and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone requests that staff develop a formal agreement with TME Properties. Should I put the words as amendment in there? Where do you want this as amended? Where do you want the words as amended, Madam Clerk?
I would say per. Let me think now.
It doesn't reference this.
It
well,
doesn't- it doesn't
references, it receives the report for information, which we did. Oh, well, we did, but you want to put them as amended in here with the report?
Yeah, I would say as amended.
right.
And then we will, yeah, the two resolutions, one will come before the other, and then there'll be some clarity in the minutes.
Or proposed privately owned utility line, refuse report. As amended. Okay. So we're receiving the report as amended, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone requested staff to develop an agreement, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign it, and that the agreement be registered on the title, and all of the rest of this. That's the end. There's not, and I say all of the rest. I started to write some things there, so I'm crossing them out. So that's the motion as amended. Are we ready for the question on it? All those please indicate. Thank you. That's carried. All right, are we that one now? So we are now up to bylaws. Let me get this part out of the way, and then we have, it looks like 3 of those. So the first one, 10.1, is the bylaw to name a private road, namely Margaret's Way. I'll read the suggested motion. Whereas Section 48 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, authorizes the council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Whitestone to name or change the name of a private road after giving public notice of its intention to pass the bylaw, which we did. And whereas pursuant to Section 61(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, if a local municipality has passed a bylaw under Section 48 to name or change the name of a private road, the municipality may at any reasonable time enter upon land lying along the private road to install and maintain a sign setting out the name of the road. Well, I guess we don't have to do that, but anyway. And whereas notice of council's intention to pass the bylaw has been sent in accordance with the procedures for notices bylaw, number 04-2003, and whereas council deems it appropriate to pass a bylaw under Section 48 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, to name a private road, now therefore, the council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Whitestone enacts as follows. 1, that the private road legally described as parts 1 to 7 on Plan 42R-21763 in the geographic township of Hagerman, now in the municipality of Whitestone, is hereby named Margaret's Way. 2, that bylaw number 34-2002 is hereby amended by adding Margaret's Way to the list of roads within the municipality. And number 3, that this bylaw shall come into force and take effect upon the passage thereof. And finally, that bylaw number 31-2024 being a bylaw to name a private road within the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone and to amend bylaw number 34-2002 is hereby passed this 18th day of June 2024. So that's really what we're passing, is that last little part, that the bylaw to name a private road number 3124 be passed today. Is that are you moving, Councillor Lamb? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Woods. Any further discussion on this? No. All right. Can we call the question then on the motion? Good. That's carried. All right, so Margaret's Way is now an official road. That's that one. Now. 90, this, now we're at 10.2, which is a bylaw to close and stop up a shore road allowance in Wawashka, on Wawashkesh. The applicants are the Van Berkels. Many of you have seen this before some time ago. I'll get the motion on the floor. That bylaw number 32, 2024, being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of Wawashkesh Lake in front of lot 39, concession 14 in the geographic township of Burton. Uh-oh. Am I mixing this up with another one? Okay, this is the one that's, sorry, my apologies, everyone. This is the one at Sneak Channel on Wawashkesh. That is Mackenzie Township. Do we have the correct? We don't have the correct lot and concession number, and we don't have the correct township in this motion. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not notice this before.
Can we, well, let me just take a small recess here and I'll speak with the planning assistant.
Do folks want to have a minute, or do you want to
Can
move
you-
on with this?
Can you give us 5 minutes? Let's, so we don't get out of order.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Cass Cousin. was
Yeah,
let
it's
go
lot
by the,
26, concession
by the
5,
New York
Mackenzie.
Rangers. Cass Cousin. Well, it's cousin's son, Barkley Goodrow, plays for the New York Rangers. Maybe just put on waivers.
Michelle, can you pause
He's
that
in
for me, please?
Oh, millions.
Okay, thanks, everybody. We're back after this short break, and we have corrected the resolution for this item, this resolution regarding item 10.2 to reflect the correct property. So I'm going to read it to you again. The suggested motion is that bylaw number 32-2024, being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of Wawashkesh Lake in front of lot 28, concession 5 in the geographic township of Burton, now the municipality of Whitestone, district of Parry Sound, and designated as Part 1, Plan 42R-22475, and to sell Part 1, Plan 42R-22475, is hereby passed this 18th day of June, 2024.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. So just for a correction, I believe you said Township of Burton and you meant Township of Mackenzie.
Oh, did I say? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
That I.
Sorry for the confusion, but it
Yeah,
is
yeah,
Mackenzie,
no,
not
it-
Burton.
that was, I think, the thing
And
that,
did you mean to say concession 5
yes.
instead
It-
of 14?
Oh, yeah, it's not concession. Concession 14 is nowhere near that.
Oh, okay, no, I just.
Yeah, it is
okay.
it is in concession 5.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So it's,
It's almost on the boundary of concession 5 and concession 6, but it's concession 5.
so it's Township of Mackenzie, Part Lot 28, Concession 5.
Okay.
Correct, Paula? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that correction.
Yeah, we did find the reference to it actually in the body of the thing, and that's the way it was. So it's we got it correct now. All right. So now can I get a mover and seconder for that now that we got it? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Ray. Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, this is a planning matter, I guess, right? So we're gonna, what's a bylaw for planning? So we're gonna have a recorded vote, I suppose.
We can do that. Thank you. That is item 10.2. Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
And can I just say one quick thing, Mr. Mayor? I just forgot to say it. And it was simply that I think staff did a great job in putting a report together for this and showing us the history of everything, like kind of spelling everything out to us. So when we looked at it, we saw everything. So I just wanted to thank staff for doing that. It was if you just picked up this paper today, you would have known everything that went on in the files. So I think that's really good. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment. All right, we have one more bylaw, which is the traffic bylaw that we discussed in. So here's the suggested motion that, this is for 10.3, that bylaw number 33-2024, being a bylaw to regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles, boats, camping units, and trailers in the municipality of Whitestone, and to repeal bylaw 25-2010 and 38-2016 is hereby passed substantially in the form as presented this 18th day of June 2024. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Woods is moving, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any further discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I've just asked, do we need to do an amendment or to simply add that we're going to add per calendar day to the one page and those three fine or the four fine amounts that are going to get revised? Would it make sense to do an amendment for that, or do you not need that, Madam Clerk, with the substantially there?
Well, my plan was, as we discussed, is to make note under clerk's note in the minutes, those requests. And then I will get some advice whether substantially in the form covers that or whether that's too much of a change. In which case, as this bylaw is important, you don't want to wait till July. And we also want to secure the set fines before then. I'll advise the mayor that we possibly need a special council meeting. Worst case scenario, a special council meeting, rescind the bylaw that we just passed, pass a new bylaw with those changes for clarity. So at this point, I don't know, but I'm comfortable with the clerk's note and council's direction.
Excellent. So I'll leave it like that then, Mr. Mayor.
And that meeting could be done fairly quickly with a Zoom call or something like that, right? I don't think we need to all be in the community hall, but anyway.
Thank you. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah. Okay. So are you ready for the question then?
Could we get a recorded vote on this, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you. Which brings us then to business matters. A couple of, well, more than a couple, 9 items, but most of them I hope are not too long. First one is 11.1, and it is the resignation of Councillor Bray from the Environmental Stewardship Committee. Mover and seconder, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the resignation of Councillor Janice Bray from the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee and thanks her for her time on the committee. Moved by Councillor Nash, was that you? Okay, sorry. And seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion?
Thanks,
Councillor Nash,
Mr.
go
Thank
ahead.
you through you, Mr. Mayor. Are we able to say no to this if we want? Like, we not allowed Janice to leave the committee?
And we just add another counselor to it, then there'll be three of you.
That was just a joke. I think everybody on the committee really liked Janice being on it, and I know she's gonna have passion on doing what she's doing. That was just a joke. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you for the sentiment.
I get it.
I'm sure Councillor Bray appreciates the sentiment. So are we ready for for the question? All those in favor? That is carried. And so now we do the other half of the of that switch, which is mover and seconder, be it resolved that Councillor Brian Woods is hereby appointed as council representative to the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee for the duration of the 2022 to 26 term of council. Who will move that? Councillor Woods, seconded, no, not Councillor Woods, Councillor Nash, I'm sorry. Seconded by, oh, Councillor Bray. Any discussion on this one? All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Next one is a motion to reconsider from Councillor Lamb. Per notice of reconsideration approved by resolution 2024-2016 at the regular council meeting of May 21st. Here's today's motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution 2023-364 on July 18th. July 18th, 2023 as follows. And all of the details are here, but this had to do with, well, I guess I better read it, but it has to do with the parking at Farley's Road Boat Launch. The resolution, which was moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray, was as follows, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum on Farley's Boat Road Launch general public use, and that the Council of the Municipality approves the use of the Farley's Road Boat Launch for shared use between the deeded access properties and day use only public parking. And that staff be requested to install signage to designate the two distinct parking areas as soon as practical, and that the current bylaw 25-2010, being a bylaw to regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles in the municipality of Whitestone, be updated to reflect the above referenced direction of council. And that motion passed. And so this is all part of the first whereas of the motion. The second whereas is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution 2024-216 at its regular meeting on May 21st, 2024, to move to reconsider resolution number 2023-364 in respect of the reference to day use only public parking. Now therefore be it resolved that resolution number 2023-364 from the July 18th, 2023 regular council meeting be revised to read as follows. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum Farley's Road Boat Launch general public use. And that the Council of the Municipality approves the use of Farley's Road Boat Launch for shared use between the deeded access properties and public parking. And that staff be requested to install signage to designate the two distinct parking areas as soon as practical. And that the current bylaw 38-2016, being a bylaw to regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles in the municipality of Whitestone, be updated to reflect the current above referenced direction of council. So the only difference between what was in the previous motion and this one was the word stay use only parking, right? Public parking. Right, so that is the motion. Is there a mover and seconder for the motion? Are you moving, Counselor Lamb?
Yeah.
Counselor Lamb is moving. And Counselor Nash is seconding. Thank you.
So
So now we have a motion. on the
that's
floor.
through you, Mr. Mayor. So we don't have to mention 24/7 or anything like that. This does it. So day is gone. They can park there whenever.
If I may, it worked out slightly backwards, but the bylaw, the traffic and parking bylaw allows for the overnight parking.
Okay,
The
okay.
reconsideration is just administrative tidying up.
Okey doke.
Well, sorry, but I mean, that that raises a question. I was going to ask, we just passed another parking bylaw. So the one that we just amended is now, the one that we're amending in this discussion is now obsolete, no?
Yeah. Through you, Mr.
Does the
Mayor.
new one doesn't have reference to day use only parking in it though, does it?
That's
The-
right.
The one we just
um,
passed a minute ago.
Yeah. Just because everything was compressed, you're right. But this was the, let me think how we can do this.
I mean, it does in a sense, otherwise the motion to reconsider would be just dangling, I guess, at that point. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it causes any harm. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that, but I'm saying we just passed a
Yeah, I would
bylaw
remove
to
the last
replace
item.
the one that we are now proposing to amend, which is obsolete.
Yeah, yeah. I would, that's right. We've just rescinded that. So remove that last that. And I think you're fine.
All right. You want, so, well, I should ask the mover and seconder. Are you okay to remove the last that and just?
Yes, I am. I actually had it highlighted and I was going to ask about it. So,
Okay, see,
perfect.
I saw, I wondered if that's where you were going at.
And-
All right, so we're not causing any, we're just closing putting a bracket around this motion to reconsider, that's. All right, so, is there anything further to discuss on this one, or can we call a question? Yeah, Councilor.
Thank you,
Nash.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Something really minor. It's on the first that. It said that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information memorandum Farley's Road Boat Launch, general use, and I was a little confused because I didn't have that in my package. Do we need that there? Is that an old report that we had before? Does it need to be there? Or can it just come out? Because haven't we already received a report at some point for that? I'm guessing.
The reconsideration simply removed the words day use only. So the original resolution
Yeah.
still exists without day
Yeah.
use only.
Okay, I get it. 'Cause we're
And let's hope we
revising it.
never have to look at this again.
I get it.
This is
Never
very
mind.
confusing.
I'm good.
Okay, so is there anything else? Any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? This doesn't require
No.
no, okay. All right, so show of hands, please. All in favor of this motion? Thank you. That's carried. I think we're good. Now there are some couple of resolutions of support. First one, 11.4. And it's a town of Goderich resolution at April 8th. So this is a mouthful, but I guess I had better read it. Whereas the town of Goderich passed the following resolution at their April 8th, 2024 town council meeting. Whereas all Ontarians deserve and expect a safe and respectful workplace, and whereas municipal governments as the democratic institutions must directly engage with Ontarians, most directly engaged with Ontarians, need respectful discourse, and whereas several incidents in recent years of disrespectful behavior and workplace harassment have occurred among municipal members of councils across Ontario, And whereas these incidents seriously and negatively affect the people involved and lower public perceptions of local governments. And whereas municipal codes of conduct are helpful tools to set expectations for council member behavior. And whereas municipal governments has limited abilities in their toolkit to adequately enforce compliance with municipal codes of conduct. And whereas the most severe penalty that can be imposed on a municipal member of council is a suspension of pay for 90 days, even when egregious acts are committed and substantiated. And whereas AMO has called on the government to table and pass legislation that reflects the following recommendations. And there are 5 of them. I'll read them. Updating municipal, no, first is updating municipal codes of conduct to account for workplace safety and harassment. 2, creating a flexible administrative penalty regime adapted to the local economic and financial circumstances of municipalities across Ontario. 3, increasing training of municipal integrity commissioners to enhance consistency of investigations and recommendations across the province. 4, allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member if recommended through the report of a municipal integrity commissioner. And 5, prohibit a member so removed from sitting for election in the term of removal and the subsequent term of office. Now therefore be it hereby resolved that 1, the town of Goderich supports the call of action to the Association of, the call of action that the Association of Municipalities of Ontario has submitted to the Government of Ontario to introduce legislation to strengthen municipal codes of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments. And be it further resolved that the legislation encompasses the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's letter of recommendations, which includes options for enforcing compliance by council members with municipal codes of conduct, such as updating municipal codes of conduct to account for workplace safety and harassment, creating a flexible administrative penalty regime adapted to the local economic and financial circumstances of municipalities across Ontario, increasing training of municipal integrity commissioners to enhance consistency of investigations and recommendations across the province, allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member if recommended through the report of a municipal integrity commissioner, prohibit a member so removed from sitting for election in the term of removal and the subsequent term of office. And 3, be it further resolved that a copy of this motion be sent to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Graydon Smith, MPP Parry Sound Muskoka, and the Honorable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and Ontario municipalities. So that's all the whereas. That's the motion that the town of Goderich passed. Now we get to our motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone declares their support of the town of Goderich's resolution requesting the province to introduce legislation to strengthen municipal codes of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments. And that this resolution is support be forwarded to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honorable Graydon Smith, MPP Parry Sound Muskoka, and the Honorable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Is there a mover and seconder for this motion? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconder. Okay, well, I'm prepared to second that. I'm the person who asked this to be on, so I'm prepared to second it. Do I need to pass the chair over to Councillor Lamb? Is that all right, Councillor Lamb? Do you want to take the chair? I will second the motion.
Okay, we don't have to switch seats.
No, you don't have to switch
That's
seats, but you
good.
can. So I'm going
Okay,
to
discussion, anyone? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I think there was previous to this, there were other resolutions from other municipalities wishing to strengthen the codes of conduct or the way that councils should be held accountable. And I really do believe, I mean, I worked for years under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the Violence and Harassment requirements. I think that we as councils, I would say we would want to adopt this because we want to encourage that our councils in Ontario at least adhere to the same requirements that staff do, if not higher. I think that we are leaders in our communities. We should be showing that leadership. And so I will vote for this. Thanks.
Other comments? Councillor Nash?
Thank you. So I guess there's several points when I read through the Goderich one, and I've highlighted just a few words. Creating a flexible administration penalty to the local, I'm cutting through words, to the local circumstances of municipalities across Ontario, allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member, prohibit a member. This is over governing. I have no problem with, fixing some smaller things, but not when it goes to, well, we're Whitestones, we're going to make this penalty. We don't want that person to run. We want to kick X and Y off council because of whatever. That's not what the rules are. I don't think those things should be changed. So I'll be voting no for this motion to support it because I think it's overhanded.
Other comments?
Yeah, I just note that what Goderich is quoting are the recommendations that AMO has forwarded to the government. And there was I don't know, I'll call it a task force, I'm not sure, but within AMO that dealt with this some time ago and made those recommendations are now, well, not quite 2 years old, I guess, a year and a half old. But the government has kind of been sitting on them. They did have a consultation probably a year and a half ago. It was while the pandemic was still going on, an online consultation with they had a couple of them. There were maybe 100 municipalities of the 444, how many there are, had representatives on it. And they got comments from various people and but no particular action was taken on it. And the then Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing said he cited as his reason for not acting on it at the time was the fact that he thought that the AMO had not made recommendations, but in fact they actually had made the recommendations at that point. So anyway, that's where that came from, and it is in the hands, those recommendations are in the hands of the government. But the reason I support this is that there is no meaningful consequence for abusive behavior on the part of councillors. That's the reality of it. And our experience and the experience of others is that it basically doesn't, I mean, for very minor things, maybe it's effective in that it draws attention, but to ways that we could improve things that are not serious. But if there is if there's something serious going on, there's no recourse to it. So that's why I wanted it on the agenda, and that's why I'm supporting the motion, because I think we need to raise the bar. The whole community needs to raise the bar.
I have a question and then I'll make a comment. I thought, I guess wrongly, that the integrity commissioner could take the matter to a judge and someone can be removed from office by a judge right now. And I think it happened, as I recall, and again, my memories may be going on me, it happened in London, where I think the mayor was taken out of office in London. So if I'm right on that, there is a procedure. And the reason I'm going to not vote for this is that mainly is because I don't think anyone should have the power to say, you're not only going to be kicked off council this term, you're going to be kicked off next term. And I strongly believe in democracy. And I think that's up to the ratepayers in the municipalities to decide that, not someone else. And it's overkill, it's overreach. It's like everything that, I keep saying to people, you really don't want government involved because you're not going to like the result. And this will hamper things more, in my opinion, than help things. Okay. How dare you, I guess, is, I say the collective, dare you tell the taxpayers of Whitestone or any other municipality that their voice doesn't count in any election because of something that someone has done. And so I'll be voting against this. Thank you. So any other comments?
I will just clarify your question about there is only one circumstance. Well, there are two circumstances in which a person can be removed from office. One is for a violation of the Municipal Elections Act itself. If you break any of the rules associated with that, or you exceed your expense limits or things of that sort, you could be removed. And you will, perhaps, if you follow these things, you will know the story of Councillor Karagianis in the city of Toronto, who was removed twice from well, he was removed from office for those things, and he appealed and he lost on appeal. So that's why I mean by twice. But the second one is the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. That provision exists there. So the Integrity Commissioner, if the Integrity Commissioner is investigating the Conflict of Interest Act and apply to a judge, and what you said is correct, that it says it's the Integrity Commissioner's discretion. They can apply, and the judge can remove the person from office and prevent them from running in the next election. But not for any other offenses under the, not for abuse of staff, abuse of council colleagues, or any of those kinds of things. That penalty does not exist for any of those things. And that's what this, I think that's what this is talking about. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act already provides that power to whoever is investigating the complaint under the MCOI.
Councillor Woods?
Thanks. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to say that any abuse of anybody, whether it's verbal abuse, it's something that you call the police for. And that can be chargeable. Doesn't matter what office you sit in. Right? You're gonna
Or
harass
if-
somebody.
if
it's
it-
harassment,
yeah,
it's a
if it
charge. If you're
arises
gonna
to the
abuse
level,
somebody,
yeah,
it's a criminal charge. So
Yeah.
there are ways to do it.
Yeah.
If
You're
that's
right.
truly what it is, and not just, okay, we got a group here that doesn't like that guy, so we're gonna pick on that guy now. And that's what I see happening more often than not when it comes to things like this.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, yes, Councillor Bray?
Yeah, I guess I would just like to comment that on the spirit of Godrich's,
Could you speak into the mic a little
Sorry.
closer, please? Thank you.
I know it's hard with the
Mhm.
air conditioning on. The spirit of their resolution, I think, really speaks to what I feel is that, and maybe there are things in this specific one that maybe you don't like or you think is overreaching. But I think the point is that the spirit of the bylaw reflects what people have seen in Ontario already. So what happens is that we get these resolutions and bylaws and things like that because of what's happening. And so my reason for supporting it is that we should be supporting more positive approaches to dealing with situations in our municipalities in Ontario, and that the province could step up by putting a little bit more emphasis and teeth into the code of conduct that we have. We don't have hardly anything in our code of conduct. Really, it just sort of says, well, you're not supposed to do this, but doesn't say anything else. So I just think that we end up with these kinds of resolutions because things happen in Ontario. It's happening. And if we just bury our heads and say, oh, no, that's too far reaching, or there's too many things in here that I don't agree with, instead of really thinking about the spirit of things, I think we do a disservice to Ontarians and to the people that listen in or come to our meetings, or the people who vote for us, because what they're looking for is they're looking for us for leadership. They're looking for us to promote how we are going to approach each other and to work with each other, not, and again, that means doing it in a positive way. And so I'm going to vote for it still, because I think that it's important that we show our municipality and our ratepayers that we are, we would go for making sure that we do not have situations in our municipality where we could be called to account for these kinds of things. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? By show of hands. Opposed? That's defeated. Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to the mayor.
I'm sorry, I think I should ask for a recorded vote on this. I'm sorry I didn't mention that before.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Um,
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Councillor Bray.
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
and Councillor Lamb, acting chair.
No.
That motion is defeated.
All right. Next one, 11.5, resolution of support for a resolution from the Township of Archipelago regarding Public Health Ontario's proposition to phase out free provincial water testing services. And once again, it's fairly, not quite as long as the previous one, but whereas the Township of the Archipelago passed the following resolution at their April 19th, 2024 Town Council meeting. Whereas the Ontario Auditor General's annual report on public health from December 2023 indicates that Public Health Ontario is proposing the phasing out of free provincial water testing services for private drinking water. And whereas free private drinking water testing services has played a pivotal role in safeguarding of public health, particularly in rural communities, including the entire Township of the Archipelago that rely predominantly on private drinking water. Whereas the removal of free private drinking water testing could lead to a reduction in testing, potentially increasing the risk of waterborne diseases in these vulnerable populations. And whereas the tragic events in Walkerton, Ontario underscored the critical importance of safe drinking water, now therefore be it resolved that the Township of the Archipelago hereby requests that the province reconsider and ultimately decide against the proposed phasing out of free private drinking water testing services. Further be it resolved that this resolution be sent to all Ontario municipalities, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Minister of Health, North Bay, Parry Sound District Health Unit, Braden Smith, MPP, Parry Sound, Muskoka. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone declares their support of the Township of the Archipelago's resolution requesting that the province reconsider and ultimately decide against the proposed phasing out of free private drinking water testing services, and that this resolution of support be forwarded to Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honorable Braden Smith, MPP, Parry Sound, Muskoka, the Honorable Sylvia Jones, Minister of Health, and the North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ray. Sorry, seconder? Seconder, Councillor Woods. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Nash.
I just have a really quick question on it. I think in some areas of the province, you might have regions doing this type of testing, like the region of Peel or the region of York or the region of Durham over Ontario. So my guess is in this, they're trying to put the costs onto us or onto a more localized area like the district of Parry Sound. The only problem is we don't pay taxes to the district, whereas if you're in the district of Durham, you might pay taxes to Port Perry and also pay taxes to Durham. So I think that's the problem here. I don't think the government's fully thought through getting rid of it. Not everybody has an upper tier government that does it right now. So I kind of understand the idea, but in the municipalities like we are, districts, there is nobody to do it for us, right? So I think that's where the problem is here, which is why the archipelagos had brought this forward.
That is actually correct. In where there is a regional government, the health unit, the district health unit or the regional health unit does it, right? But so they, if you're in Peel, their health unit requires that they require the testing in various places, and they also, I guess, underwrite the cost of it. People just have to provide the samples, but here that's not the case. But you've been able to take it to a Ministry of Health lab and get it done for free. That's right.
Yes, and in our area, it would be quite a trek for people, besides the cost, to be able to do water samples, because if we're not able to take them into the health unit here in Parry Sound, then the only other place I know of is North Bay.
Yeah.
And there will be a cost.
That's what I'm saying.
So I think that people right now who have any work done on their well or whatever would be required to, if they want to know that their water's okay again, like when they right now you would take 3 samples into Parry Sound, then you get your results in short time. You can get them online and it would be easy. And so then I feel like people won't do that if it's going to be too hard to do and too costly. Yeah, it's not fair.
Okay, any further discussion about this one? No? Well, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of supporting this resolution. Thank you. That motion is carried. All right, number 11.6. This item was requested by Councillor Woods. And it had to do with the HVAC, an issue raised with respect to HVAC at the Ardbeg Fire Hall. Whereas the council of the, I'll get the motion first. Whereas the council of the municipality of Whitestone approved a 2024 capital budget item, HVAC improvements to Fire Station 2 in Ardbeg, per the 2023 Steenhoff report, that's actually 2 E's, Steenhoff, and supported by the chief building official in the amount of $7,000. And whereas council believes there may be a less expensive option to consider that will address air quality in Fire Station number 2 in Ardbeg, Now therefore be it resolved that Fire Chief Bob Whitman and Public Works Manager David Creaser be requested to consider alternative and less expensive options and report back to council in Q3 with recommendations. Does someone wish to move that? Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Nash. Okay, it is, I guess, open for discussion. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I just, by way of clarification, this came up when we were reviewing the agenda. And I actually took a hold of it. So although Councillor Woods is deeply involved in this, I was the one that worked on the motion with staff. So I guess technically, you know, I just wanted clarification of that. So having said that, my viewpoint is that it was put in the agenda, or was put in the budget. It was passed in the budget, but at least I did, and I think the majority of council thought it was something that we had to do. And having said that, there were other issues that sort of came out that we were looking at, an exhaust fan and this sort of thing. I had talked to the fire chief, who quite frankly, really, I won't say wasn't in favor of it, didn't see the need for it. And so we've come up with a solution, I think, here that and the fire chief can speak to this perhaps, that perhaps there's procedures that are put in. And that we look at the other option, which might be a little cheaper, being an exhaust fan, and bring that back to council, and they can choose to do, I guess, three things. One of the two I just mentioned, or I guess they could choose to do nothing. And I think it's, you know, it doesn't only exist here. I guess technically people could go over to the Grange and not lock the door, or not put the door up and start the lawnmower and sit in there for an hour if they wanted to, or that's just, you know, one example. So I think this is a responsible thing to do now that it's been clarified that like anything, it was built and is there under an old building code, and it's not enforceable by the current regime or the current CBO under the new rules, as it would be at any home if you go in where it was passed in an older day, and now the rules have changed. So I'll be supporting this. It says in Q3, which I guess is coming up. I was going to say it could come up pretty quicker in Q3, but I guess we're into Q3 in another few days, aren't we? Or is that? Yeah, I guess so. So I'm okay with that. So anyway, that's my comment. So thank you. And you know, I would request the fire chief to comment on it, since if you want.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah. This wasn't something that I had put on the budget. This was through Steinhoff's report. And if you recall, at the budget meeting, I told you I thought it was a big waste of taxpayers' money to install that. We don't do any training up at Station 2. We're up at Station 2 twice a month. We spend about 2 hours, 2.5 hours at max up at Station 2. When we go up there, I know Jamie said that it needed to be installed because he was concerned about our safety if we fell in there and whatever. I mean, we always open the door before we start the truck. We have a list on the wall that says remove all the chainsaws, boats, snowmobiles before we start them outside. Along with the fire truck that's up there, we open the door before we start it and remove it. We have a CO or a CO detector in the training room or the office. And I think that that's all we require. I think it's a waste, still think it's a big waste of taxpayers' money to install this ventilation system in there for a building that's used very little. And that's my comment.
Counselor Nash.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess in regards to this, I'm looking at the pages, 211, 213, 212 through 215. And what I think is here, and in speaking to Counselor Woods a little bit on this, is there's a couple items here that are raised, and I think there was some emails sent and some questions asked at some council meetings, and I think there's some follow-up emails. And I think there was an email that was sent out to everybody, giving opinions, I'll say, from staff. And then counselors replied to that and were reminded that maybe you shouldn't reply to the email like that. But in fact, it was staff that started that chain email. So I think that has to be just noted for general. Everything goes around to everybody. But when it comes to this air circulation, you know, I think it's important, and I understand it, that in the Steinhoff report, it said, you know, that you need one. And that's if it wasn't up to, that's if you're using the current building standards. And I think that was the question that was asked by Councillor Woods in the past. Is this something we need to do or something we want to do?
I have to do.
Or Councillor Lamb saying, or have to do. And I think the answer that Councillor Woods was getting is, we have to do it. We don't have a choice. And Councillor Woods is saying, do we have to do this based on the building code? Yes, we have to, based on the building code. But in actual fact, it's not based on the building code for that building. And I think that's why it's here. It was trying to get the information to us. It would be like saying, hey, if we were going to do a renovation in here now, maybe you need 13 smoke detectors, but you don't need them because it's an older building. So I think the information was obscured, I'm going to say, a little bit in getting the full information out. Then it came out. That's why it's here. Now, when it comes to, I know the mayor had asked if this item be taken off the agenda. I don't think this item is a reconsideration because we're discussing it. And I'll take last year, there was many jobs that were taken off. The works department didn't have manpower or didn't do it, or office initiatives that weren't done. And those didn't always come to council to be taken off or removed, or the works department or the fire department didn't come to us and say, I'm $100 over on my tire. So I think saying that it needs to be brought back because we're changing the budget, no, we're having a discussion on it. And that happens all the time. So I'll be in favor of, if staff is going to come back with another way of possibly doing this, great. Is it needed? But I think what the big thing that needs to come out of this, in my eyes, is when questions are asked, you know, it's much different to say it's my opinion, that if you're doing that, if you said it's my opinion as a staff member that I think this should be done, versus you have to do it. I think, you know, if it was, it's my opinion you should do it, to bring it up to current codes would be good, but not to say you have to do it. And I think that's all Councillor Woods was looking for here, is just getting all the information out, and opinions can be given as long as people know it's an opinion. So I didn't try to dwell on there, but I think that's why this item's there from what I've seen here and looked at and seen and discussed.
Okay, well, thank you. I did have a conversation with Councillor Woods about this, and I understand where he's coming from. But I want to clarify a couple of things about this. First of all, there was never any confusion on my part, and I realize that there was on the part of others, but I accept that, but it wasn't on my part. If you go back and listen to the discussion that we had when the Steenhoff report was presented to council, I mentioned to the group at the time that we are not, in fact, if we're not doing renovations on the building, we're not required under the Building Code Act to amend it. Nevertheless, my understanding of the debate, and the reason that I supported putting something in the budget for this, is that we commissioned licensed professionals, professional engineers to look at our building and tell us if there were any issues with them. And they came back and they said, there is a life safety concern with this particular building. And our CBO at the time supported that and put it into and it ended up in the budget. And my interpretation of council, approving the budget with an in, was that we accepted the fact that there was an issue that needed to be addressed. We could have said, forget it. We don't, and I would understand people thinking this. We could have said, as I think the fire chief was suggesting, forget it. Don't invest in this building. It's an old building and whatever. However, you need to think seriously about we need to think seriously about the position we're in if we turn around and say, okay, we've been advised of this by professionals and we're not going to do anything about it. If something were to happen to somebody in that building as a result of ventilation issues, bad air, some injury or worse, we as a municipality would be exposed to civil liability. We would be crucified by the Workplace Safety and Insurance Board. And we would incur civil liability because we were advised by people that there's a problem there that you should do something about. And we deliberately decided to take no action. So I would not have supported, if there's somebody had said, well, let's just remove this, we don't want to invest in the building, I would have had to point that out to you and I would have had to vote against it. And I suggest to you that if where this ends up going, and I don't think it is, I think we have a better solution, probably the cheaper solution to solve the problem. But if we were going to do that, then I would have to insist that it's a reconsideration of that item of the budget, because council is now taking a position that I can't be a part of. And keep in mind, I'm a guy who is, anyway, never mind. I personally would not even though I'm an engineer and so on, I would not be willing to say to this, oh, well, heck, you don't have to worry about this. So now the other issue with this, and the reason that I suggested that we shouldn't have this discussion, is that I think in a sense, we are really micromanaging something that our staff should deal with this. And Councillor Nash has already brought this up. Normally speaking, things, staff go ahead and they look at various things come up, they don't do things that are in the budget and so on. They have the power to do this, but we don't come back and say to them, oh, no, stop doing that, don't do that. And at the end of the day, this has to be worked out by I think this has to be left to them. I'm not opposed to what's being suggested in the intent of what's being suggested, but I do have an amendment. So once again, I'm going to ask, I'm going to ask Councillor Lamb to take the chair, and I will suggest a minor amendment to this that will get me around the issues that I have with it. And I'll explain what those are when we get there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, should we hear from others?
Yeah, if there is anybody,
Yeah, before we get to your amendment, then we can discuss your amendment after that.
I don't know who I'm addressing right now.
Well, you're addressing,
You haven't introduced your amendment yet.
All right, so
you're directing it to the mayor.
I'm sorry, I would have given you an opportunity to speak if I'd signed your.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. First things first, I asked for this to be on the agenda and I was told specifically, no, you're not allowed. That wasn't true in the least. And then I was told I have to have a motion, and that's not true in the least either.
It is.
No, it's not. Doesn't say in our procedural bylaw that I have to present a motion with it. I asked for this to be discussed.
Only in committee of the whole. Without a motion, you can only do it in committee of the whole. Sorry, that's a rule. That is a rule.
Okay, all right. Now, my problem is I asked a direct question. Okay, and we got a runaround answer. There's no opinion involved when it comes to regulation. If the answer would have been the regulation states this, which I knew it was, why? Because I grew up reading the building code. That's what I did for my career. I hear about everyone else's career and what they did. That's what I do for mine. I know that it wasn't mandatory to do this, which is why I asked the direct question, and I wouldn't get a direct answer. I asked for a report to council. It didn't happen. It was forgotten. No harm, no foul. I was okay with that. But I asked for in an email, and then it gets turned into a chain email, and then I get in trouble for it. When I ask a direct question, I want a direct answer. That's what I deserve. That's what everybody deserves. I didn't get that.
Okay. Well,
And as far as you want to reference the Steenhoff report, by all means, please let's do, because on that day when the Steenhoff report was, I said, I will go through this for days. There's things in that report that I've mentioned for 8 years in this municipality, and they still haven't been addressed. You want to talk about the Steenhoff report? No problem. When are we going to rip down the twist? The building that you told us was fine and dandy with members of staff. They said, rip it down. We're not addressing that. What about the Grange and air exchange system there? We're not addressing that. The only reason I'm saying we shouldn't be spending this money there, I see that money more useful in our community to serve the taxpayer in general, rather than that empty garage that's been there for 40 years that all of our firefighters have used without incident. There's been no issue. And at some point, that building's going to need to be replaced. You can take this money and spend it on those doors right there to allow anybody with mobility issues to get in and out of them much easier. And that would serve our community better, or the ones down there. That's all I was saying. Everybody wants to turn this into, let's butter this up, butter that up. Plain and simply, I asked a question. I did not get a direct answer. That's a problem. You guys can say whatever you want. I'll leave it at that.
all right. Well, thank
Plain
you,
and
because
simple.
I don't want to turn this into a, you know. Anyway, as I said before, I understand where you're coming from. It's not, this isn't a, but anyway, we have to figure out what to do going
Michelle, you
forward, how to
copied
deal
down
with
the
this going
amendment?
forward. So,
You copied down the amendment that George wants?
I don't have it. no.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying I'm not going to write down here. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So any other comments from anyone?
And if I might, through you,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, just in response to Councillor
No, you're still.
Woods. Oh, sorry. In regards to Councillor Woods's comments there, I just want to read one item here out of the procedural bylaw. 6.1.8, any member may have an item placed on the agenda by submitting in writing the item to be placed on the agenda to the clerk with sufficient details, including documents which are intended to be included in the agenda, as well as details of any intended motion in brackets, if any. So I think Councillor Wood is correct that you don't need a motion. It says it right in our procedural bylaw. Yet again, I think that's 2 times today that I've had to call stuff out of here that was incorrect, right? So I think we as all council and all members, I think, should really do a bit of homework and just read this so we fully understand it, instead of getting into some of these conflicts.
Yeah.
It might be.
you know, all I
help-
said
help
was,
avoid
I
it.
didn't tell him he couldn't make the motion. I said, or any of those things. I said, it has to be in committee of the whole if there's no motion.
Doesn't say
That's-
that.
that's
Through
a
you,
rule.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I could help a little bit with this one. When your item was placed on the agenda, Councillor Woods, and I placed for discussion in business. When the mayor and the deputy mayor and I reviewed, and actually the deputy clerk was there, when we reviewed the agenda, the mayor made a point. So procedurally, if you're going to discuss something, unless it's in committee of the whole, you need to have a motion. At that point, Councillor Lamb offered to put a motion forward, which, as he indicated, he did work with staff on. So that's sort of the story behind it. I don't recall you being denied. I think you sent your email to me and, sorry?
No, that was a discussion with the mayor.
Oh, okay. So you sent it to me. We put it on the agenda for discussion. We could have put it in committee of the whole, but Councillor Lamb did offer to do a resolution because he wanted to support.
Well, only.
So that's kind of how we got where we are right now.
I was told, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was told that this couldn't be put on the agenda unless there was a motion. That's what I was told. I didn't have the procedural bylaw in front of me to say it's true or not true or whatever. And I thought it should go on because I think it's important in the municipality. And so I said, great, then I'll take a hold of it and I'll put it on the agenda, I guess, and I'll make up a motion, which was exactly what was done. But if I had been told you don't need a motion, I wouldn't have had to do any of that. Right? And that's the only reason I worked on a motion with you, was because the mayor said I needed to do a motion. So that's the reason. It wasn't that I came up with it. So anyway.
And just as a follow-up, I think we're all on the same page here. What we could have done in the clerk's department is placed it in committee of the whole. Well, you don't need a motion where it's there for discussion. And then your request would have been honored, Councillor Woods. You wanted it there just for discussion with no motion. So I think we need to move on because we are where we are right now, but I understand what everyone's concern is.
Yeah. Through you, I mean, is it deputy mayor or mayor? I'm not sure who's in.
Well, he hasn't introduced this.
Okay.
So it's still between you.
Do you mind if I ask one more question just in regards to what was just asked there? And the question, which the part I'm most confused at, so I'm hearing from Councillor Woods that the mayor said it couldn't be on. When did that transpire? How did that transpire? It didn't sound like it was the clerk's office saying no, but it was the mayor.
We had a conversation by telephone, the two of us, which of course, I know none of the rest of you ever do that, but we had a conversation in which I expressed some concerns about how this would play out on the agenda. And it wasn't simply, I didn't tell him it couldn't be on, but I said to him, if you remember at the end of the call, we said, well, we would be having a meeting where we would discuss how it would be handled on the agenda. And between Councillor Lev and the CAO, they've explained to you what transpired in that meeting, so I won't go over it again. My biggest concern was that we not end up with an open-ended discussion where all people are doing is complaining about staff, specifically the CBO, which I would then have to rule out of order and put a stop to. So I was trying to avoid having that and not having us spend a whole lot of time rehashing the confusion that occurred around all this thing. And I accepted Councillor Woods' concern about the fact that it took him a long time to get a straight answer to his question and so on. So we're not in disagreement about that. I don't think we're in disagreement about the way forward, but it was on the agenda as a business item, and for a business item, it needs a motion, right? And that is part of every procedure bylaw that every rules of order that I've ever seen, right? If you want to have, that's what committee of the whole is for, is if you need to have a discussion about without a motion on the floor. And I think it's always helpful to have people articulate up front, where is it you want to go with this thing? So could we get back to where it is we want to go with this thing and get it? Because, it's at the end of the day, I think we can agree on it on a way forward and deal with it. And hopefully we won't have this kind of thing happen again. Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Technically, to satisfy the air exchange volume required in the building, you open the windows. That's in the building code. You open the windows in the building, but I'll leave it at that. And I do know a lot about that. If anybody would like to ask me a question afterwards, I'll tell you why and how. 5.7, represent the whole community. The heading on our council and staff relations policy. The second sentence says decision-making by members of council should be based on complete information and unbiased recommendations from staff and officers. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, why don't I take the chair
Why
over?
why
and,
don't you? I totally-
Well.
Yeah.
I saw Councilor's break.
No, no, go ahead. If Councillor Brave, if you want to speak, you should
Oh, I
speak.
might as well weigh in here as well. Why not? I appreciate the CBO looking out for the health and safety of volunteers who might be in that building, because we are volunteers. We're not, but I also understand that we all know to open up the doors. We know that that's the first procedure when you start before you start the vehicle, you open the doors. I think that I think we got too many things going on here at the same time. And I just like us to I can understand somewhat the CBO's position, having been manager of housing for 13 years and facing all kinds of things where it's been things that were brought to my attention that could possibly put the DSAB in a difficult position because not just that it was still okay to do it because the building was old, but that I had neglected the care and well-being of the persons. So I can understand that to a certain extent. I'm sorry that we got to this position where I'm very happy that we can find a solution where we don't have to spend so much money, because I really do think there'll be a further discussion somewhere along the line about the building in general. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't I assume the chair?
Okay.
And then I think the mayor had some amendments to make, and I'll
Yeah.
ask the clerk to write them down.
Well,
so-
the mayor's just writing out his
Oh, he's writing
amendments.
them out
Yes,
himself,
and so
okay.
I'll pass that on to you.
Well, we'll
in
wait
just
till
one moment.
he hands us the amendments. I keep waiting for the temperature to come up on our sign. It was 29 the last I looked at it, so I think it's heading to 32 today or something. Oh, maybe it's 31 next time I see it there. $31 degrees now. 31 and going up. Blanket tonight. Okay. So I'll ask for a mover and seconder to, oh, this is the
This is an
amendment to 11.8, is it? No, 11.6. Okay, thank you. that that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does amend the last paragraph of motion at 11.6 to read as follows. Now therefore let it be resolved that staff be requested to consider alternative and less expensive options to address the HVAC issue identified at Fire Station 2. So that would replace that that would replace now therefore let it be resolved that fire chief. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, what I'm doing is what my motion does is two things. My amendment does. It removes the names of who on staff it is that needs to do this, and I'll explain to you why, because it's actually important. And it removes the requirement to report back to council, and I will explain to you why that's important.
Go ahead.
So I'm moving that
I
amendment.
see. Okay.
I'm moving that amendment. We need a seconder.
Is
if
there a
anything's in it.
seconder for the mayor's motion?
So, but the rest of it stands, okay?
Okay.
The rest of the motion as it
Is
is.
there a
stands.
second? Councillor Bray, seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
I just very quickly. I think at the end of the day that what we're talking about is doing something. We're not talking about doing nothing, because as I said before, if we're talking about doing nothing, then I would insist that this requires reconsideration, because we've already said we were going to do something. We can do something that doesn't, I think we can do things that don't cost very much money, you know, and get away with investing more in the building. And I understand that fully. But if we do anything there, the CBO needs to be involved in that. Once we start to modify things in the building, like for example, if we were to connect an exhaust fan to the light switch, that's the CBO has jurisdiction over that. So I don't think we should name who the staff are. Staff do this all the time. Okay, the second thing I wanted to remove is the report back to recommendations. The problem with the report back to recommendations is the following thing. It is not competent for a council to decide, this council or any other council to decide how to address a risk that has been associated with respect to HVAC. If we do that, you know, we're outside of our governance responsibility. We're encroaching on a responsibility that staff has. And you know, I ask you, are you licensed to practice engineering in Ontario? You're incurring not only risk for the municipality, but personal risk as a councillor. And I'm not even, as I said before, I'm not even willing to go there. So I think we should treat this the way Councillor Nash described earlier, which is that our staff get together, they figure out if there's a good solution to something, or they decide how to modify what we ask them to do, but depending on you know, the circumstances they encounter. They don't come back and ask us, they say, oh, well, we're going to put gravel on the road, but this piece of rock there, we can't do it. They just work around however it is. And we're putting ourselves in the position of getting outside of our competence as a council and our responsibility as a council. And in the process of doing that, we're incurring risk for ourselves and for the municipality. And I'm not willing to do that personally. So I certainly would not ask you to do it. And I am an engineer and I could do it legally, but that's not my job. My job is to govern, not to participate in the governing body, not to do the work of the staff. So,
okay.
So that's why I want to take those things out of I just want to simplify the motion a little and leave it get on, and they can do it when whatever they figure out to do as soon as they can, and hopefully they'll save us some money in the process.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I guess just in response to that and the proposed motion change. So often we have reports come to us on what we want to do. Awarding of the gravel contract on what roads, a bridge that might need work on, whatever it might be done. What we're gonna be doing for a sound system in here, is the CBO involved in the sound system now? I know there's a light that has to get fixed at the library. Is the CBO involved in that? I don't think so. So I think what's being said is not actual fact. When these things were put on for a future possible projector, was an engineer or a civil engineer or whatever it would be to sign off on those done with a structural drawing to know? Probably not. Was the CBO involved in it? No. So I think what we're being led on this is not in fact correct. So often it'll be, right now, this motion reads, the fire chief, Bob Whitman, which could have just said fire chief, and public works manager, it says David Creaser, could have just said fire, public works manager, be requested to consider alternatives and less expensive options and report back to council. They would have come back and said, this is what we think we could do. That is involving staff. And then we take their recommendations and would say, yes, do we want to do it, or no, we wouldn't, just like we do for anything else. When a library gets approved, it's based on recommendations. When renovations are done, it's based on recommendations. We're not telling them what to do. We're saying, can you go back, look at it, see what can be done, possibly do it cheaper? What is that alternative? And so many of those things that are involved in buildings, I don't think in the past have revolved around the CAO being involved. He might, CBO, sorry, not CAO, CBO. For every time I've said that, it's CBO, right? So I won't be in favor of the amendment and will be voting in favor of the original motion.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, I'll call the question on the amendment. Is this a recorded vote?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I'll call the question and I'll have the, I guess I can sign that on the end. You can fill it out. So yes is in agreement to the amendment, no is against the amendment.
Sorry, could you read the
Yeah.
amendment again? Thanks. I
Yeah.
just, sorry,
Yeah, sorry.
I found it.
So this replaces the last paragraph.
Yep.
And in essence, I guess they don't come back to council. They just do whatever they decide to do, I guess. And the other things that the mayor said. My only comment would be that I would expect that as part of their analysis of the original amendment, that the CBO or the fire chief and the public works, David, would obviously consult with the CBO. I think that's what Councillor Nash is getting at. I think also the CAO might be involved too, but it'll be a report back from the two of them, right? So anyway, so it reads, you strike the last paragraph, it reads, now therefore let it be resolved that staff be requested to consider alternative and less expensive options to address the HVAC issue identified at Fire Station 2. And the caution I have on this before we vote on it, because I haven't commented on it, be careful of the slippery slope you're now creating here, okay? If we're saying everything we do in a $7 million budget, that we can't have any influence in it except through a reconsideration and going through the rigmarole of a 2 or 3 month ordeal. But staff is completely at ease to do whatever they want or not do and report back quarterly or half yearly or at the end of the year. That's a real slippery slope in my mind. We are the council, And in this case, I think it's tremendously legitimate of what Counselor Woods, and he doesn't bring very much forward, doesn't mean he isn't valuable, he doesn't bring very much forward. And this is important to him, and it's important to me. And I don't want to give up. This isn't about micromanaging our staff or anything like that. This is trying to fix what was a misperception of council. That's all it is. Not blaming anyone. Maybe we're wrong. In fact, the mayor said at one point, he brought up that, this wasn't required. I don't remember him doing it, but I'm sure he probably did. But it didn't sink in my mind. And when it comes to liability, I guess my comment is facetiously a bit, and let's close down the beaches. Let's close down. There's liability everywhere in our municipality. Everywhere we do, everything we do, there's liability. And to hide behind, Steinhoff. Steinhoff said we had to spend $2 million on a building 15 years ago or 12 years ago, that we ended up spending half that in a better building. So, and people know how I feel about Steinhoff right along. So I don't believe every engineer is right, by the way. I think they can make wrong decisions. So those are some of my comments. This is a very, very slippery slope, and it creates a tremendous thing in the future for us. So anyway, that's my comment. So having said that, call the question. Thank you.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Bray.
No.
Sorry. Councillor Lamb,
No.
that motion to amend is defeated.
Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to the mayor.
Oh, you're going to fill that. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, the motion in its original forms still stands. Do you want to call the question on that one? Are you ready to call the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm going to call it.
Yeah, you call it.
Any further comments?
Can we get a recorded vote, please?
Yes, we're going to. Yeah.
Just a minute. Just a minute. We get out of order when you were first last time, but you're technically first this time simply because Councillor Lamb was to be first last time because it's chair. So I think I'm just going to stay in order. Actually, no, I can do this. Councillor Woods,
Abstain.
thank you. Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. 11.8. Method of distribution of digital documents to members of council requested by Councillor Nash. Here's the suggested motion. Whereas the council of the municipality of Whitestone has discussed staff created documents that members of council may require or want in order to assist members in carrying out their elected positions. And that in the past, staff members have sometimes not provided. I think it's not been provided, maybe not been provided. Digital documents in formats such as Word or Excel, which could have assisted members of council on providing comments back to staff members on items such as draft bylaws, draft budgets, or other items for which staff members have requested council members' input. And that to assist the municipality of Whitestone council members to carry out their elected duties in the 21st century and digital age, now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby directs staff to provide digital documents in their native formats such as Word, Excel, PDF, which can allow members of council to highlight, track changes, and create comments for council members' use and or to assist when providing comments and or feedback to staff members or other council members. That's the motion. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Nash is moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor Woods. Okay. So, yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
you wish to speak to your motion, Councillor?
Yes, thank
Sorry.
you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess I brought this up for a few reasons, and I know I handed out to several of you a couple examples that didn't make the agenda as they weren't allowed in. However, all I'm looking for here is one of the examples that is in the agenda is back, or is not in the agenda, but back in August of 2023. I'm only reading a little bit of the email. It was when we were working on the procedural bylaw, and we were sent members of council a document that was in PDF that had red text and blue text. It was highlighting things and showing some comments, things like that. And in the email, it says, please provide comments or input. However, when you go to use that PDF, you get the note, this file has limited permissions. You may not have access to some features. View permissions, file permissions, commenting is off, content copying is off, editing for content is off, filing from fields is off, and signing is off. So it makes it very hard as council members to be able to provide comments back to staff, or if they are wanting to, if a member of council is wanting to make notes on their own on an agenda topic, it's very hard for us to do so. We could maybe come into the office and talk to somebody. We can write things out. We can handwrite on it. You know, we're given a digital allowance. We're trying to go paperless.
This one here.
Yet for some reason, we can't get a document that allows us to do editing on it that hasn't been frozen lately. If we were given something in Word, for example, and we could track changes and send it back to staff members, it would be so easy. The original document, that Word document, will always be in the office. It won't be sent out. A copy of it will be sent out. But that original one is always at the office, always in possession of the office. The ones that get sent out are for our use. We have to be trusted that we're not going to go and send it to 10,000 people. And I think one of the very good examples is I was actually working on a motion today in regards to creating this very motion. And I'd typed it out, I'd sent it in an email. I'd also attached a PDF to the document. So the PDF wasn't frozen, it wasn't edited, it wasn't locked. It could have been resaved as a Word document, very easy. But I also sent the text in the email. What I got back was a PDF, which I'll hold up, was a PDF with red text with all the suggested changes from staff, which is great. That's what we're working back and forth on. Yet the PDF is marked, this file has limited permission. You may have limited access to some features, content copying, editing for context. So it makes it very hard when you're going back and forth, even working on a motion, that you can't just track changes and send it back. You have to retype the whole motion out. And again, the original motion, the clerk's office, other staff, they have it. We're just getting a copy that allows us to do work. I was working on the Environmental Stewardship Committee, and we were doing an agenda up. And I use the agenda and then write motions after it that I'm gonna say. Right? So item one, whatever it might be, you write the motion. Well, I can't get that because it's, I forget the exact word, a protected document. So I can't get a copy of the Word document for something such as a Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting, which I find strange. And I've spoken to some other counselors in other jurisdictions, and by all means, they're always using track changes when they're going back and forth with staff or other council members. So all I'm asking for is we get into that, allow us to have it if we ask for it, to do stuff when we're being asked to comment on stuff going back and forth. I don't think it's hard to ask. We're in the digital age, so hopefully I have some other counselors' support on the item, and we can carry on from here and do our job a bit better when we have it.
Thank you. Other comments from anybody? Other comments? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I really don't know what to think on this thing. I'm not very savvy when it comes to when I do have a Word document and, making changes and underlining and doing all that kind of stuff is difficult for me, only because I probably haven't put enough effort into it. So what do? I do one of two things. If I get a document, I get a hard copy from the office here. I either write in the margins all the changes that I want, and I bring it to council and talk to it as I would do here, right, with all the stuff. Or as I did on the short-term rental bylaw last week or the week before, I go into Paula and I talk to her about all the changes I want, and she made up a document and she gave it to me in hard. She didn't send it to me in Word or PDF or anything. She gave it to me in a hard copy, right? Which I still had to go over and maybe change a bit, right? So technologically, I guess I'm not up to what I should be. I know this is very important to the CAO. I don't know what to do with it. I personally, I would put it off for a few months and think about it, or defer it, because I think, just because I think. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I am like you, Councillor Lamb. I'm not always really good at track changes and all those things. And it's just because I haven't done it as much as other people have, but I do know that that's what for Paula, because she ended up with my chicken scratch all down the sides and my cross out and my circles and things like that, that I had to explain to her. And I think that, I know that it's, track changes may seem like it's something that we, could go off the rails, but I also see, when staff have to read our writing and look at all of our things that we write on the sides or anything like that, you always end up explaining it because they can't read. You can't read my writing. I don't write enough anymore to be good, clear writing. So I'm not opposed to that. I think that, there are ways and means of dealing with that. I think that we just need to look to other areas to see if there's things we should put in place for this. And some will be more comfortable than others because some use it all the time. And that's what I learned at the DSAB, that some used it all the time, track changes and things like that. And we would do that and I would do my best, but I've been out of it for 3 years, so I might need some training. Thanks.
But I wonder through you, Mr. Mayor, whether, again, I really have a hard time putting my head around all this, okay? And when I've talked to people kind of sort of about it and say, well, how would you deal with this, right? Like I use my allowance, I bought or use some of it to buy a new computer and that sort of thing. I also added for a couple $100 or whatever, Word and Excel and whatever. And that's what I have, right? I don't have a program that converts, PDF to Word and then back and forth and whatever. So if I was going to track changes and I could learn it, to me, it's the easiest to do in a Word document, right? So I say back to staff, well, why don't you send it out in a different format but send it to council in Word and then you do whatever format you want to do, right? But when I asked the people that, they said, well, the main document is always there. It's sitting in Word or whatever, and it's there. Nothing ever gets changed to that document until we approve it at council, whatever we're approving, right? Based on input. I have a hard time getting my head around it. So I've said enough on it. I've been honest and, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wish I could figure out how to work the computer the way you guys do. Because to me, it would make life so much easier if you could scroll through and put little notes on the side. But for the life of me, I can never seem to grasp it, which is why I always ask for paper. And it is kind of a nightmare because I have stacks of council meeting minutes from day one stored at my house with all my little chicken scratch notes, right? I keep them. To be able to do it on a computer to me would be far easier if I knew how to do that. So I'm sure it would be easier for the rest of you because I've seen you all use a computer a lot better than I can. So I don't understand what the big deal is, but maybe I'm missing something. I'll leave it to you guys to make that one.
Well, thank you. I mean, maybe I can give you my perspective on this. I have to take you back to, I'm going back a couple of years ago now. And some of you will remember that I did have a proposal in front of the council. And it really, I think it was when we were working on this PA system change. And I said, like, where we really should go with this, so we should try to reduce the amount of paper we had. And the proposal was that everybody would get from the municipality a device. There's a specific type of laptop, and it would have had software on it. The software that was on it would have had the capability to facilitate collaboration of documents, and it would have certainly allowed you to keep have your own electronic copy of the agenda and make notes on it, which would help you so you don't have to write down on paper and that sort of thing. You don't have to have Word as the source for that, but anyway, what did council do? Council said, no, just give us money and we'll buy our own stuff, right? Remember that? And so that idea went out the window. People who work on computer programs, developing code, which is not what we do, of course. God help us if council gets start doing that. but they often have, you'll have people working all over the world working on the same stuff or stuff that a code that touches each other. And there are tools for that support that. And of course you have to learn how to use them. Some of them are not trivial, but they allow people to work on the same thing and so you can tell who's got the master copy and there's processes for agreeing on whose changes get put in and so on, and reconciling differences in what people have typed and all that stuff. But I guess well, sorry, I just want to say one other thing first, is that I see that PDF is on this list. the PostScript, it's a PostScript data format, by the way, is what that is.
I
So it
learned
belongs-
something today.
Belongs to Post, it's a product of Adobe Systems
Yeah.
out of California. They started it. They came out of Xerox Labs. I'll tell you the story sometime offline. It's interesting. But anyway, not to go into that, but that is it is a pure graphics format. And there are tools, like if you get the professional version of Adobe, which I have, and I use it sometimes, you can convert a Word document into Excel or a whole bunch of other things. But it trashes the formatting. You still have to wrestle with the formatting. It's not clean. It's not a clean conversion because it is stored in an internal image format. So if you're doing things like track changes, I mean, you can have a PDF document, you put the changes beside, but you can't use that as an effective way of exchanging documents with each other unless you have these what I call collaboration tools. So, and I'm not suggesting we do that. Here's my final comment about this. I'm very, very sympathetic to automation of ideally everybody would have a computer in front of them. I guess I'd have two because this one's the one that's got the camera for the internet, but one on which you have your agenda and you can put notes and you can do all these things, right? And write your comments on it and so on. And I'm used to doing this in a large council that I chaired a couple of times. We had all this stuff down pat. But in any case, the thing I really would like to see us avoiding doing things like trying to all work simultaneously on a large bylaw like the procedure bylaw or the rental bylaw or whatever. It's still going to be a difficult process and it's going to create a lot of extra work for staff. So my hope was that we would not, we would not be collectively wordsmithing large documents and not get into this like we did in the example that Councillor Nash gave in his when he sent this around. So I mean I don't know if we need to do that kind of thing, then yes, yeah, it makes sense to have. And the only tool that I guess if you all have Word, that's the only tool you can use. But that's all I can tell you. I'm kind of two minds about this. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, just as a presenter of the motion, I just wanted to have the last little bit of say here, and I will ask for a recorded vote on it. But I think we're getting out of the league of what I'm suggesting here a little bit. If we were sent, say it was, I don't know, anything in here today, say it was the draft parking bylaw, and I received a copy of it in PDF. You can hit, say if it was done in a Word format and switch to PDF and sent to us in PDF, you hit save as, it'll convert it back to the Word format in the proper format. If somebody goes and puts restrictions on the document, you can't convert it back. If you have it in PDF and you go to highlight something and commenting has been turned off, you can't highlight the PDF and comment on the PDF. If you're able to put it into Word, or if we were sent Word and we requested it, so Councillor Woods gets the Word document of the traffic bylaw and says provide comments, and Councillor Wood changes 10 sentences or 10 words in it, and he puts them in red and bold and sends it back to the staff, that's Brian's comments. Then there'd be my comments. Then there'd be Councillor Lamb's. And staff could look at those, copy and paste what they wanted from them, instead of, here's my chicken scratch from today, figure it out and go type it out, right? That's all I'm asking for. It's not that we have them and we're going to be sending all these documents out to residents and stuff, just for our use and to send back to council to help us all work together. And that original document will always be saved at the municipality. What we send back might say SN edits, might say Janice highlights, whatever it might say. So that's it. That's all I'm trying to do is just promote it. It's not in a bad way. I think it's in a good way as time goes on, but I would ask for a recorded vote on it. And if we could do the vote would be great.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I want the full understanding of this before I vote. So I'd ask if our CAO would, comment on it. And I don't mean to, I know you're passionate about this and I want to be able to look at both sides before I make a decision. I'm sure there's a reason that internally it's important, right? And anyway, I probably will end up doing exactly what I am doing now anyway, to be honest, right? Nothing's going to change in my world, no matter what this decision is, unless I learn to do Word, or I guess I buy some other program or whatever to convert whatever I get to whatever to Word, I guess. I don't know. I'm confused a bit. So anyway, if I could just ask the CAO to maybe speak to it, please.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see both sides. Obviously, I see my side, and I've been adamant about managing what we call in the clerk's department protected documents. And these are, existing bylaws, for instance, existing policy that's being developed, that is in the process of being developed. And, one of the challenges is if every member of council, and it's not difficult to learn once you've practiced a little bit, took a Word document and did track changes in it, then somehow a member of staff has to take all those suggested track changes and collate them. And one member of council might say, I want this definition to read this. And another member of council might say, I want the definition to read that. I think we managed pretty good with the procedure bylaw where we took people's comments, and we did get comments in PDF documents. We got them verbally and got them in email and collated everything. I can remember, a couple of clauses in the procedure bylaw where it said, Councillor Lamb suggested this, Councillor Nash suggested that, Councillor Woods wanted this. So there was 3 options or 2 options. So that's fine. I do see Councillor Nash's point. I know that he is quite savvy when it comes to managing a Word document. I've seen that before. I think there might be a compromise somewhere. What I would want to suggest, and maybe it has to, we can give some thought. Actually, Wendy and I have talked about this, and for the clerk's department, we were trying to find a way that would work for everyone, knowing what the request is. That I think we want to be careful that I can see if we're saying to council, please, the trailer bylaw is a good instant. For example, we're not doing one, but there was a point where we said to council, please provide all your comments. We didn't receive any, and just as well, because we're not moving forward with it. We would then provide you with a document that has all the policy verbiage in it, but doesn't actually look like a bylaw. So there'd be no misunderstanding that it's the original document. It's just the words. But if members of council wanted Word versions of just about any document we have, I would question why. If we're not changing the bylaw, if we're not changing that policy, unless it was the direction of council, I don't see why we would need to give out a Word document just so that it could be possibly manipulated or possibly changed for future use at council. So I think there's a good compromise here. If I put myself in Councillor Nash's shoes, I do understand what your issue is, and the protected resolution that came to you was actually a mistake. We're practicing, and you got the wrong one. So that wasn't intentional, because it was just a matter of a few spelling and grammar updates. So it wasn't anything concerned. So. Wendy and I are looking at see what other municipalities do, and I might suggest that in keeping with, in the spirit of understanding what Councillor Nash wants, if you could have us come back with something at the July council meeting that would respect your wishes and maybe put some brackets around how many and which documents get handed out on a Word format. We certainly couldn't give you the whole agenda in Word format. You would have to have it in individual documents because they are in individual documents. And if we took the whole agenda in PDF and converted it to Word, it wouldn't look good because there's drawings and there's other things in there. So I think there's probably a fine compromise somewhere. And if you could give our deputy clerk and I another month to come up with a solution, I think we will.
But I would make a motion to defer this for a month. And you work on it, bring a report back or bring something back to us, because hopefully there's a solution here that we can all live with, right?
Thank you, Councillor. I agree. I don't think I need a full report. I think it'll be a memo with some options that provide the flexibility that some of the councillors want, and still gives our records management people, who is Wendy, the confidence that documents that are protected remain protected and aren't manipulated for no reason in particular. And that's not just for council, that's for the public and for other staff as well, actually.
Can I make that motion to defer?
You can. It's always in order. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second.
Seconded by Councillor Bray.
Comment?
I don't know. I guess we can comment on a motion to defer. Some rules you can't, but I don't think ours says anything about that. So go ahead.
Okay, I think too that I see the need for this only for things that you're asking comments on. I do not want anything else in that format. But if there was something that, we were to comment on, that I could see being some kind of way of being able to do it electronically might be easier, as well as easier for everybody to read. Yep.
Sorry, I'm just making a note. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you,
Councillor
through you,
Knapp.
Mr. Mayor. So in my proposed motion, I'll read the very last part that was there. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby directs staff to provide digital documents in their native format, such as Word, Excel, PDF, which can allow members of council to highlight, track changes, and create comments for council members' use, and or to assist when providing comments and or feedback to staff members or other council members. So a couple main points there. Native format. So if there's a document that was already done in Word, you'd get the Word if you asked for it. If it's an agenda and everything is in PDF, you'd get PDF unless you asked for the Word document of the procedural bylaw or whatever it might be. So that already covered that off. You might want to see something or ask for something coming forward that you might want to bring forward to council. Say it was something on an existing bylaw that you wanted to bring up. So you wanted to ask for it in Word, only if it existed in Word already. You're not asking anybody to create something that doesn't exist here. But the main trouble I have out of everything that was talked about during the entire day today is the word manipulated. Council is not manipulating stuff. Council might be highlighting stuff. It comes down to trust again. Manipulation is not trust. If we're trusted when we get the documents, we use them. It's not manipulating a document if you're providing comments back. You're not manipulating it and sending out to the residents and saying, oh, look at this bylaw that exists. That's not trust. That's not what's being done here. Not being manipulated. And in order to be sent a document that has permissions on it, somebody has to set that up. If it's done by a mistake, somebody had to accept those things to be done like that. A document just doesn't automatically have permissions taken off of it, just for the records, from what I understand.
Okay, thank you for your comment. We do have a motion to defer, which is on the floor, and I'm going to call the question on the motion to defer. I guess we can do it with a show of hands, can we?
I think so.
Could we do a recorded vote?
Okay. Yeah, you did ask for a recorded vote, I guess previously when we were dealing with the main motion, so.
For the motion to defer, Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
Now that it's been deferred, as per the procedural bylaw, can we ask for a date that it will be back on? Because you need to set a date for it, as the procedural bylaw states.
That's correct. And I didn't mention July, the July council meeting.
Yeah, so what date exactly will that be?
July 16th, correct. Thank you.
8th, did you say? Oh,
Six-
6.
1/6.
Yeah, 1/6. Okay, so 11.9, the last one of these business items. It's a request to stand down the Wabash Task Force by Counselor Nash. So I'll read the motion that is suggested here. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approved the terms of reference for the Wabash Landings Task Force at the November 19th, 2018 regular council meeting by resolution number 2018-368. And whereas the terms of reference notes the estimated completion date to be December 31st, 2019, and whereas the terms of reference notes the term of appointments until the task force has completed its work and has been stood down by council. And whereas the terms of reference notes legislated or other mandate approved by council to investigate potential improvements to parking and docking at Wabash Lake. And whereas the municipality of Whitestone undertook major improvements to the parking area in 2019 under capital works. Whereas the council of the municipality of Whitestone agreed to assume ownership of the docks and associated structure at Bennett's Bay Landing and Indian Narrows Landing at the April 16, 2024 regular council meeting by resolution number 2024-167. And whereas the council of the municipality of Whitestone at the regular council meeting of April 4th, 2023 defeated resolution number 2023-169, being a resolution to approve implementation of a system of enforced permit parking at the Wabash Landings. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby stand down the Wabash Landings Task Force effective June 19th, 2024. And council thanks all of the task force members for their work and contributions to the task force. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Are you moving, Councilor?
Yeah, I'll move it. Thank you.
Seconder, Councilor Woods. Discussion?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The reason I brought this up is I know there's been a lot of work done at the Wabash Landings, I'll call them plural. Lots of gravel put down over the years, quite a bit put down several years ago. We've taken over the docks. We have in place now some traffic bylaw that we just passed today. I'm on the committee now. I've only been on it not for a great length, not since the beginning of it. I don't think there's really very much discussed after last spring. There was a meeting, there was a few things pointed out to the Works Department to do. But I don't think there's any new business that needs to come forward now. I think what the task force was working on 5 years ago or so when it came into existence was about the parking and about the gravel, I'll call it. And a lot of that stuff has been done. So I think the use of the task force was good when it needed to be there. I don't think it needs to be there now. I think staff can go out and do the maintenance that they need to. If there's a problem, if there's a dock board out, I think the last meeting that was held, it was more, can this get fixed? Or there's a board out here. What are we going to do with that? It was just questions that anybody could ask the Public Works Manager. So I think it's just time to wrap it up because I don't really think it needs to be there anymore because the use of it, it is played out its course and good work was done during the term of it, at the beginning of it and through to where we stood when the gravel went down and the docks were taken over and all of that. So that's why I asked for it to be brought up because I think it just makes sense to end it now. Thank you.
Any other comments? If no one else wants to speak to it, I will just make the following comment. I think that I mean, I agree that there is probably not a lot of useful work that the task force has to do at this point. I did receive a request fairly recently from the Washkish members of the task force to hold a meeting, and my intention was to do that, and then you know, make sure that, assuming that there weren't any other items that they wished the task force to bring to council, to just everybody agree that it would stand down. It's not that I'm opposed in principle to it, but this arrived on the agenda before I had a chance to pick a time for them to meet. So I guess I'm a little concerned about the optics of this. And there are, as I'm sure you're aware, there are still issues related to those landings, and in particular related to the changes in the rules which are imposed by this trailers attached to trucks for 14 days thing, but in any case, I guess it's, I did comment to somebody who asked me when I was going to convene the meeting the other day. I said, well, it looks like there's a motion to stand it down. So what that means is that the executive to the association will then have to delegate counsel for things that it wants that are not routine matters that are handled by Public Works. And the routine matters are being handled by Public Works, and they know how to do that, and that's fine. So there's no issue with that, but there's still issues around signage. There's issues around, other things that happen at the landings that might be council policy items. So if the council doesn't want the task force to sort of try and filter those first or whatever, then you can expect to have them come to council as delegation requests and arrive on the agenda that way. So that's my comment. Councilor Bray, did you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I was just looking through the documents. I'd read them before, and I sort of feel that what was set out to be done has been done. And again, if the association have items that they want to bring forward to council, I think it would be like any other association in Whitestone, because we have quite a few. So to have one task force for one lake association and not have task force for all of them, I think we could get into some problems there. I would suggest that there be an ending, like a meeting to sort of wind down and say, yeah, we did what we were tasked to do. And that from, going forward, there'll be times when they'll be meeting or talking with staff, or there might be things that they wish to bring forward to council. That's the way I would sort of see it. I know that it got started for a reason, but I was looking at all of the due dates and accomplishments, and so I think that it just makes it difficult for us in how we look at things with other lake associations, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from anybody? All right, I guess we'll, I'll call the question then. Well, I don't know, just trying to decide if you need to record it, I guess we don't.
No.
All right, show of hands, who- Wow,
What the hell was that?
I do not know. Somebody drop a mic on the floor or something.
No,
Jeez,
test, test, test.
your battery go?
It was almost like somebody dropped one.
Test, test. No, okay, we still have.
Okay. If
Oh,
I could
God.
have just two, what, we've taken the vote, have we? If I could just have 2 minutes.
Well, no, we haven't taken the vote. Sorry, I
Oh.
didn't see any show of, I heard that noise and I didn't see who had their hand up. So those, you guys are in favor?
Everyone's in favor.
Yeah, all right.
Just give me 2 minutes.
All right,
I
the
won't be
motion is
long.
carried out.
Hurt my ear.
There's nobody online, Madam.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods has a really good point.
We could just extend a thank you to the members of the committee from council. for the
I will
work
do
they
that,
did.
yes. I will do that. yeah. It says with thanks, so
I
but
forgot
he
what it
wants
was,
to, he wants us to share something and I will do that, yeah. Yeah. So we're at correspondence, and while you're waiting, if you want, you can look at the correspondence and decide if there's anything you want to pull. Yeah. Yeah.
Suggested to him that might be an idea, but I never got back to him. to say whether he should or not, so. We'll find out if that's what he's waiting. And then
Yeah, you
if we
could.
do what he
yeah.
needs for us to speak to it. No, I said he did, that I.
So we're all back, right? Where'd you go? I was actually gonna take a break when we went in camera. Maybe we don't need to.
I think we should. We're all
Yeah.
probably just gonna get that leg stretched.
Okay, folks, we're just, we're getting close to the end of regular session. We're at correspondence right now and we have a list of items from A to J, which is what's that, 10 or so. I'll get the motion on the floor first, whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 10 of the June 18th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. So can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Counselor Bray. So next question is, how do you want to populate the list? We have, yeah, go ahead, just, do you have,
Yeah, I only have one, and that's C.
so C is the impact assessment cycle, so C,
I have F.
sorry, just a second, I'm gonna. Cycle, you had F, and F is about what? E, F.
Bridges.
Oh, yes, the bridge work. Bridge work. That's ND Lee. All right. Is there any other one? Let me just. I don't think I saw one. I just want to see if there's a few people thanking us for donations as usual. And one from the school. Not ESO one. No, I think that's.
Okay.
I'm not gonna add anything to the list. All right, so we've populated the list with 2 items. Item C, which is impact, well, it's a request to the government because it's not impact that's holding up the
No,
works, as you
no.
probably know.
Yeah.
Councilor Bray.
Yeah, it's, yeah, it is a request to the government. It's, the one from Calendar is pretty straightforward in wanting the assessment cycle to start again. We're still being assessed, or the assessment is at 2016. That's 8 years behind. Somewhere along the line, it's going to have to get caught up. At least that's what they had talked about a long time ago. And so I think we need to, I would like to support this because I think that I find that it would be another way of us being able to possibly not have to raise taxes all the time, because we would be getting more assessment, and it would provide somewhat the amount of money that we need in this municipality to
That was me.
manage the
That was
things
me
that we
just
need.
testing it.
Thanks.
I thought,
Anybody else want to comment on
yeah,
impact?
through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought they'd already established either 25 that they were gonna, they haven't established that yet?
No.
I thought they said that it was gonna kick in 20, oh, okay.
No, they haven't. The other comment that I would just make about this, just to kind of remind everybody how this works. Okay, what happens is when there is a reassessment, the floor, you know what's going to happen. The floor is going to go up like this, but what happens is that whatever the across the board increase is raises that actually lowers, like when we look at a tax increase from year to year, it's based on how much money people have, and it's like a zero-based budget. In other words, what happens is we reset our mill rate, our assessment rate, back to what it was the previous year. Not the previous year, but what rate would have got us with the new assessment the same amount of money we got last year? So
Yeah,
the
we don't-
public is gonna, it isn't like we grab a windfall all of a sudden. We have to reset when we.
Well, you should have told that to
So-
Don Carter way back, because he and I had great arguments 17 years ago, because he thought it was a windfall.
Sure.
But anyway, when he
So
was
it's
on
not,
council.
it's not that way. I mean, when our building permit closed, we were reassessed
Yeah.
and it went up.
So
That's
was I.
different.
Yeah.
This is a reassessment based on market value increases, right?
Uh,
That
And
that
That's all
are,
it
and
is.
nothing to do with anything you did, right? Like they separate the two things.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the last time they did a market reassessment that they didn't put in was like 2020 or something, wasn't it? Or
2016.
2019? No, I know, we're working on 2016.
Yeah. it's quite
But
a
they
while
did
ago.
do a reassessment at one point,
The,
but they just
And-
have never put it into effect.
And what,
the increase also gets rolled in, it gets prorated over 4 years when it does occur, right?
Yeah,
So,
no, I know. But have they done a second one since
No,
So it's just the one they're gonna put. So we're still gonna be working on 2020 values, right? Or whatever the date is, not on 20.
2016?
no, if they do one
If
in,
the-
if
if
they
the-
do one in 2026, we
No,
will be
I
based, it'll be
realize, but
based
I-
on
I
2026
think
values.
I think this motion, if I'm not mistaken, is saying, put it in like next year, like 2025, before they
Yeah.
do the 2026 one, which means they're working on the 2022 one. That's my point, right? So it's still not gonna be up to date. It's
No.
2 or 3 years, but it's, I guess, better than it is, so.
if
And
I'm-
I've always viewed it that although, all it does is redistribute the pie, right?
Yeah.
And that's what the mayor is saying, we don't get a windfall or anything really, right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's the same size pie all the time, right?
Yeah.
It's just different slices, if you want to think of it like that. But if you buy like a new house today and you pay X dollars for it, it's based on the assessed value of that new house back in 2016. However, their computers will go back and say that new house would have been worth X 2016, not in 2024. But one thing I think when I do see it, maybe it's another council meeting, but I do think it's important that, I don't know if it's through staff or a summer student or council, that in the CBO, that we do go out, because I think we all know there's probably many structures on lakes that are harder to get to, places in the bush that have not been assessed, or somebody's done a $100,000 kitchen renovation or whatever it might be, or put in that new garage, and the building permit's never been closed, the building permit's never been obtained. And I would fathom to guess that there's tens and tens and tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars that we could get if every property was assessed to be what's there now. And then when it's updated, that money will come in more, right? I don't know how we do that. I don't know how you go around the lake and look at a satellite image and say, these are here, but I do think it's important to bring up as a council item somewhere going forward. And when I saw this, it kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we had, this has always been a bugaboo of mine too, but we had quite a healthy discussion with the chief building officer when he gave his last report.
Mhm.
I don't know whether you were at that meeting or
No.
maybe you weren't, right? But he explained a lot of things that he's doing. He had lists of outstanding building permits and that sort of thing. And I was quite happy with what he reported on, so. Thank you.
Okay, well, so what is the action item for us to send a letter of support? Is that, or
I guess not, if it's not that important. I'm quite willing to withdraw it if it's not that important.
well, I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. I think it's been a long time since we had one, and there is some value. What happens is, when they don't do it, what we're not catching the disparity in how various properties increase. Okay, so there are some properties in the municipality that will have gone up, maybe 20% or something since the last assessment when they're reassessed. And there's some others that will have doubled in reassessment. So
Yeah.
that redistributes theoretically, because it's based on market value. So theoretically that that makes it more fair in terms of the value of what your property is. Now, of course, if you've got a property that went up a lot, you wish they would put it off forever, right? But there's a fairness value to it, I guess. That's all. I'm not saying it
Yeah.
doesn't do it, but it isn't gonna flood our coffers with additional revenue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the last time MPAC was here, or maybe 2 times ago, but the last time, I remember them commenting that Whitestone was going to go up abnormally higher than some of the other
Yeah.
communities, and particularly Whitestone Lake. I remember them saying that because I was joking about, well, forget about Whitestone, we're all poor and all that kind of stuff because I'm on the lake. But I remember Whitestone Lake particularly, the assessment vis-a-vis everything else was going to be higher there. So I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because the deputy mayor lives there and they want to get back at me or something. I don't know.
It's all market value.
It's all mark. I
don't know. It's supposed to be all market value. Okay, so again, I'm trying to find out, do we wish to support? I'm of two minds about it, honestly. I don't know. I mean,
Will it really make?
we're
any
not,
difference?
these folks are not the only ones who are,
Yeah.
who keep ragging on the.
All it is more staff work and I don't think it'll make a
Okay,
big difference
all right.
anyway.
Oh. If there's no appetite to send us, okay. So number F was the letter from Andy Lee about the
Yeah.
two bridges, the one over here and the one on Highway 520
Yeah.
where it crosses the Whitestone River
I
in
won't-
the middle of Whitestone.
I won't be very long on this, but I sort of immediately when I saw they were going to work on this bridge, and I know there's a sidewalk in front of the library and all that, I thought about the sidewalk, right? That went from whatever it was, 250 to 550. And thinking, wow, how the heck we ever do that, right? And I know that we talked at one point about reapplying because so many projects had been dropped because of, the
Yeah.
funding or whatever. And I thought we were going to reapply to try and capture some of that money to get more for our sidewalk. But is this anything related? Could we write these people and say, we're doing our sidewalks? You're working in the area, I don't know. Maybe it's a long shot, right? Give us something or work with us or whatever. Is there any relationship there? Or is the bridge too far away from where we're going to put the sidewalk? I don't know. That's a question. Maybe it's a futile
We'll let
effort.
the CIO comment.
Yeah,
first.
I'm especially, it's worth the conversation with FDO or with the consultant, even if it's just to have a good look at the EA and the drawings. But the sidewalk was intended to come from the school to Marine Drive and meet up with an existing sidewalk, which just starts at Marine Drive. So that was the length of sidewalk, and that was the accessibility issue where you have a school and possibly have school children who want to have access to the library and or the community center and giving them a route.
Someone didn't they suggest that somehow they cross over on Moore Drive and come through the Duck Rockers? I don't know. I thought that was floated at one point, but you're talking the other side of the road.
It was
from
just the
Marine
other side
Drive
of the
here
road,
down to
yeah.
the school, right? To Moore Drive.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So
And I think
are
when
we
you-
reapplying for that grant or?
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. That's on my list to talk to Dave Creaser about.
Okay.
He did note that others were, when he was talking to the grant folks, that it was going to be problematic for a number of people. And that was a very difficult grant to apply for and even to get approval for because it was with the Canadian government and they made it extremely difficult to do all sorts of things. And the agreement we had to sign was significant. So I'll circle back with Dave on that. I think crossing the road and going through the Duck Rock, the key here was accessibility.
Yeah.
And that probably doesn't fit if you're crossing a road without a.
Yeah, that's the
crosswalk, yeah.
ideal place on the other side of the road.
It
but
is,
it's how
yeah.
you come up with $300,000 or whatever. right?
Exactly, yeah.
When we thought it was going to be 125 or something, right?
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
the issue. So, okay,
Fair
thank
enough,
you.
thank you.
That's all I wanted to say on that.
Counselor Nash.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a couple things. When it comes to this notice here, I'm not sure if staff might be able to inform them. At the Environmental Stewardship Committee, there's been a lot of talk about the invasive knotweed that's there. And I know there's been some communication. I know Dave's aware of it, but I think it would just be, I'm just kind of giving a little reminder that I know it would be hoped that when the work's being done, the rehabilitation of the bridge, that hopefully that knotweed can be taken out, and MTO's aware of it. So I know they're working on it. I just want to be able to let the environmental committee know that we'd mentioned it at the meeting. So I know it's already been taken care of. But when it comes to the sidewalk, I think the time to talk about the sidewalk is when they're gonna be redoing the 520 and grinding it. From what I know of MTO, and I'll just say from what I know from MTO, that if we speak to MTO when they're doing the planning for the regrinding and all of that work, and at that time we say, hey, we want to put a curb in, we want to do a sidewalk, they're already doing some work, they already have some traffic control, they're already grinding, you're not repaving. That's where there might be a very big cost savings if you're doing that work in tandem with whoever's awarded the paving and the adding of the bike lanes there. So I think that's really critical, and I know staff's working with MTO. But I think that'll be the really crucial part there, is just working with them to see what cost savings there might be when that goes through, if it's 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. And hopefully that might align at the same time as a grant, or we get the grant and we even have more cost savings. I think that'll be the big part of that.
Yeah, if I may, just the contract that has been awarded to Andy Lee is to do a Class EA. It's not, there's no work being done as a result of that. This is a pre-work stage environmental assessment. What are the risks associated with this work, et cetera, and to do the design of what the work is. So I'm not saying we shouldn't respond to them because they're looking for comments, but the actual awarding of people to do whatever these guys design will happen after that when they're finished, and these things take a year to get, and then they have to, once they go through the EA, then they have to go into MTO's budget schedule and they have to decide when they're actually going to tender for it, but there is another, well, sorry, did you want to respond to what I just said?
Yes, just following with Councillor Nash said, and maybe I'll give all of council some context. Some of you know and some of you don't. There was a grant that was applied for. It was brought forward from the environmental committee. It was applied for by the municipality because we have the signing authority and the ability to manage grant money. But the idea came from the environmental committee, and probably a shout out to Kathy Duchar. I think that's how you pronounce her name. She was very, very energetic about that. So she helped with the grant, and the municipality was awarded $2,500. And the idea was to manage that invasive species that is at the bridge. When Dave Creaser inquired with MTO, because we knew that MTO knew about it, they said, yes, we're expecting to do bridge work next year, in which case we will manage that invasive species, not only on our property, but on the private properties. So they'll dig up and they'll get the whole root structure out. They don't just work on their property and then let the private property owner worry about theirs. They get permission and they take care of it. So the grant application was predicated on that project. And now I understand you're finding another project. But I think the point of my conversation here is that MTO has indicated they expect to be doing that bridge work next year, which seems very quick based on the fact that they're just doing an EA. So that's the information that Dave Creaser got at this point.
Okay, thank you. So there was one other thing that a couple of people brought to my attention some years ago, and I haven't heard anything about it since, but I don't know if any of you, maybe Councilor, I don't know if you go between the South Basin and the North Basin through that channel that runs under the bridge or not with your boats, but
No, I go through all the time.
they're
Over the highway here. over the
yeah,
bridge,
under
yeah.
the highway.
I go through all the time.
There's big rocks in there.
Oh,
and they
I know
wanted-
exactly how to go through there.
And they suggested, could they, if they were going to work on the bridge, could they get those rocks out of there? And I think that
Yeah.
involves dynamite or something.
Can't do it. That's a pickerel spawning area. They can't do it.
With the EA, they'll say, no, no, no.
Not a
There's
very
no-
good, not
well,
a very
that's
good
what I-
pickerel spawning area if people are running their boats in through there, but I don't know.
Well, they don't run it when the pickerel spawn. There's no boats in the lake usually at that time, or very few.
Well, yeah. it's
But
early enough.
anytime, no, that's come up at council before. We said,
Yeah.
hey, love to take the rocks out because you have to do an S through.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what you're doing, you take the bottom end of your lake or your boat off if you're going too fast. But
Yeah.
we asked that at council many years ago. And the direct answer back was no way, because it's a pickerel spawning area. That's why they didn't take it out whenever they put the bridge in or whatever, right? So,
Okay, well,
but
was just
anyway,
curious.
yeah, you can ask again, but that's,
I mean,
there'll be a lot of
theoretically,
people like to go through that bridge without,
Yeah, I'm-
it's still it's not very deep regardless, right? It's just the rocks are on the right when you go under the
yeah,
bridge.
you're never gonna go
No,
fast, but
no.
it's like trying to go through what's called Dead Man's Narrows in the Washcash. And I mean, I've been through there 1,000 times in my life. But you have to be constantly looking where you're going, because you
Oh,
can't go
absolutely.
straight. If you go straight, you're gonna hit your prop for sure.
I know exactly if my kids or grandkids have driven under that bridge, because when I take my boat out, all I have to do is look at my prop,
Yeah.
right?
But
Which they're not
yeah.
likely to tell me.
Anyway, one of the things that can come out of it, out of an EA is if you do have a spawning bed, is that it may be possible for them to identify an alternative place where you could create some new spawning to compensate, some compensating spawning bed for it. I mean, that happens
Yeah.
when what you're doing there is gonna demolish the area, the whole area, and it's considered important enough that
Don't get me wrong,
killing
George.
the fish, right?
I think we should talk to them about taking that
Yeah.
rock out. There'd be more people happy and they'll catch pickerel other ways.
So,
So mention that. Yeah, when you're doing the bridge work, take the rock out.
So from just a response, what do we do with this? Is it sufficient? Like, we are providing a submission through Dave, or what, or are we doing? Or do we need to send a letter to them or something?
Through you, Mayor Cromie, no, there hadn't been an intended submission. It's simply Dave had talked to MTO separate from this, and many people, even our CBO got a copy of this. A lot of people in our office got a
Oh, yeah.
copy for some reason. So Dave Creaser's just been talking to MTO separately about the invasive species, and then the conversation came up about the intended work on the bridge. So we can provide some comments. I forget what the commenting timeline is. I have to.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it, but I know there's.
Maybe I would just start by calling Bradley Dufour, which is the phone number at the bottom of the page. And so I think what I'm hearing is that there's a request for council, if they're doing some bridge work, is to make the passage more navigable with the removal of rocks. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There's rocks outside under the bridge too, just on the right side as you're going through.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta S your way through.
All right, so have we dealt with these two items then to your
Yep.
satisfaction, folks? All right, I guess we should call the question then on the motion itself this is really to receive the two correspondence items for discussion. All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you very much. All right, well, just before we do that, because then we could go on, are there any councilor items? I'll just ask. There are no members of the public here, so there's no on the caller in the room, I don't think, other than us, right? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, a couple of things. First thing, we had a library board meeting last night, and this item came up, and I sort of said I was going to report to council only because I don't think I know it hasn't been reported, but I don't know how much our staff know about it. But there was a letter sent out by Service Ontario to wanting to know what satellite, they're trying to put satellite, I know they're in Staples or something, but they're also trying to look for satellite places. And they sent an email out to rural Ontario libraries, okay? And the response was overwhelming from the libraries that, they'd love it, right? And Peggy and Eva did meet by Zoom with the Service Ontario staff. Cass written this out, so I'm getting it right. So, and Service Ontario is doing a feasibility study, and there's no clear idea of where they want to put a satellite office. And at this time, there's no action sort of being taken. My concern with them was, that's fine. And, on the surface, a Service Ontario satellite office might be good for Dunchurch because bring people here and that kind of stuff. But it's our building, right? So staff has to be aware that, and I don't know whether the library can just make that decision. I said, it's our building, and if you're gonna, in a way, sublease it to anyone, then we've got to be involved. And I don't, so I just wanted the council and staff to be aware of that, okay? There's nothing that we want to do now. If staff wants to call Eva and investigate or ask her more detail, that's fine. But I just wanted people to know, okay? Any questions on that one? No?
They would want it to be open weekdays, 7 days a week, right?
I have no
Yeah.
idea. There's no
Yeah.
detail but I
Yeah.
think what was appealing to Whitestone was we were in between Burkes Falls and Parry Sound.
Yeah.
So we were centrally located between those two hubs, if you will, or Sunridge or that area, because they can't really put it in Sunridge. Be okay for us, but if you're in Parry Sound, you don't want to drive to Sunridge, right? Or whatever. So anyway, I don't know. That's all I know. I wasn't part of it.
It's not a bad idea. You can wait a long time at the Parry Sound office, at the Service Ontario office in Parry Sound, so it's 7 Bay Street. You can wait there for a couple of hours and not get service, and they come and say, sorry, we're closing, come back tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
having one that's closer would be.
I think it's only limited services that they're looking at, maybe. I don't
No,
know
I
that
don't
they're
know.
looking to take
Hmm?
pictures and do all that kind of stuff. But anyway.
Service Ontario?
The twist,
The
yeah, is that what
twist.
you're saying? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, so is staff?
Yeah,
Are you gonna?
never thought of that.
Yeah,
Yes,
$50,000 rent a month, that would be great, wouldn't it?
I'll follow up with Eva and Peggy, and I suspect there's nothing to do at this point except be aware.
Second thing I wanted to bring up was, and this has come up before, I just want to make sure that no council members have been, or I should preface it by saying the Magnetawan Pioneers Association is going to court in July. And I think that proceeding is going to go on, and I just want to, it's been clarified in the past that no member of council has been asked to go or be a witness or been subpoenaed or whatever, and I just want to make sure that that's still the case. If someone has been, now is the time to say that. If not, then we'll take it given that we're not part of that. Okay, thank you.
so what, oh, sorry, what makes you think you're going to court?
Because I've seen minutes that they're going to court. They're going to court. I could probably bring it up if you give me a minute. My phone's not on. They're going to court in July, some date in July. I thought it was, but it's obviously this summer, but I thought it was July.
Oh, okay, well,
They have a court date.
I
and
mean,
it's 2 days.
there's been an ongoing thing for a long time, and I guess I can't discuss it publicly, but yeah, it's it's not Magnetawan Pioneers, it's the anyway.
Well,
That,
yeah, I
and
just
that,
want
and
to
that,
make sure.
that keeps getting postponed. It's been going on forever, but no, I have not been, I'm not suggesting I've been asked about it, but that's the only thing I know about it. I'm not aware,
Well, just give me a
I'm
minute.
not aware that they're suing anybody or anything at
Give me
this
a
point.
minute. Just hold on. That's the wrong one. Final court date for the MECP excavating charge is now set for July 9th and 10th in Perry Sound Provincial Courtroom. So those are the dates.
Okay, well, this has been going on for 2 years and every so often it comes,
Yeah, right.
it gets postponed, they go and it gets postponed. And
Yeah.
it's one of these.
Well, anyway, they're set and it's not too far away, so could get, I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure
it-
that.
I-
Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
no detail, I have no details of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So, is there any other item from council, any other councilor items, sorry? Councilor Bray, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to report that we received correspondence from the partners, Canadian Partners for Climate Protection, and that they have approved our milestone 2 and 3 of our ice cap plan, and I think that that's nice, and I think it's great that we have that recognition. Also, I want to report that on June 6th, IceCap had a meeting in Perry Sound at the Stocky Center, and after the meeting, there was a wonderful trade show on climate, all different things around for climate action, and I think that it's great what the Georgian Bay Biosphere is doing in order to provide people with information and different, they had different trades there. They had different people with that had different items, as well as consulting and all different things. And I thought that it's a wonderful thing to have all of these, that the Georgian Bay Biosphere provides this to the communities, and they also do it through a lot of grants. So I think it's wonderful that they work on this. And I think that's all for me.
Oh, okay. Well, thank
I
you
think
for,
you were
thank
there
you for
too,
mentioning that.
yeah.
I would have mentioned it if you hadn't. It was very,
Our CAO
very-
was there too, which was
very
good.
impressive. Yeah, it was interesting meeting. Councilor Woods.
Real quick, Mr. Mayor. I did have a bunch, but I forgot my notebook and I can't remember them for the life of me. But one that I do remember, I got a copy of the Whitestone booklet that was handed out. And in there, it says that we have mandatory recycling now in Whitestone.
We
Yeah,
do.
I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because as
Mm.
far as I know, we didn't make it mandatory
Oh, yeah.
recycling, right?
Oh, yeah, it was made mandatory.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Nope. Check the
Oh.
bylaw. I don't think we made it mandatory. I really don't. When
Well,
we-
check it out,
I'd be-
because
just-
I recall it was what about the mayor? Do you
Clear-
remember it
clear
was
bag policy
mandatory or no?
was the clear bag policy, but as far as I remember.
Yeah, it's a matter
we
of
didn't
fact
make
that
it
that is
mandatory.
the intent of the clear bag policy. The idea is that if you're putting your pop cans and your broken glass and all your stuff that, the things that should go in your paper that should go in the recycle bins, somebody could see it and say to you, hey, we recycle this stuff. And keep in mind that it's, if it does go into a landfill, that shortens the life of our landfill. But if it goes into the compactors, Circular Materials Ontario, as of a few days from now, tries to take it away, and pays us for the compactors and all those other good things you heard about. So, I mean, it's hugely in our interest to have people segregate their stream for recyclables.
But can I ask staff to please let us know by email, look at the bylaw? And I mean, if it's not, I've always told people we got mandatory
Yeah.
recycling, right? And now I remember that, no, maybe you're probably right, because I remember discussions of, would they have the power to say, you got a pop can in there, rip your garbage apart and sort it before you come back. Okay, you probably are right. But maybe just confirm that.
Sure. Go on.
Yeah, we'll have someone look at the bylaw.
Okay, anything else under this? Okay, if that is the case, then we are ready to move into closed session. And the suggestion is that we might want to take a recess, but please, if we could have it be short, so we're not,
Just,
we've got a
Can I
number of
ask-
itunes in closed.
can I ask one thing just before we go into close, or it's about close before we go into it? So, if you'd allow me, a couple of the items in closed, like 15.4, I'm reading just from the agenda that was sent out to everybody, the public. It talks about a training session pursuant.
Well,
to
sorry,
the-
I think we should do this when we're in closed,
No,
not.
no, this is before we get into closed. I'm asking a question about what's just on our white pages. It
I guess the
says-
problem is if you get into too much detail of it, you can't really get any detail about what the item is.
No,
Beyond what's
I
shown
know,
there.
but that's why I'm asking. Under item number 1, it says the meeting is held for the purpose of educating or training the members. And little ombudsman booklet that I like to carry around all the time. Under education and training does not include discussions of material advanced council business or decision-making, which we already know, about subjects that are not for the purpose of education or training. And then there's a case study that they've quoted. Municipality of West Nipissing. A discussion about the relationship between council and staff did not involve any education or training, focusing on set of divisions within council member conduct and interpersonal disputes. And they weren't allowed to have the meeting and were found guilty. So I personally don't think the meeting should be enclosed according to the ombudsman in 2019. There's already a report out to do it, so I don't think that item based on what I see there.
Sorry, but you're assuming that that's what we're talking about, and it isn't.
If I could.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
interject, yeah.
Our CAO clerk
I
has
struggled with
Spoken to.
this as well.
Integrity
And I
Commission about
did
this.
get some guidance from our new integrity commissioner on item 15.4 and 15.5. His guidance to me was that it would be acceptable to have a discussion to establish the framework of a potential training session or council workshop, which is in the agenda. And under that particular section of the municipal act, I frankly wasn't sure myself, but that was his guidance to me. And 15.5 is if there's to be a negotiation with a consultant, that fits under a position plan procedure. So
okay. no,
as
that-
sometimes happens, you know, what I have read a number of cases that the ombudsman has investigated. And sometimes they're slightly at odds what we get from our legal counsel, but frankly, because I don't have the time to investigate all of the ombudsman's investigations, I have to trust that our legal counsel, I mean, we have to rely on our legal counsel and the advice that they give. So that's the best explanation I can
that's-
provide.
That's fine. That's all I was asking. So when we're enclosed, the meeting is held for the purpose of educating or training members. That's all it's for, education and training. That'll be our discussion enclosed. And then for 15.5, a procedure plan, procedure criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiations carried on to be carried on by or behalf of the municipality. Training session proposal. So just to make sure that when any tender comes in going forward, if it's a gravel tender, the position plan, procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiations. So anytime we're awarding a contract going forward, it can be done and closed. Just to make sure that's what we're saying here. Right? So anytime there's a contract to be awarded going forward, it's a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried out on, by, or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Training session proposal to be negotiated with the consultant. So anytime we're going to hire a consultant, and we want to talk about how much it might cost or not, it's going to be enclosed going forward according to this, instead of in the public.
Yeah.
That's just throwing everything out. It's not talking to the public
No,
about how much something might cost or anything like that. If we're going to talk about costs and things like that for a proposal, that's an open, not enclosed. So I just want to make sure before we get into anything, we're not doing anything wrong.
I
That's
I
all.
can see the confusion. I'll take the example of a gravel tender. So you do a tender, you say you want this amount of gravel, you want to put it in these locations, and what's your price? And you get 5 bids and council awards it. So council has access to all that information, and so should the public. In this case, a proposal was provided, and the terms of the proposal and the pricing in the proposal in this case is intended to be negotiated. Whereas a gravel tender, you're not negotiating. You've got a tender, you're going to award based on those prices. You don't go back to the construction company and say, well, I kind of like your price, but we want to negotiate with you. So all I can say is that when I explained these 2 items to our integrity commissioner, he came back with, actually, he came back with several locations within the exceptions that could fit. And all I can say is that if we can't rely on our legal counsel, then if you're unsure about our legal counsel, then, you know, the question needs to be asked is if that's where you want to go.
Yeah, well,
Dave,
I've tried to phone him 5 times this week and haven't got a call back. Left him 4 messages. So just as an FYI under council comments.
But the key
That's
thing
why
about
I-
this that makes it different from other procurements we do is that what we were talking about is how to organize a training session, which will be enclosed. The training session that we're talking about doing, and you know about this, the training session, you've heard this idea before, the training session that we're talking about doing is a closed meeting. So the public is not going to be present at it when that happens. And so the details of what we might do at the meeting is not going to be.
Which I totally agree with. We just need to remember, if in that meeting, whenever it may or may not take place, a discussion about the relationship between council and staff did not involve any education or training focus, instead on divisions within council, council member conduct, and interpersonal. So if our meeting is anything to do with anything that's written here, you can't have it enclosed. It's not a closed meeting because it's not training. So I'm just trying to tell everybody that before we go into closed. Again, I'm not talking about anything that's not on a white piece of paper here. This is about the ombudsman. Does not include discussions, municipality of Nipissing, they were found guilty of it. A discussion about the relationship between council and staff did not involve any education or training, focusing instead on divisions within council, council member conduct, and interpersonal disputes. Again, all we have to do is what are we going to be trained on? If we're going in to find out, you know, we're going to be trained on Word or Excel, whatever it is, that's different. If it's to discuss stuff back and forth, it's not a closed meeting. That's all. So when we get into closed, I just wanted to bring that out. So when we're going to closed, we're not doing.
Well, that'll be one hell of a doozy meeting and open, won't it?
Yeah.
It'll be, let her fly, let her fly. I'll tell everyone in the municipality what I think. Everyone better have a thick eye.
Well, I recall a previous, when this issue came up about a council workshop, I did reach out to our former integrity commissioner and asked that question that, you know, I didn't have all the details. It was sort of a general overall view of what might transpire at that workshop. And he made it very clear it's a council meeting, which was one of the first questions. In other words, could you all meet and have a little discussion and have dinner and no, it was a council meeting. All 5 members of council would be there, which was the intention. So it's clearly a council meeting. And he his advice was, there was some limitations and some brackets around it as it is. You can't move the business of the municipality forward, and that's been standard through some of the training sessions. So I agree. It's a little bit of a prickly line to step on and step over. But I think we all need to be careful when we go into close today as we move forward, and then we can get even more advice if there's some uncertainty.
Let's move on before we're here till 10.
Yeah, yeah. So are we gonna take a break before we go, or do you want to just keep going?
I took my break. It's about 20 minutes.
If we could do our curfew,
Yeah.
Mayor Comrie, take a
Oh, is it-
5-minute
are we
break
at curfew time?
before we jump into
Okay.
closed, and then we could move along. Thank you.
All right. Oh, okay. That is what you handed me. I read it. Okay, so now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the June 18th, 2024 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional 1 hour, I think is all we can.
And then if we need to, we can extend it if we
Well,
need to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming we get something to eat, right? No. Okay, who wants to move curfew? Janice Bray, Councilor Ray, seconded by Councilor Lamb. There we are. All right, all those in favor? Okay, very short recess, please. Then we'll go in camera.
Turn the recording off.
Yep, we can turn the recording off.